$15.28 per ounce. Gold is valued at $1,247 per ounce. And according to BitcoinAverage.com, the average price of Bitcoin is $417. Antiwar.com reports Pentagon officials have confirmed that U.S. ground troops were involved in a raid against an al-Shabaab-held town in Somalia, arriving by helicopter in a raid which also involved Somali forces and which they say killed more than 10 fighters. The U.S. rarely discusses its troops in Somalia, which are nominally advisors. Officials suggested that the troops were again in an advisory role and that they did not go all the way in the raid. They were involved enough that al-Shabaab confirmed their presence. Al-Shabaab reported that the attack only killed one of their fighters and only attacked a single checkpoint as opposed to an entire town. Somali officials suggested the attack was aimed at an illegal taxation checkpoint. This disputed death toll comes after a massive U.S. drone strike against Somalia, which U.S. officials claim killed over 150, Somali officials claim killed over 200, and which al-Shabaab insisted killed far less, maintaining they have never had that many of their fighters together in a single place. For nearly 40 years, Roberts & Roberts Brokerage has been a trusted source for buying and selling precious metals like gold and silver. They also take Bitcoin for precious metal purchases and have permanently removed the minimum purchase amount for all orders paid in the digital currency. Call Roberts & Roberts today for knowledgeable advice on buying and selling precious metals and a forward-thinking approach to new technologies. 800-874-9760 or visit online at rrbi.co. UPI reports none of the remaining detainees at the Guantanamo Bay Naval Prison in Cuba will be transferred anywhere in the United States as part of the efforts to close the facility because it's against the law, according to the nation's top law enforcement officer on Wednesday. Testifying before the Senate Judiciary Committee on Wednesday, U.S. Attorney General Loretta Lynch explicitly stated that the prospect of moving any of the detainees to facilities in the United States could not be done without first making a change to federal law. Lynch said, while there certainly are the ongoing efforts to transfer individuals from Guantanamo Bay, individuals are not able to be transferred from Guantanamo Bay to a facility on U.S. soil. The prison has been a recurring controversy for the executive branch since 2001, when the 9/11 terrorist attacks spurred its existence. Since the first day of his term, President Barack Obama has promised to shut it down, but has found that to be anything but easy. 7 years later, it's still open. The biggest question, where will about two-thirds of the remaining 91 detainees go? Officials have said 35 will be transferred to other nations. The rest, administration officials previously said, can be moved to secure prisons in the United States. In fact, that intention was part of the plan Obama gave to Congress last month to shut down the facility. That plan, though, has not been too well received. Republicans and even some Democrats oppose it. Multiple GOP presidential candidates have said they would keep the prison open. When her plush and comfy life suddenly and unexpectedly fell apart, Brooke and her dog Cloud set out to defy the odds. If this is a man's world, as they say, living on the streets is no place for a young woman. One day she awoke in the redwood forest and realized she had become a hobo, and would ultimately come to know exactly what it means to survive. How to Be a Hobo by Brooke Willett is available from Amazon.com and all major bookstores. Reuters reports 2 Baltimore school police officers caught on video as one of them repeatedly slapped a student outside a high school have been charged in the incident, according to authorities. Video of the March 1st encounter outside Baltimore's Reach Partnership School went viral on social media, which spurred an investigation. Officer Anthony Spence was seen in the video hitting a young man 3 times and then kicking him. He was charged with second-degree child abuse, second-degree assault, and misconduct in office. The name and age of the student were not revealed because he is a minor. Officer Severna Bias was charged with second-degree assault and misconduct in office. According to charging documents, she urged Spence to smack the student because he was allegedly insolent. Spence, a 12-year veteran of the force, and Bias turned themselves in overnight but are out on bond. Bias, Spence, and Marshall Goodwin, the chief of the school police, have been placed on administrative leave. The officers are scheduled to appear in court in April. The school police are separate from the Baltimore Police Department. This has been FPP Radio News, online at fppradio.com.
Sources within the Vatican confirmed Tuesday that Pope Benedict XVI has dispatched an elite team of 6 bishops to sabotage leading contraceptive manufacturer Pfizer. Codenamed Conclave 6, the highly trained team of bishops will reportedly infiltrate the heavily guarded compound, detonate extremely powerful charges at key points within the factory, and then escape to a nearby safe house.
The Catholic Church can trust only the best with defending God's plan. Conclave 6 is the deadliest team of bishops I've ever laid eyes on.
The Pope denied rumors that a B team of needle-wielding priests had been deployed to a latex factory in New Jersey to poke tiny holes into thousands of Durex condoms. Locally, the best part of a gay 12-year-old's day is the half hour he spends eating lunch alone in a stairwell. Calling it his only respite from constant ridicule and mockery, 7th grader Ben McElroy says life doesn't get better than the moments he spends quietly laying out his lunch on a secluded staircase while the rest of his classmates are in the cafeteria.
This is the Onion News Network.
Free Talk Live.
It's Free Talk Live. Well, it's a Live Tuesday edition. It's Mark with you.
And Johnson.
You can give us a call, talk about whatever's on your mind here on this live edition of Free Talk Live. But there's been some pretty big news in the Apple case. Just to bring people up to speed, if you've been, haven't been, checking in on this, there was some horrifying shooting that went on in San Bernardino, ostensibly by these Muslim folks that were at some party that maybe didn't like what was said or something. I don't entirely know, but they killed a bunch of people, is what the story is. And obviously the FBI wants to find out as much as they can about these people, who they were hanging out with, whether are there other dangerous people milling about, and that kind of thing. They had, like just about everybody, a smartphone. That smartphone was produced by Apple, and they, for whatever reason, I believe the FBI tried to crack into the phone, and that kind of locked it up. Does that sound about right, Johnson?
With the original, the San Bernardino phone?
The San Bernardino phone.
No. They would have had access to everything had they not gone and changed the password on the iCloud backup of the account.
That's kind of what I meant.
Yeah, but they didn't lock it up, no.
Okay.
Apple has a default procedure built into the phones to slow down any sort of password attempts and delete and lock up the phone if they were to repeatedly try and brute force it.
Ham-fisted attempts at accessing the phone resulted in the phone being locked up.
No, if they had done that, they would have deleted and had absolutely no access to the data ever again. It would be gone.
All right. Well, I guess I don't entirely understand what happened, but all right. And maybe I will never understand. Gizmos and those sorts of things. However, the FBI wants Apple to give them access to the phone. Apple says nope, it's a privacy issue, and we're not going to bend on this issue because
the method that they want to use to give access to the phone, it would be like, instead of, like, let's say the San Bernardino shooters, like, the reasonable thing would be to do, we want to investigate their house. We can't get in. The house is locked. Give us a key to the house. Right?
Yes.
That's the thing. The analogy here is what they want is, what they're saying is, well, what we actually want is a mold to a skeleton key that unlocks every house of this type in the country.
Yes.
In the world, actually.
Yeah. And that much I knew to be the case, is that they basically wanted access to all the iPhones, and Apple certainly isn't going to do that.
Right.
And so then it goes to court, and in one case, the judge says, Apple, open that phone. And a couple of days later, another judge says, Apple, you needn't open that phone. And now, apparently, there's a resolution maybe of sorts in the case?
Well, sort of. I guess originally what was thought is that Apple had dropped its case, but I guess what has happened is that Apple dropped the case. That the FBI had dropped the case. I'm sorry. And that's not actually what happened, but what they did do is file a motion to vacate today's scheduled court hearing and the showdown over its demands that Apple unlock that San Bernardino phone. So they're basically motioning to vacate. They're basically saying, we don't need you anymore. Like, that's the implication anyways, that maybe they've figured out a way to unlock the phone on their own. And they've been obviously testing with other phones. So it seems pretty likely that if they're backing off the case, they've found a way to unlock not just the San Bernardino phone, but probably just iPhones in general. Maybe. but it's not known for sure.
I was just listening to NPR on the way here, and they were reporting that essentially some third party walked in the door and said, "Here's how you handle this. Here's how you handle this." It could be John McAfee.
Maybe.
He claimed to be able to do it, and then he claimed that he just claimed to be able to do it to get publicity, and now the FBI claims that somebody was able to do it. So was it John McAfee? I don't know the answer to that.
Yeah.
Was it somebody else? That seems more likely to me, just by the sheer number. There's one person in the world one John McAfee in the world, and there's 7 billion other people. So seems more likely that it is not John McAfee, but all right.
All right, so let me get into the details here. This is all pretty straightforward stuff. I think some of it we already know. Government late Monday afternoon filed a motion to vacate, likely putting a halt to the saga that began in mid-February when a federal magistrate ordered Apple to help the FBI access a phone belonging to one of the shooters involved in last December's attack that killed 14 in San Bernardino, California. The motion also indicates that the FBI may have found a way to onto the phone without Apple's help. On Sunday, March 20th, 2016, an outside party demonstrated to the FBI a possible method for unlocking shooter Syed Farouk's phone. The motion says testing is required.
Some outside party.
Yep. Testing is required to determine whether it is a viable method that will not compromise data on Farouk's iPhone. If the method is viable, it should eliminate the need for assistance from Apple Incorporated set forth in the All Writs Act order on this case.
So does this mean that the FBI now has access to every iPhone 9 or whatever the hell this is?
I guess. I don't know if this is an older iPhone, so this is an iPhone 7.
But does it have OS 9?
What?
OS 9 or something?
No,
okay.
it's iOS 7.
Okay.
So it's an older phone. It might be a modern phone, but it's got an older OS for sure. They are not going to be, on newer phones, they would not be able to supposedly do this. I mean, it's like impossible. Like, Apple can't even help them on the newer phones. It just, because it was an iPhone 7 was the only reason why Apple could even do anything about it.
Let me ask you this. If Apple, what Apple's looking like to me is the premier platform when it comes to encryption as far as your phone goes.
So far, yeah.
I know you are an Apple guy, and I generally am not an Apple product person.
Well, the reason why this is because Apple has enabled full disk encryption by default on the phone.
Okay.
That's pretty huge.
Yeah.
The phone is encrypted by default until you unlock the phone, because there's like hardware in the phone doing the encryption as well. So until you unlock the phone, your phone is encrypted. It's useless gibberish until magically when it's unlocked, it runs at full speed, fully encrypted. That's great.
What is there something comparable in the Windows or
TrueCrypt?
What's the other one? Android Sphere?
I don't know about Android.
Okay.
Enough, unfortunately. I've only been an Android user for 6 months, and I was.
Oh, you are an Android user.
I was.
Okay.
And then I was.
Then you went back.
I'm going back.
Yes, I remember. I was there for the drama on Facebook. You're like, I hate Apple. I'm leaving Apple. And then 6 months later, you're like, I hate Android. I'm leaving Android.
Well, it was never a hate Apple thing. It was always I've always wanted to try Android.
Okay.
I like the idea. There are things that Apple does that I don't like, for sure.
Yeah, sure.
And there are a lot of technology.
I like the sound of this encryption that gave the FBI trouble for a long time.
Yeah.
I got to say that.
Yep. I mean, there are a lot of activists out there, technology people, who hate Google. They really just loathe Google. And I'm kind of one of these people that I've always liked. I kind of trust Google a lot more than I should. There are a lot of people that naysay Google and Google did this. Google. I'm like, that's not really what happened. You're misunderstanding the situation. And, usually it bears out to be that's exactly the case, is that, whoever is involved in the techno panic was misunderstanding. I find that Google generally takes pretty positive actions.
Has Google ever stood up to the U.S. government in the way that Apple stood up to the U.S. government here? Because I have never seen anyone take this strong of a stand as I can recall.
No technology company I don't think has ever had to go this far.
Right.
And the furthest thing that Google did is that Google gets these information requests for customer data, and they fight to the extent that they can until they're ordered. They don't go. They haven't ever gone beyond an order and said nope, like Apple has. But they are doing a publishing, so they're publishing all these requests. So they're basically saying, look at how often these governments from these countries are asking us for information. And who are they asking about, and what agencies are asking? And so there's the Google Transparency Report that talks about
transparency is good.
Yeah,
it's certainly if they're transparent about turning over information, then but it's also mitigable.
But it was also like the government said, don't talk about this, and Google's like, well,
we're
guess
what?
Do
that anyway.
Yeah, so they did do that. So
it's something.
Yeah.
I still got to say that I like the sound of a phone that has full disk encryption built right in.
I got to imagine Google won't be far behind on this, actually. Okay. I know that they've been
But Google doesn't control the phones. Google is just the software in this case.
Right, but they could maybe do something with the software. The only problem is that to get real good encryption, you need hardware to speed it up.
If you know something about Google on this or have some comments, the number's 855-450-3733. It's 855-450-FREE or LRN.FM on Skype. It's Free Talk Live. Every once in a while, you get information that's worth changing your life for. This is one such time. You can save up to and beyond 25% on all purchases at Amazon. You probably heard of Bitcoin and just not thought much about it. You certainly know that you can get competitive pricing at Amazon, but now you can get a 25% discount on nearly everything you need to live. I've just given you a huge raise, and all you have to do is claim it. You go to saveitpurse.com and open an account. Do this right now. Don't wait. Then you fund the account with Bitcoin. You can buy them through expresscoin.com with a check or money order. There are other ways to get Bitcoin, but that's fast, safe, and easy. This information is worth you changing the way you do things. Go to saveitpurse.com right now, get signed up, and cash in on the huge raise I'm offering you. 15 to 25% off of everything at Amazon through saveitpurse.com. It's saveatpurse.com.
Hey guys, Pat Matthews here to tell you about the newest and best way to sell products online. It's buysellmakeoffer.com, an enormously revolutionary way to sell your stuff online. It's time to clean out the garage, your old golf clubs, sports equipment, tools, and yes, even your car. Forget about the way the other guys have taken more than their share from you when the sales were finalized. Look, it's happened to me over and over and over. Then I found buysellmakeoffer.com. They will never charge you item fees. Just go there right now to sign up and load all your stuff to our server to sell. This is not an auction site. Sell your car, sell your home. Realtor, sign up now. Just use our resources along with Skype and videos, then add your creativity to sell your items quickly and with no fees. Go right now to buysellmakeoffer.com and sign up. The excitement is building. I've signed up to sell my stuff with buysellmakeoffer.com. You should too. buysellmakeoffer.com.
Uncovering the secrets and exposing the lies. That's what the readers of freedomsphoenix.com get every day. freedomsphoenix.com, constantly providing the information, the real news about government policies, and the real relationship we all have with the coercive government, the real condition of the economy, innovations in technology, breakthroughs in energy, health, and computer science. Learn the truth well before it's admitted to in the lamestream media. The corporate media, nothing more than distributors of government propaganda, but now there's an alternative. freedomsphoenix.com. Constant news updates on the issues that affect your life in the most important ways. With liberty and property under constant attack, freedomsphoenix.com provides the understanding behind the propaganda, and it encourages the participation of its readers. Go to freedomsphoenix.com. That's freedoms with an S, phoenix.com. freedomsphoenix.com. The revolution between the ears has already happened.
So you've heard all 3 hours of the latest episode of Free Talk Live, and you're still hungry for liberty-oriented audio content? Did you know that we have another 24/7 audio stream at LRN.FM? The Liberty Radio Network airs the latest episodes of some of the best liberty-oriented podcasts on the internet around the clock. In addition to recorded content, you'll also hear live shows like Free Talk Live, originating from our Keene, New Hampshire studio. So listen anytime at LRN.FM. That's LRN.FM. So you've signed the Shire Society Declaration and are planning your move to New Hampshire to be around more liberty-oriented people. Next, sign up for the Shire Society Forum at forum.shiresociety.com. There are a bunch of people there who are already in the Shire, and they want to meet you. If you're already in the Shire physically, you should also come by the forums. Remember, not everyone uses Facebook. New people are signing up for the Shire Society Forum every month, so drop in and say hello at forum.shiresociety.com.
What's up next? Visit the Liberty Radio Network program guide to find out at shows.lrn.fm. That's shows.lrn.fm.
It's Free Talk Live. The number is 855-450-FREE. That's 855-450-3733. You can call in and comment on this iPhone situation. It looks like the FBI has figured out a way to crack into the iPhone. And, well, I don't know. I'm disturbed. Are you? I can tell you that something that can be helpful in a circumstance like this, and it does work on phones, is to have a VPN. So if you want to be protected against unreasonable search and seizure of your stuff, and in this case I wouldn't say it is unreasonable search and seizure. The person's dead and likely was a pretty heinous criminal. But Apple wasn't budging. But I recommend ProXPN because it can give you privacy. It's a virtual private network that encrypts the data right from your phone or mobile, your phone or your computer. And they offer VPN, which is the gold standard network encryption. It works for Windows, Mac, iOS, Android, even Linux. Unlike other VPNs, ProXPN keeps no logs of your activities whatsoever. And with more servers being added all the time, ProXPN works hard to give you greater speed and security compared to other VPNs. If you're a Windows user, ask ProXPN about changing your DNS settings for even greater anonymity. They accept credit card and even Bitcoin. If you use the code FTL50, you can get 50% off the regular monthly price for the lifetime of an annual account. And that can end up being cheaper per month than a good cup of coffee. Use the internet the way it was meant to be used. Go to proxpn.com right now and use the code FTL50 and take back the privacy that's your right. proxpn.com, coupon code FTL50.
I just had a thought with the ProXPN, the whole ProXPN situation and this, the FBI, what was it, Playpen was the name of the website, the Onion website?
Yes, that's the name of the website that the FBI was running. It's a child porn website the FBI was distributing, through which the FBI was distributing child porn.
Right, yes. And supposedly the way that their honeypot trap supposedly worked is that they had some sort of a Flash application running on the site that would expose the IP address of the user, because the Flash thing would cause their computer to send out their IP to the
ping it somehow.
Ping it.
But let me ask you this though: Did one? My understanding of it is that one would have had to enable Flash on Tor in order for that to be the case. That this was an opt-in situation as opposed to an opt-out situation.
Right. So somebody would have had to enable Flash on Tor.
Sounds remarkably dumb.
Right. So they would have to enable Flash on Tor, and then I wonder if they were running a VPN service on top of, if somebody were by default running ProXPN, if they ran ProXPN all the time,
right,
then the IP address that would be reported would be the ProXPN IP address.
Okay.
So I'm just thinking, if anybody were to be running, if somebody ran their VPN all the time, then the IP address reported would not be the IP address that they actually operate on.
These are questions I ask myself, but they're all sort of theoretical for me.
Right.
I would be too scared to even, test this.
Right.
So, for instance, as a journalist,
there's no way to test it anyway, because you would have to, have somebody on the FBI side go, yeah, this is the IP we saw.
That's true.
There's no way to actually test this.
As a journalist, though, I believe that journalists should be able to report on all aspects of society, including criminal aspects.
Right.
That, I don't think that you should, as a journalist, just because you go investigating child pornography websites on the dark web, that you should be swept up, for that. So I wouldn't, even though I am interested in what you're saying, I'm like, oh yeah, I think that theoretically that's true. Yeah. I wouldn't, even as a journalist, consider doing that story because these people scare me so much.
Yeah, I mean, the one thing that
there is nothing like this. There is nothing in the world like child pornography that you can sort of relate to it, because what it is it's a crime for viewing. And I'll point this out. This is really important. The FBI. Nobody's calling for the FBI's head here, even though they were distributing child porn, because nobody believes the FBI was a bunch of – they weren't enjoying it.
We don't actually look at it.
Right.
Right? Is that what their claim? Could that be their claim?
Well, no.
We offer it up, but we don't actually ever look at it.
They're claiming that they did it. They're clearly claiming that that's what they did, but they're saying that we didn't enjoy it, and that was true also for.
I guarantee you, there are agents that are going, in that department.
Well, there's a handful of them, but I don't know what their number is, and because they're FBI agents, we are to assume that they don't do that.
Oh yeah,
but
they've been psychologically profiled. We are ensured that our agents are of the most sound. Yeah, sure they are.
But Townsend,
just like the police too, right? Yeah, okay.
Townsend of The Who, Pete Townsend, he got snatched up a few years ago for child porn, and it turns out that he was on some big anti-child porn crusade. So they dropped the charges on him because he wasn't thinking the way that you're not supposed to think.
Right.
So this is truly a thought crime. Now, I'm not saying that I like child pornography. I'm not saying that I like pedophiles. I'm like anything like this. I'm just saying it's unique in a strange way.
Right.
Is that I could probably get away with reporting on it if it wasn't for the fact that somebody might think that I like it.
Right.
And that's what scares the bejesus out of me.
The warrant also specifically shows, to me, it seems that it indicates if it's a single access to a site like that, right? That seems to me to clearly indicate, like, oh, we can just look at this report and go, oh, that was journalistic intent. It was a single access. Like, because a porn fiend would likely be going to a site over and over and over again.
Yeah, even if you downloaded, like you went and downloaded a bunch of stuff, you'd probably go back to get more stuff, it would seem like. Because, you're only sexually satiated for, I don't know, depends on the person, but let's call it anywhere from 6 hours to 6 days. And so they would continue, going back and back if they found a place that they felt was safe. This has got to be very difficult for people, prurient users of child pornography. It's got to be very difficult to find a safe place to go or a place that they feel safe. Because I would imagine there's not very many of them, and I imagine they're getting busted all of the time.
Right.
Now, this isn't a particular problem that I have because I don't have, I've never gone into Google and typed in, how easy is it to find child porn? Because I wouldn't even want to read an article about how easy it was because I'm that scared of these people.
Right.
And that's not a position you want your journalists to be in.
I do have to say, I'll freely admit this, and this is going to, freak people out, but there was a time in my life where I was interested in underage porn.
When you were underage?
Yes, when I was underage, I was interested in trying to find girls my age, and at the time, I did. But lucky that nothing ever happened, but yeah.
That's an interesting question. So you're talking about, say, for instance, we're talking about a 15-year-old here. Right. I can speak as having been...
at the time, it was so long ago that kind of stuff was just shuffled in with other stuff. I mean, the child porn thing was not... back then, porn on the internet was just like, blah! Like it was, everything everywhere.
Was just all over, yeah.
It was just a mishmash. I mean, now things are kind of orderly, I would say, in the porn industry now, and everybody's... got their whatever there's like disclaimers. No, there's like disclaimers to say the legal documentation, like this certifies that this is. We checked the documentation, or they, there are porn out there where like the girl actually shows her driver's license. I mean that actually happens.
Yeah, but I mean most of these major porn sites, all you have to do is lie and say you're 18, right? I mean it doesn't click.
No,
you're done.
No, not at all.
Well, I don't know what you're talking about. Okay. I've been to Pornhub, and it's not that. I think
it's something 2215 or something. There's a legal disclaimer that the beginning of a lot of porn will show
Free
the graphic
Talk Live.
where it talks.
Owe $10,000 or more to the IRS?
Get on board with the Tax Admiral. Don't take on the IRS alone. I'll cut penalties and reduce your overall tax bill. Sometimes I can even get it zeroed out completely.
We're an A-rated company helping people clean up their mess with the IRS.
If you owe $10,000 or more, then call the Tax Admiral.
Call 800-287-7180. Again, that's 800-287-7180. 800-287-7180.
We all have heard about the benefits of fish oils, but what about the presence of heavy metals, PCBs, dioxins, furans, and other contaminants found in fatty tissues of fish? GCNteam.com recognizes this risk and offers IFOS certified tested omega-3 fatty acids. EPA, DHA insist on IFOS omega-3 fatty acid certification. Get the best at GCNteam.com or call 877-878-4203.
Why did you move to the Shire?
I moved here to the Shire because there's other people around who take liberty just as seriously as I do.
I moved to the Shire because I saw videos of people challenging authority and thought that I could get support myself. It called to me, like, do this right now.
I wanted to be around people like me who got it, and once I got here, I knew there was nowhere else that I wanted to be.
I've always wanted to change the world, so I moved to the Shire to join people who were actually working towards doing the same thing.
The people here are awesome, loving, and positive. It was for the adventure and for the feeling of something important is happening here, and I just wanted to come to sort of be part of that.
Visit ShireSociety.com to read and sign the Shire Society Declaration and learn the reasons why, if you love liberty, you should immigrate to the Shire. Plus, add yourself to the Shire map at ShireSociety.com. That's ShireSociety.com.
SWCPoker.eu is Bitcoin Poker 2.0, where players can buy chips, play, and cash out anonymously with Bitcoin. No banking, just Bitcoin. Texas Hold'em, Omaha Hold'em, Draw, and many new games, including Chinese poker. SWC Poker gladly accepts players worldwide, and over 2 million hands of Bitcoin Poker have been dealt at SWCPoker.eu. Bitcoin Poker from the brand you trust. SWCPoker.eu.
LRN.FM is proud to announce our official listening apps for Android and iOS devices. Now you can easily tune into our streams anywhere, anytime on your smartphone or tablet. Just visit apps.lrn.fm or search for LRN.FM in the Android or Apple app stores. Please download, rate us 5 stars, then share the link on your social media and let your friends and family know how you're listening to LRN.FM. Download it now, free at apps.lrn.fm.
So the protection of life, liberty, and property is what the Free State Project is all about. But it's an effort to move 20,000 people who understand.
It's about demonstrating to the entire country
that, yeah, we can have a free market, a truly free market.
Making it just a freer, great place to live.
It's the world's largest voluntarist libertarian community, and it's only getting bigger.
That's amazing, to be able to move to a place where other people passionately believe in being free and independent.
What the Free State Project is managing to do, though, is to put their money where their mouth is. Physically getting up across the country and saying, let's go someplace and let's demonstrate the power of these ideas. There's a lot of kind of philosophy that surrounds liberty. There's a lot of thinking about it and talking about it. But here in New Hampshire, people are doing it.
101 Reasons Liberty Lives in New Hampshire, a documentary by Free State Project Early Movers. Watch it free at 101reasonsfilm.com. 101reasonsfilm.com.
If you enjoy LRN.FM, please contribute to your favorite shows via their websites and become an amplifier at amp.lrn.fm. That's amp.lrn.fm.
Hey, it's Free Talk Live. You can call in and talk about what's on your mind. This live edition of Free Talk Live, if it's 7p to 10p Eastern Time where you are, we're live here on Free Talk Live, and you can bring up what you want. We're talking about, we were talking about this, the situation with the iPhone being cracked by the FBI. Johnson, you have a little bit more on that?
Or at least their attempt to crack it anyway, which they have repeatedly been failing in up to this point. Where supposedly they may be getting some help, some outside help now at this point.
So before you go on with that, I want to go to the phones here. We've got Virgil calling in from Ohio. Virgil, you're on Free Talk Live. What's on your mind?
Good evening, gentlemen. I would hate to become that annoying caller like James from Arizona that calls every night, so I will not call you again for another month probably.
As long as you're not threatening me, I'm fine.
But the reason I called is to kind of update all your listeners. Our campaign to raise some funds to help Free Talk Live out has been back online since, I don't know, around lunchtime or so, something like that. I don't remember the time exactly.
It was 11:20 a.m. this morning. So I worked with you on this one. Thanks for bringing it up so I can we can get people up to date on it. What happened was that you put up a fundraiser to raise money for the equipment that was taken during the raid of the Free Talk Live studios here on Sunday. And we basically are operational at this point with cobbled together, but we desperately need some equipment. So we need that, and thanks to everybody who donated. You put a $5,000 goal, and that was reached within 24 hours, and people have continued to give over at the GoFundMe site. And also, I recommend going directly through the AMP program. There's one-time contributions there, and there are monthly contributions, and either one will help us get what we need to get done. However, the GoFundMe, I guess, was targeted by this group Stop Free Keene that will basically stop at nothing to go get Ian, essentially. And they certainly don't mind going after me. So they reported the fundraiser as fraudulent. Is that right?
Yeah. GoFundMe allows people, just anonymous people, to actually report fundraising campaigns as frauds, which I guess I can see the reason behind that.
That's a good idea,
but
right?
Not when you fraudulently file fraudulent claims, right? And you were talking about this last night, about this being potentially illegal. Actually, it is illegal. Most states in the union have tortious interference laws, and a tortious interference is basically someone actively and maliciously interfering in a contractual or a business relationship. So the folks from Stop Free Keene, they might want to rethink what they're doing. I don't think they may
find
not
themselves
be
in an
smart enough
actionable
to
position.
realize it.
Well, they certainly are in an actionable position because they have admitted to it and all sorts of things. They have no problem lying, and they're so clumsy that they fall into illegal activity all of the time.
Mm-hmm.
I wish that
they're very, very lucky that so far the people that they've been going after are not. They're peaceful people, they're not.
In this case, it looks like they have actually put me in an actionable position as opposed to Ian, my co-host. My co-host, Ian, doesn't like to get involved in these things. He doesn't like using the state. I, however, am of the opinion if you only have one organization that solves disputes like this, that you're morally allowed to use that organization. I'd like to have alternatives.
Same way, Mark. Yeah, these guys have a monopoly on justice, and unfortunately we only have them to go to. But I have a list of, quite a few of the people that have filed these fraudulent claims against me because basically what they're doing, since I run the fundraiser, they're calling me a fraud, a scam artist.
Yeah.
They're implying that I'm raising money that I will never turn over to Free Talk Live. Of course, that's preposterous. You and I spoke on the phone today. We talked to GoFundMe representatives. We straightened it all out. This is not fraudulent. It's a legitimate fundraising campaign, and what they're doing is, in fact, against the law. It's a tortious interference between business partners, and I have a list of their names, and I haven't yet decided what to do with it.
Well, I'd love to talk to you about that tomorrow if you'd like to have a conversation.
Absolutely.
But so I want to, give the most realistic kudos I can to GoFundMe without overly stroking them. So they provide a valuable service in the marketplace, and I like them for that. In this case, they said that they are going to reevaluate their fraud reporting systems because of this circumstance.
Wow.
So what they're saying is essentially if enough people, and I don't know what that number is. It's certainly more than one. It's certainly one. Could be more than one.
They wouldn't give us a number.
They wouldn't give us a number.
Keep that number secret.
Right. So the number is 1 to something, and likely it's lower than 10. That if enough reports come in, that they immediately suspend the campaign, and then basically, let their legal department or whomever look at it the next day. Well, the next day, which in this case, I guess they're on Mountain Time, or somebody came in early because it was like 11:20, so that would have been 8:20 Pacific. Pacific, more people live in Pacific than they do in Mountain. So if they came in within 20 minutes, bam, it's back up. And so I've got to say that I think they did the right thing there, and they did it quickly. I think that they should reevaluate their systems, but you only live and learn in this life. So I'm not holding ill feelings towards GoFundMe on this. I have to say, I think that my feelings towards them are positive. Unfortunately, as a bit of momentum was taken from the campaign. Basically, during the show, it was taken off the internet and didn't get returned for about 12 hours.
12 hours, yeah.
And in internet time, that can be a long time.
Yeah, they did right by us. They fixed the problem. They recognized that there was a trolling campaign basically going on, and I commend them for that. So we're back up and running. Congrats on the campaign, and we're going to continue to raise money for you guys for the, next day or so, and see what we come up with.
Keep it up, and people feel free to contribute to that campaign. But I would recommend contributing through the AMP program at amp.freetalklive.com, either using the one-time contribution or the monthly.
You guys have a good evening.
Thanks, Virgil. Appreciate the call.
Bye.
855-450-3733. No diss on GoFundMe on that. They really have a good system, and it looks good. It's just the AMP program we get more of. So let's go to the phones. We've got... I believe we've got David on the line here from Keene, New Hampshire. David, you're on Free Talk Live. David, can you hear me?
Oh, hi.
Yeah.
Hello?
Yes.
Okay. I was just going to say that, can I ask why Ian isn't on? Is he, penalized?
Ian's in the timeout box. No, I mean, right now, we're shell-shocked, David. I mean, the Federal Bureau of Investigations, an organization I have never seen a member of, the most efficient and dangerous, deadly. I don't know what sort of superlative to describe these people with, but they're the highest cops in the land. Descended upon our studio and took a whole bunch of equipment. And shortly after our co-host was kicked out of the Free State Project, all sort of basically for this sort of similar thing. And I want to make sure that Free Talk Live is a viable, ongoing concern. It was designed to operate without Ian, so let's see whether that can happen.
Okay, so I did contribute something to Virgil Vaduva's thing there. People will probably want to go to that and contribute. And it did quite well. There are supporters.
David, if you can you back up like an inch or two off of your microphone?
What kind of microphone are you using? Because it sounds like it has a sock over it.
It doesn't have a sock. It's called Lab Tech. It's a thrift store.
I know exactly what that looks like. It's a unidirectional, little one of those old computer mics that comes in the stem.
Okay, yeah. So it sits on his desk or something and points at him?
Probably.
Okay.
Yeah, just be about 2 or 3 fingers away from that thing. You can use your hand and just be like a hand length away.
I'll try.
You sound pretty good there.
Yep.
Okay. And people should call into if people in Keene are listening, they should call into KBK and tell them to put Free Talk Live back on the air, because I think a lot of people did write in, and hopefully other people will. I mean, with emails.
Yeah. Well, so what you're saying, David, is that Free Talk Live has been taken.
How to incorporate your business in just 10 minutes so you won't lose everything if you get sued. Step 1, stop putting it off. If you're not incorporated and someone sues your business tomorrow, it's not just your business at risk. You can lose everything: your home, your car, even your life savings. Step 2, call the following number for a free 10-minute incorporation guide from Incorporate.com. 1-800-975-5269. They don't provide legal or financial advice. They just make incorporating quick and easy. So you can incorporate or form an LLC in just 10 minutes. That number again is 1-800-975-5269. Step 3, congratulate yourself. By taking just 10 minutes to incorporate your business or form an LLC, you protected your home, your car, and your life savings. And that is how you incorporate your business in just 10 minutes. But hurry while they're still giving away these 10-minute incorporation guides for free. Call 1-800-975-5269. That's 1-800-975-5269.
It's no secret that pathogens such as bacteria, viruses, molds, and fungus can inflict severe damage in the human body. Fortunately, a new and vastly improved silver solution has been developed. Supernatural Silver is a revolutionary broad-spectrum antibacterial, antiviral, antifungal solution that can be used inside the body as well as on the skin. Supernatural Silver is unique and superior to colloidal and ionic silvers, using a patented technology that is highly effective against colds, flus, infections, food poisoning, and yeast, in addition to many other pathogens. Supernatural Silver is scientifically supported, extremely safe, and is the #1 choice of thousands of people for immune system support. Find out how Supernatural Silver could change your life. Go to supernaturalsilver.com and use the promo code HEALTHY for 20% off. That's supernaturalsilver.com, and like us on Facebook.
Are you a sneezer? If you're not, can you get close to one? I don't literally mean someone sneezing. Sneezer, as defined by marketing guru Seth Godin, is an opinion leader. When a sneezer mentions something, other people catch what Godin calls the idea virus. Seth Godin says some people are more likely to tell their friends about a great new idea. So identifying and courting sneezers is a key success factor for idea merchants. His book, Unleashing the Idea Virus, is the most downloaded ebook in history, and you can download the whole book free. That's how he's making his idea contagious. Click tips, tricks, and other stuff to help you cut through the clutter at www.survivalspeech.com. I'm Holland Cook.
Free Talk Live has partnered with Amazon, the largest internet retailer. Imagine a department store category, and Amazon has it. Books, electronics, office products, furniture, jewelry, automotive, toys, clothing, sporting goods, and dozens of other categories. Now you can shop and support Free Talk Live by entering Amazon through our website. Go to shop.freetalklive.com, and Amazon will send us a portion of your purchase. You're going to do the shopping anyway, so remember to enter through our site at shop.freetalklive.com. That's shop.freetalklive.com.
Cryptocurrency and peer-to-peer tech developments happen fast. Stay in the loop with the Daily Decrypt, a new video channel and podcast that will keep you on top of the latest innovations in crypto finance, security, networking, transportation, and gadgetry like drones and 3D printers. Subscribe to the Daily Decrypt on YouTube and SoundCloud and be an early adopter of the future. The Daily Decrypt.
You can watch the LRN Studio Cam and chat with other listeners anytime at cam.lrn.fm. That's cam.lrn.fm.
It's Free Talk Live. In the last segment, we were talking about Free Talk Live having been taken off of a radio station locally and what that was all about, and I wanted to bring people up to speed on that. But first, I want to tell you how, if you've got legal work, well, I want to recommend LegalZoom.com. Many of the common legal documents that people have to generate every day, LegalZoom.com has, and they are significantly less costly than going through an attorney. They are not attorneys. However, they were started by one. So whether you're looking for a deed transfer, copyright, name change, prenup, divorce, bankruptcy, DUI, DWI, will, living trust, business annual report, LLCs, not-for-profits, any of those things, and many, many, many others, you can simply go to LegalZoom.com. If you use coupon code FTL, you'll save $10 on your order. It's LegalZoom.com, coupon code FTL. Every time you order, you'll save with coupon code FTL at LegalZoom.com. So real quick, I don't consider this to be the worst situation in the world, but in our hometown, there's a radio station that carries us one day a week. The fact that they only carry us one day a week and we're in town already, I'm like, oh, whatever. But some local group, Stop Free Keene, which targets Free Talk Live for basically they're a coalition of people who feel differently about the ideas of liberty, but at their core is a guy who's just a tried and true socialist. Like he's like a vegan.
He's also a Satanist.
Okay, he's a Satanist, socialist, vegan.
This is
feminist.
the first time I'd say that on the radio, but you know what? This guy, just look at his profile. I mean, look at him online. He's a Satanist. The guy who, these people
maybe that's
are
why
following.
he doesn't have a problem lying.
Yeah.
Sorry to all the Satanists out there that believe in telling the truth. Whatever. They targeted Free Talk Live, got us taken off of one night a week in an unrated market.
Well, the funny thing is actually ordinarily I might even say that a Satanist I could potentially see that as a good thing, because Satanism is almost a form of atheism, in that it's it's a belief in self, yes. LaVeyan Satanism, yes. But this guy is just a jerk. He's just, and the reason why...
Well, he's been defeated too many times, and now they are dancing on Ian's grave, essentially. Right. Ian's hung himself out to dry by taking too hard of a stance.
I just find it interesting because so many people in that group, Stop Free Keene, consider themselves to be Christians. Yeah. So, you'd think that they might have a problem, if they actually spent any time looking at the people who they associate with amongst themselves, that, this guy who's kind of leading this group, he's a Satanist. He believes in Satan, and he believes that Satan should be worshipped and followed. I mean, it's like, okay.
Yeah, well, either way, that's what happened. If you live in Keene, New Hampshire, and you care, you can get a hold of WKBK and let them know. And if not, we'll live. So, going on with the story from Apple here, what occurred is apparently the FBI has found somebody to crack into the iPhone, and it's a little disturbing that they might be having a back door here.
Do this on their own. So
it's also disturbing that they can't do it on their own. They have to have somebody show them.
Well, sorry, they might be able to do it outside of Apple, is what I mean. So security and privacy experts generally, except for maybe this one company who's going to help them, have stood alongside Apple, which from day one has contested the court order on the grounds that it would set a dangerous precedent by weakening the encryption and protecting its devices and allow the government and law enforcement to use the 200-plus-year-old All Writs Act as a launch pad to access data stored on other devices in the future. This was the FBI's hand-chosen case to set a legal precedent and allow them to order companies to break the security on phones, said Nate Cardozo, staff attorney for the Electronic Frontier Foundation. The case was never about one phone. It was always about the legal precedent.
This is EFF saying this, and I don't tend to disagree with EFF too darn often.
Yep, and he says, I think the government was wildly surprised by the level of opposition to its case and the level of support Apple got. The government was frankly taken by surprise by that, and they blinked. The government said
if this was their hand-picked case to be able to get back doors,
they really thought that they were just going to slide on through with this one, and then
in every phone, everywhere.
Right,
and that's what this is about.
Right.
And they just
these
got
scumbags
crushed.
will keep trying this type of thing over and over. They've been doing it.
They'll keep trying.
CISPA and all these other crazy bills to do things with the internet and to do things with people's phones and other technology. Well, the government said in its motion that it will file a status report with the courts by April 5th. So we'll know by April 5th whether or not they were actually able to get into this iPhone with this third-party company. Let's hope, and I suspect that they may not be able to, so they may go back to the case. But in the meantime, this is a landmark win on many fronts, starting with those who advocate for privacy against surveillance, and for technology companies, many of which sided with Apple and surely had some anxiety about the possible outcome of tomorrow's scheduled hearing. We live in a golden age of surveillance, Cardozo said. Everything that we do online is available to law enforcement all of the time. Encryption is going to give people back their privacy in small amounts, some of the time. Law enforcement doesn't like that. Encryption makes things difficult for them. Indeed, law enforcement and government officials, starting with FBI Director James Comey, have made their case for exceptional access since the day Apple relinquished control over encryption keys to the user and the device. No longer could the FBI compel Apple to hand over user data via a warrant.
And that's really the thing about encryption. Encryption takes the power out of the hands of the government, who's already hoovering up every piece of information they can off the internet, and it turns it over to the person, the individual. And that's what freedom is. Some people call that the smallest form of democracy, the ownership of the individual. No, that's not democracy.
But we
not
need
what
to protect
democracy
the
looks
children
like.
from the terrorists.
That's what freedom looks like. Let's go to George calling in from Toronto. George, you're on Free Talk Live. What's on your mind?
Okay, so I called in yesterday and I asked the question of if there's a libertarian movement, how can you control people from not doing bad things? And you gave me your answer. I believe I don't know who answered it.
I did.
just
My name's Mark.
Oh, okay. Hi, Mark. I agree with you 100% on that. What your response was made sense, because I don't like to use anything that the government wants to give me either. I don't want their social security, or I don't want their welfare. If I'm hungry, I'm going to go and freaking hunt my food if I have to. I don't care.
I wish if somebody's hungry, I hope they'd come by my door and knock. I mean,
well, if that wasn't available, let's just say
sure.
You don't use our services, you can't have anything. Let's say that was the situation. Okay, so I would rather starve than receive from you because you're going to steal from me later. I don't like them.
Yep.
So, okay, what I want to talk about today is if it's okay, is what happened last night. First, I want to say I'm really sorry to what happened to you guys. It's pretty obvious that you guys got set up.
It seems suspicious in some ways, that's for sure.
Many ways. Come on, you mentioned what they're doing, which is becoming the bad guy to catch the bad guy, which makes no sense.
And then we reported on it, and then they busted in.
Exactly. That's just their little way of saying shut up.
It could be. It's an expensive way of saying it with $15,000 worth of equipment gone, but yes.
It is.
Yeah.
It is. It is.
And it didn't work because we keep talking about it.
Yeah, the hypocrisy. That's what I want to talk about right now, with what happened yesterday, because it's really obvious that ISIS was created by the U.S. government and Israel. It's really, really obvious. The other problem is this goes way back. In the Ottoman Empire, okay, people were free. Music was allowed. Women wore a headscarf, but it was put over their head in such a way a tablecloth. Okay, I can't really explain
Paul in the Bible said that women, that it was unseemly for women to not have their heads covered. So apparently that occurred, in Christian churches too.
Right, but I mean, when there was a caliphate, my mom decided she hated all Muslims. Okay, when things started happening, and me, I like to study something before I get an opinion, and I went ahead and I studied Islam. Okay. And when you look at the Quran, people will take the verse of strike the person by their neck, cut their head off basically, and cut their fingertips off, the non-believers. But what that was referring to, you have to know the history, was at a certain time when they got kicked out of their home. So they were talking about this is defense. It also goes further into saying if someone offers you peace, accept it. No matter what.
There's certainly, there's qualified statements on either side. If you were to take everything that you read in the Bible as literal truth, too, it makes God look really bloodthirsty when they're clearing out Canaan. George, I'm going to hold you over, if you would. Just hold the line. The number 855-450-FREE. That's 855-450-3733.
There comes a time when you need custom embroidered or screen printed apparel for your business, organization, or a special event. Corporate Casuals has been helping people create great-looking logoed apparel for over 25 years. They can produce a single piece or thousands using name brand apparel like Nike, Patagonia, Adidas, and Hanes. Create your logo in their online embroidery design studio or upload your existing logo and they'll turn it into embroidery. Go to corporatecasuals.com/FTL and include FTL in the order notes and save 5% on your order.
Free Talk Live has partnered with Amazon, the largest internet retailer. Imagine a department store category, and Amazon has it. Books, electronics, office products, furniture, jewelry, automotive, toys, clothing, sporting goods, and dozens of other categories. Now you can shop and support Free Talk Live by entering Amazon through our website. Go to shop.freetalklive.com and Amazon will send us a portion of your purchase. You're going to do the shopping anyway, so remember to enter through our site at shop.freetalklive.com. shop.freetalklive.com. That's shop.freetalklive.com.
This is your Roberts & Roberts Brokerage Daily Precious Metals Update. In early trading Monday, gold is down $10.50 at $1,245 per ounce. Silver is 3 cents lower at $15.87 per ounce. Bitcoin is trading at $408 US. Compared to gold, silver is nearly the cheapest it's been in 7 years. Buy silver now and get more ounces of gold later. Ask us how at 800-874-9760 or visit us online at rrbi.co.
The three most important things you can do for Free Talk Live are, 1, share one episode a week on Facebook or in some other social networking site. 2, buy the things you buy online through shop.freetalklive.com. 3, give $5 a month to the AMP program. It's my firm belief that Free Talk Live's AMP program is the best use of your charitable dollar among liberty-oriented organizations. Support all the organizations you love, but make sure you give $5 a month to AMP at amp.freetalklive.com.
You're listening to the live edition of Free Talk Live. Hour number 2 is next after the news here on the Liberty Radio Network at LRN.FM.
From Keene in the Shire, the Liberty Media capital of the world, this is Daryl W. Perry, host of FPP Radio News for Thursday, March 10th, 2016. Silver is trading at $15.28 per ounce. Gold is valued at $1,247 per ounce. And according to BitcoinAverage.com, the average price of Bitcoin is $417. Antiwar.com reports Pentagon officials have confirmed that U.S. ground troops were involved in a raid against an al-Shabaab-held town in Somalia, arriving by helicopter in a raid which also involved Somali forces and which they say killed more than 10 fighters. The U.S. rarely discusses its troops in Somalia, which are nominally advisors. Officials suggested that the troops were again in an advisory role and that they did not go all the way in the raid. They were involved enough that al-Shabaab confirmed their presence. Al-Shabaab reported that the attack only killed one of their fighters and only attacked a single checkpoint as opposed to an entire town. Somali officials suggested the attack was aimed at an illegal taxation checkpoint. This disputed death toll comes after a massive U.S. drone strike against Somalia, which U.S. officials claim killed over 150. Somali officials claim killed over 200, and which al-Shabaab insisted killed far less, maintaining they have never had that many of their fighters together in a single place. For nearly 40 years, Roberts & Roberts Brokerage has been a trusted source for buying and selling precious metals like gold and silver. They also take Bitcoin for precious metal purchases and have permanently removed the minimum purchase amount for all orders paid in the digital currency. Call Roberts & Roberts today for knowledgeable advice on buying and selling precious metals and a forward-thinking approach to new technologies. 800-874-9760 or visit online at rrbi.co. UPI reports none of the remaining detainees at the Guantanamo Bay Naval Prison in Cuba will be transferred anywhere in the United States as part of the efforts to close the facility because it's against the law, according to the nation's top law enforcement officer on Wednesday. Testifying before the Senate Judiciary Committee on Wednesday, U.S. Attorney General Loretta Lynch explicitly stated that the prospect of moving any of the detainees to facilities in the United States could not be done without first making a change to federal law. Lynch said while there certainly are the ongoing efforts to transfer individuals from Guantanamo Bay, individuals are not able to be transferred from Guantanamo Bay to a facility on U.S. soil. The prison has been a recurring controversy for the executive branch since 2001, when the 9/11 terrorist attacks spurred its existence. Since the first day of his term, President Barack Obama has promised to shut it down, but has found that to be anything but easy. 7 years later, it's still open. The biggest question, where will about two-thirds of the remaining 91 detainees go? Officials have said 35 will be transferred to other nations. The rest, administration officials previously said, can be moved to secure prisons in the United States. In fact, that intention was part of the plan Obama gave to Congress last month to shut down the facility. That plan, though, has not been too well received. Republicans and even some Democrats oppose it. Multiple GOP presidential candidates have said they would keep the prison open. When her plush and comfy life suddenly and unexpectedly fell apart, Brooke and her dog Cloud set out to defy the odds. If this is a man's world, as they say, living on the streets is no place for a young woman. One day she awoke in the redwood forest and realized she had become a hobo, and would ultimately come to know exactly what it means to survive. How to Be a Hobo by Brooke Willett is available from Amazon.com and all major bookstores. Reuters reports 2 Baltimore school police officers caught on video as one of them repeatedly slapped a student outside a high school have been charged in the incident, according to authorities. Video of the March 1st encounter outside Baltimore's Reach Partnership School went viral on social media, which spurred an investigation. Officer Anthony Spence was seen in the video hitting a young man 3 times and then kicking him. He was charged with second-degree child abuse, second-degree assault, and misconduct in office. The name and age of the student were not revealed because he is a minor. Officer Severna Bias was charged with second-degree assault and misconduct in office. According to charging documents, she urged Spence to smack the student because he was allegedly insolent. Spence, a 12-year veteran of the force, and Bias turned themselves in overnight but are out on bond. Bias, Spence, and Marshall Goodwin, the chief of the school police, have been placed on administrative leave. The officers are scheduled to appear in court in April. The school police are separate from the Baltimore Police Department. This has been FPP Radio News, online at fppradio.com.
Caitlin Taggart was a beautiful, lively girl who loved laughing and playing outside, but all that changed at the age of 12. Caitlin slipped into a persistent vegetative state, confining her almost entirely to her bed and Facebook.
She doesn't even have basic motor functions anymore. We literally have to drag her to the car to drive her to school in the morning.
She's totally unresponsive when we talk to her. Her eyes just roll back in her head.
Caitlin, honey, it's your dad.
With no hope that their daughter would ever recover, the Taggarts decided to seek legal permission to end Caitlin's life.
It is the most difficult decision we've ever had to make, but we just keep reminding ourselves that the real Caitlin is already gone. That's just her body texting.
We give her one painless injection, and that's it. Her eyes may flutter a bit, or she may murmur, "Are you for real killing me right now?"
This is the Onion News Network.
Free Talk Live.
It's Free Talk Live. Kicking off the second hour of this live edition of Free Talk Live. It is Mark with you.
And Johnson.
And we've been all over the place this evening, but in the last hour, we got a call right at the end, and I thought it was worth keeping over. It's George, and he was calling about the ISIS bombings that occurred. Is it, I don't know, the date and time kind of confused me, but late yesterday, early today, something like that. George, you're back on Free Talk Live.
Hi, yeah, I think it happened. Their time would have been, I guess, today. But when I found out about it, to me it was last night. But it was 1 a.m. or something like that. But what I think really is that this is created by the government and also Israel and world powers, because like how many of them are there? Not very many, and all they do is fly around and bomb them. When if they just like sent like even 5 countries worth of armies to go after them, they would wipe them out. So this is all bull, and all it is just to really like make spawn-offs of these things occur in, like tragedies occur in other countries, so that they can do things that we don't want them to. Like you were talking, I heard you talking about encryption while I was on hold, and yeah, if the government can use this as an excuse, then really this is like obvious. It's fake. Well, not fake. It really happened, but it was staged.
There's a couple of aspects to this. How real is ISIS? And I got to say, early on, I remember these pictures of these people who were praying arrayed in a 90-degree angle. And anybody that knows anything about Islam would know that everybody prays in one direction. And,
right.
this was really weird to me because I don't, like you see a picture, you don't know exactly what it is. Why are these people dressed in black pajamas with balaclavas over their face, kneeling in a 90-degree angle? And I have no clue. The claim is these are ISIS folks, but I don't know. Whoever it is obviously messed up about Islam, knows nothing about it. And so there was more than one of those instances, and I found that kind of really it took the wind out of my sails on this. I will say regarding the integration of Muslims into Europe, I think that the single biggest hurdle, and nobody wants to hear this, the single biggest hurdle to integration is the welfare state. If somebody can if somebody can keep their wife at home, if they can afford to keep their wife at home and not have her work, then you essentially arrest a great deal of the integration. Because a lot of the integration, societally, women, at least in the Western world, are, they're in charge of the home in so many ways. And if they're getting out and they're chit-chatting with the other gals, they're going to find out pretty quick, I don't like the way I'm getting treated at home. And that's going to change fundamentally the culture. So if you give away free money to these to whomever, immigrants, people who come here, they don't have a reason for integration. One of the reasons that the United States is great is because of the immigrants who came here 100 years, 200 years ago, even immigrants that are coming here now. But the problem is that if you give people a bunch of free stuff, they're going to be like, oh, well, we can live on this. That'll be fine. Yeah. We'll just continue doing the things that we've always done. Well, that's not what integration's about. I'm for integration. I guess I'm an ethnocentrist in the sense that I believe that my culture is better generally than others. And if you want to come to this culture, you need to integrate. And the only way to make that happen is for these governments to stop giving away things for free. People work. They're gonna. They have to work harder. There's nobody in the world you like more than somebody you're making money from. So if you're out there mowing lawns, you tend to like the customer you're mowing the lawns for.
Yeah, that's true. I agree. Actually, my mom comes from a different country, and she decided to learn English in 3 months, and she didn't separate herself, and she refused anything from the government, such as welfare or anything like that, when my father left her. So she was like on her own feet and refused. She said integration is super important because when you go somewhere else, you respect what their way of life is. And so I agree with you on that too, because you don't have to forget who you are, but you have to you've decided to leave for a reason. So if you're leaving and you're going somewhere, then then obviously you left because it was negative. Otherwise, why would you leave? You'd stay.
Right.
So
you're not going to go to other countries and say things that are offensive and do things that are offensive and act in offensive manners.
Pisses me off.
I mean,
it pisses me off.
Even when I'm visiting someplace, if I know that something about the way I act is offensive, I'm going to just tone that down. I heard one time, and I don't know the answer to this, that English is the only language that has sarcasm. So you've got to be very careful being sarcastic with people who don't speak English as a primary language, especially if you're in their country.
Yeah, in Spanish there is sarcasm for sure.
Okay.
I was about to say, sure, English is the only language that has sarcasm. Yeah, I believe that.
That's sarcasm,
but
George.
No, in Spanish there is sarcasm. There's lots of double meanings.
Okay.
There's different, but it's different. But if you speak with somebody that English isn't their first language, they're not going to get the sarcasm. Just like if you learn Spanish,
right,
and you're speaking it for 6 months, let's say you've just learned it. When people do things that are sarcastic, you're not going to get it. You're going to think it's offensive. You're going to get pissed off. So. You have to think about those things ahead of time, not only the cultural thing, but just the human tendencies to be respectful.
Well, I don't speak very many languages, but I can tell you that I speak Spanish to some extent, some minor extent. I speak Spanish well enough to impress white people. And then when I go to Spanish-speaking countries or speak to Spanish speakers, I've never found any group of people that are so gentle with me. These people want me to speak their language.
I was going to say, I don't think...
And they're helpful as they could possibly be.
I think French actually doesn't have anything but sarcasm. It's the entire language.
I agree with that, too.
Oh, that's got to be true. George, thanks for the call. Appreciate it. 855-450-3733. It's 855-450-FREE. Lame sarcasm jokes. Let's go to What's the Frequency? Kenneth, calling on Skype.
Hey, guys.
Sounds great.
I'm a Free State Project. Ooh, I'm getting feedback.
Are you?
Yeah. I'm a Free State Project signatory, and
we call them participants.
Okay, well, I don't know if I'm a participant.
All right.
Since I signed on, it's become harder and harder for me to consider moving there for personal reasons, not for political reasons.
Okay.
And since they've decided to start throwing people under the bus after having gotten to 20,000, I'm no longer considering myself obligated in any way to move. It doesn't mean I won't, but they're pushing it, and I'm not sure these people are really for freedom. And
does that mean you've turned in your membership? Have you,
I've done nothing at all.
Okay.
I'm just saying I don't feel obligated anymore because the people who sounded freedom-oriented are not sounding as freedom-oriented as they used to.
Okay.
Well, and
I'm not sure I'm not sure that calling us is going to give them the feedback that you might want to give them.
I think it's sad, and I think the more the word gets around that sentiment exists, particularly, I mean, people like Dennis Goddard really piss me off, you know?
Well, okay.
The idea that, you're not good enough, this, that, and the other thing. And I have called into this show myself and said there were things that Ian does that I don't like.
Things he does.
But I'm calling in to say there are things that Ian does that I don't like. I'm not saying, be gone with you. You understand the difference?
Yeah, so I guess I'm somewhere slightly in the, I don't know, call it the middle, but I believe the Free State Project went a step too far. I don't think that the Free State Project particularly benefits after having hit 20,000 from having Free Talk Live around. I mean, from a marketing standpoint, you have
it's such a drastic, and I've been saying this for a while. It's such a drastic tactical error. It's ridiculous. And this whole thing is so unthought out and so unplanned. It's known that the 20,000 signers might not necessarily be real, that we need to get more people to move. That's the whole point, is moving people, not having them sign a piece of paper.
Kenneth, hold the line. Kenneth, hold the line. Hold the line. I'm going to talk to you about this just a little bit more. The number is 855-450-3733. It's 855-450-FREE. Free Talk Live. Every once in a while, you get information that's worth changing your life for. This is one such time. You can save up to and beyond 25% on all purchases at Amazon. You probably heard of Bitcoin and just not thought much about it. You certainly know that you can get competitive pricing at Amazon, but now you can get a 25% discount on nearly everything you need to live. I've just given you a huge raise, and all you have to do is claim it. You go to saveitpurse.com and open an account. Do this right now. Don't wait. Then you fund the account with Bitcoin. You can buy them through expresscoin.com with a check or money order. There are other ways to get Bitcoin, but that's fast, safe, and easy. This information is worth you changing the way you do things. Go to saveitpurse.com right now, get signed up, and cash in on the huge raise I'm offering you. 15 to 25% off of everything at Amazon through saveitpurse.com. It's saveatpurse.com.
I'm Nick Soboleski, a Select Quote agent with a true story that could save you hundreds of dollars a year. A woman named Linda just called. Her husband, Ray, has a $300,000 group life insurance policy, but is changing jobs and can't take it with him. Well, I impartially shopped the highly rated term life insurance companies we represent and found Ray, who is 41 and takes medication to control his cholesterol, a 10-year, $500,000 policy for under $26 a month. That's almost twice the coverage for less than half of what he had paid. If SelectQuote hasn't shopped for your life insurance, you're probably paying too much.
For your free quote, call 1-800-403-4885. That's 1-800-403-4885. 1-800-403-4885. Or go to SelectQuote.com. We shop. You save. Get full details on the example policy at SelectQuote.com/commercials. Your price could vary depending on your health, issuing company, and other factors. Not available in all states.
Free Talk Live.
They gently kind of hang on to it or manipulate it with their mouths. The pufferfish then releases toxins that seem to intoxicate the dolphins.
He's getting high.
Apparently, there's legislation in India to consider dolphins to be non-human persons. Would dolphins be subject to arrest for getting intoxicated?
How else could they deal with this threat to the dolphins?
Obviously, there's disorderly conduct and public intoxication.
I bet they'll resist arrest, too.
Yeah, because dolphins don't really have hands. They're going to fight you, and a dolphin will rape you.
Think of the money for the prison industrial complex here. I mean, they'll have to build whole new underwater prisons for the dolphins. This could be big.
Free Talk Live, 7 nights a week from 7 to 10 Eastern. Live on the Liberty Radio Network at LRN.FM.
You can listen to Free Talk Live on the radio, podcast, satellite, webcam, and our live streams. But did you know you can listen to Free Talk Live from any phone, anywhere? Add this number to your phone, 213-493-0308. It's a long-distance call, so make sure you're familiar with your phone's calling plan. The listen lines are airing the latest episode of Free Talk Live 24 hours a day, including our live shows. Call 213-493-0308. That's 213-493-0308. The new 4th edition of Healing Our World, The Compassion of Libertarianism, will take your understanding of liberty to a deeper level and has over 1,300 updated references, new cartoons, and a foreword by Dr. Ron Paul. With discounts for multiple book purchases, the 4th edition of Healing Our World is a great gift for the liberals, pragmatists, environmentalists, and Christians in your life who think libertarianism is cold-hearted. Get yours today at healing.freetalklive.com and use promo code FTL for a $5 discount.
You're listening to the best liberty-oriented audio streamed around the clock, on the air, and online. This is the Liberty Radio Network at LRN.FM.
Free Talk Live. The number is 855-450-FREE. It's 855-450-3733. Drama's been going on around Free Talk Live and the Free State Project for the last week. The Free State Project has banned one of our main hosts, Ian Freeman, from going to their event, the Porcupine Freedom Festival. And I think it was a step too far. I understand why they may not want to be coupled with an iconoclastic radio program that talks about the ideas of freedom, even though they're an organization about the ideas of freedom, when there's no particular marketing reason for them to be.
And clearly the timing of this event is very suspicious, that there must be some FBI insiders in the upper echelons of the Free State Project machine.
You're not the first person to suggest it.
But I may be the first person to do it in an Alex Jones voice.
You may be. You may. Well, I can tell you, you're also not the first person to go get 500 business cards from Vistaprint.com for just $9.99 if you're a small business person or you have any going concerns, because business cards are really awesome to have for a variety of reasons. You can get 500 for just $9.99, and Vistaprint absolutely guarantees you'll love your products every time, or they'll make it right. They've got great customer service and custom design services to help you design the product for your business. So you don't necessarily need some design whiz like Johnson to put together your business card. You can be that design whiz with the design whiz tools that they have over at Vistaprint.com. So I do love Vistaprint, and I want you to try them. Vistaprint has a special offer for our listeners. 500 business cards for $9.99. Just use the code FTL when you check out.
$2 a card is pretty pricey.
500 for $10?
You said $9.99. I thought you were talking $999. Oh no, you mean only like 20 cents a card.
$10, yes. 1 penny less than $10 is for 500 business cards. Yeah, so it's 2 cents or something like that per card. I can't remember. Anyway, that's a 50% savings on the regular site pricing, and the quality's great. They're easy to customize, and you can't beat the price to try 500 business cards for $9.99. You redeem that offer to get 500 business cards for only $9.99. Just visit Vistaprint.com, Design your own custom business cards. Enter FTL when you check out. It's FTL, and it's a great product, so don't wait. Go to Vistaprint.com and order today. Let's go back to What's the Frequency? Kenneth calling in on Skype. Kenneth, I don't feel like you got to finish what you were talking about.
I think you kind of capped it off pretty well at the beginning here of this new segment. It would be one thing if they said, we're officially breaking our ties with Free Talk Live. We don't agree with everything they have to say or their form of activism. But it's another to ban an individual from an event.
Yeah, I feel like the banning was a step too far. I'm not even saying that Ian would necessarily have gone to the Porcupine Freedom Festival if they decided that they didn't want to do the media room with Free Talk Live in it, which was what people are claiming a huge draw. Now, a lot of people came to the media room. Not necessarily would they sit for 3 hours the whole time, and there's a lot going on.
Well, remember, they were also blasting things out the speakers and the windows, too, and people could also tune in on
Yeah, I like that, too.
Yeah.
I just think if they want to ban Ian, an individual like Ian, they want to ban an individual like me.
It does make one wonder is where does it all stop? Right. I would say that likely the reason that Ian got the axe in this case was because of his vocal support of I don't support. I'm going to use the term the support for a fair trial for a sort of disreputable state rep named Kyle Tasker, who had some incident occur.
And whatever happened to the anecdote for bad speech being good speech?
Well, I can see why the Free State Project wouldn't want to be attached again.
Well, like I said,
a step too far.
The anecdote is we don't agree. We're severing official ties.
Yep. I see where you're coming from, and it tends to mirror how I feel. I do appreciate the call. What's the frequency, Kenneth? I just want to say Kenneth, but I know that that's not his name. So let's go to Steve calling in from Canada. Steve, you're on Free Talk Live.
Hey, guys. I just wanted to talk about, you were saying that you had some interactions with Google. I don't agree with interacting with Google. When I watch the news, I see that they're like autocrats, plutocrats, technocrats, whatever you want to call them. I don't think that you should support them. I think you should boycott Google. Use something else.
In lieu of?
Well, I mean, Google is apparently this like multi-billion-dollar company based on their sales.
Isn't Apple that too?
Yeah, exactly. Let's not give them any more sales. Let's stop it where it starts.
I like that. Okay, so I'm not disagreeing with your point. I just don't know what to do. So it's to what you're saying is don't do something, but it's something that I do on a regular basis, which is use my smartphone. So and also,
okay, fair enough. But
I'm $600 in on this thing.
Let's not give them the money so that like we give them money to Apple so that the government can go and spy on us and whatever.
How about you instead work on changing the laws that these companies are being forced to comply with? Because it's not Google's fault that the government is forcing them to comply with things legally with threats of violence and guns.
Well, I'm not exactly against Google, but I'm saying if you want to battle a multi-million-dollar corporation, just like you want to battle a small corporation, just stop giving your money. They'll die.
Okay, so stop paying taxes.
Well, you're talking about stopping a government. Then you're going to need a revolution. I'm talking about
Well, you don't need a revolution to stop a government. I mean, they could. Yeah. Funding is an issue.
You could just stop paying taxes. Now, if you can't do that, then what makes you think that your contribution is going to stop a multi-billion-dollar corporation?
And I'm not even sure.
A government is not a corporation.
I know.
You can go not pay your like 5 and stop and then they're not in business anymore.
But not if they're massively huge, like what you're saying. Is that they're a gigantic, massive corporation. You, as one person, not buying an Android phone doesn't make a whit of difference.
Right. I don't primarily use Google as a search engine. I use startpage.com, but I mean...
Which is exactly what I use.
Right. If we, as people, also stopped paying taxes, the government would collapse.
No, I get that, but the government actually has guns and bullets, and they're not going to stop because they have a stockpile.
Yeah, but they're the ones responsible for the problem.
So whatever Johnson has to say here, I'm saying, well, why go after Google then if you're not scared of them, then they're obviously not the enemy. The one that you're scared of is the enemy, right?
Well, I'm not scared of Google, but what I'm saying is...
No, you're scared of the government. You just said they had guns and bullets.
Yeah, I am scared of
Yes, so why bother Google?
Yeah, why are you going after the company that's also scared of the government? If there are three guys in a room and one guy with a gun says, hey, punch this other guy, punch this guy in the face, and then he punches you, are you like, oh, well, I'm not going to give that guy who punched me any money anymore? And then the guy with the gun says, punch him again.
Boycott is a valid.
No, it's not. And there are.
Well, let him go. No.
I want to make a point here, Mark. There are economists have been studying this recently. I don't know. I'm going to plug somebody else here, but the Freakonomics guys have recently done this thing where they talk about whether or not boycotts are effective, and they're not. And economists have studied this; they don't have an effect at all.
Hold the line, Steve.
Why don't they have an
effect? Hold the line, Steve. 855-450-3733.
So you've got to take a state construction license exam or certification. Can't decide on what books or what chapters to study? Discover right now how you can eliminate unnecessary books and wasted study time. At contractorexam.com, our study materials zero in on state-required test topics in an effective, multiple-choice format. So whether you're a plumber, electrician, general contractor, or other construction-related trade, contractorexam.com will help get you prepared. Visit us at www.contractorexam.com today.
Don't know what's in your drinking water? Better get a ProPure. With the Pro 1 G2.0 all-in-one filter, remove over 200 contaminants, including fluoride and lead. Taste water the way nature meant it to be. Clean, crisp, and refreshing. See the complete line of ProPure water filtration products. There's a ProPure system for you. Visit your authorized ProPure dealer for details on our current free shipping special or ProPureUSA.com. That's ProPureUSA.com.
Hi, I'm Derek J. I don't want a politician to represent me. To me, government is the idea that one group of people can coerce everyone to comply with an edict or face increasing punishments up to and including death. Despite perhaps the most noble of intentions, the best government services are a far cry from what could be provided for by voluntary interactions. Besides, the people who call themselves the government wage wars and put peaceful people in jail for crimes involving no victims. If Starbucks used some of its money to drop bombs, I wouldn't shop there. So why would I support the American empire? The empire does not require my consent.
Derek J's Victimless Crime Spree. Watch it for free and order the Director's Cut DVD at victimlesscrimespree.com. That's victimlesscrimespree.com.
Cell 411 is a free app for Android and iOS that replaces government-controlled 911. Cell 411 allows you to preset a group of friends or private organizations to show up at any emergency. Cell 411 is a nightmare for the state because it proves their so-called services aren't needed. Cell 411 has had thousands of installs, and of course it's covered by the BIPCOT no government license. Cell 411 because your friends won't shoot you when you're in trouble. Without the government, who would build the emergency services? You and Cell 411. Get it today at getcell411.com.
Did you know that you can listen to and watch Free Talk Live during our live show 7 days a week from 7 to 10 p.m. Eastern via our studio cam at cam.freetalklive.com? Not only that, but you can also chat with other listeners at the same time. Do I need to mention that both the studio cam and chat room are totally free? Outside of Free Talk Live's live hours, you won't see a cam feed, but we'll hear audio from the Liberty Radio Network. So listen, watch, and chat all free at cam.freetalklive.com. That's cam.freetalklive.com. I'm Ian Freeman, host of Free Talk Live. We've been covering Uber for years on the radio with their ongoing legal cases across the globe defending your right to give people rides without asking government permission. I wanted to support Uber more directly, so I signed up to be a driver. It's fun to meet new people and help Uber push forward innovation. As of this recording, Uber is active in 67 countries, so there's a good chance they're available in your area. If you'd like to drive for Uber and make some money helping people get where they want to go, sign up at drive.uber.com. drive.freetalklive.com, and you'll get a $100 bonus after you complete a certain number of trips. With Uber, you can drive anytime you want. You set your schedule. To get started, you need a good driving record, 4-door vehicle, insurance, registration, and to pass a background check. It costs nothing to sign up, so visit drive.freetalklive.com. That's drive.freetalklive.com. And if you just want to try Uber as a rider, visit ride.freetalklive.com. Your first ride's free.
While our satellite channel is free to listen to, it's not free for us. You can help us cover our satellite costs with the chip-in on the right side of the page at lrn.fm.
Free Talk Live. Do you think Google's the enemy? Steve does, and I'm interested in hearing what he has to say. I mean, I get that when companies get big enough that they get scary. They're certainly in it for themselves, and well, that doesn't make me feel good. Google hasn't been terrible on the areas of privacy, but obviously it's their job to get your information. If you're taking a service like Gmail or searching, browser search or whatever it is, if you're using a Facebook, if you're using a service and you're not paying for that service, you're the product. That's ultimately what it comes down to. It's Mark with you.
And Johnson.
It's Free Talk Live. The number is 855-450-3733 or LRN.FM is our Skype username. It's 855-450-FREE. Let's go back to Steve. Okay, Steve. So Google, the enemy? Why not the Canadian government?
I'm not worried about that. What I'm saying is that you can fight corporations with boycotts and just not use their services. Don't
not
give
all of them.
But that doesn't really do very much. So let me give you the long and the short, just the gist of this. I think you should go listen to this. I'm recommending that you go listen to the episode called Do Boycotts Work by the Freakonomics people. It's essentially the gist is that the gist is that basically you're not going to financially impact a company for the most part. The numbers and boycotts in this day and age, because the numbers and boycotts in this day and age, you don't get that. People are individuals. Most people are driven by their wallet more than any sort of sense of morality around how they're going to shop.
But don't put a divide between us and them. What I'm saying is we are all consumers. And if you decide not to,
and there's a huge portion of consumers, for example, that won't shop at Walmart. The best that
you're on Free Talk Live.
The best that you can get out of
reaching people and telling them not to do that.
It's your show. You just talk. We'll let you go.
No.
Look, there's a whole bunch of people who don't shop at Walmart. The best that you can get out of a boycott, right, is that you can send a message to a company, and that can have an effect over time. But look at this: if your message is, "We don't like what you're doing that the government is forcing you to do," and that's the message that you're going to get out of your boycott, that's kind of silly because the company's going to go, "Yeah, we don't like it either."
Let him go, Steve.
You've already surrendered. What you're saying is, well, nobody else will do it, so I'm not going to do it?
No, I'm saying you're wrong target, man.
Steve, let me ask you this.
Not to do it.
Steve, you said you use startpage.com, right?
You bet I do.
Yeah, me too. Were you using startpage.com before you found out about Google being forced to work with the United States government, Canadian government, and all these other government organizations?
No, I was not.
Okay, so I use StartPage simply because it seemed better to me to protect my, the search. Now, sometimes I use Google searches. There's certain ways I'll be like, I just don't like this result from StartPage, and then I'll go use Google. And there's something different about the one versus the other. Also, doing an image search on StartPage is difficult because you can't copy and paste the images in the same way, so it's not as seamless. Something about the fonts kind of bug me, but most of the time, call it 85% of the time, I'm using StartPage.com because I like that they provide me with some security and that you can go to a website from there through their proxy and not be followed. That's amazingly powerful. But I don't think in many of the cases where Google's cooperating with the government, there's very much they could do about it. So that to me doesn't seem like a particularly good reason to not use their searches. I just don't want them to have all this information about me.
I'm right beside you. I do the same thing that you're doing, but what I'm saying is that the only way that they can get their funds for what they do is if they keep getting people to use their search engine. So boycott is a valid.
If they've got
idea.
the best, well, I don't. So if Johnson says that boycotts are economically they don't work, I haven't heard of too many boycotts that work.
Yeah,
I just don't hear that happen very often. There's lots of restaurants and
the big Chick-fil-A boycott last year. Boy, they went out of business real fast. Oh wait,
it seems like there's just as many people that do a boycott whenever you do a boycott. I don't know if I think you should use the company that works best for you. And you should take it, sort of consciously do that rather than just kind of go along with the herd. But I don't know that I can't really tell that boycotts have worked. I thought it was amusing that the Christian organizations a few years ago dropped their boycott against Disney after like a decade because they were having like gay days or something like that. It just
I'm not saying boycotts as a political point. What I'm saying is consumer dollars.
Okay.
If you don't use your consumer dollars, or you don't use they get the revenue by you searching on their engine.
Yeah, I don't disagree with that.
Search on their engines, they don't get the revenue.
Okay, that makes sense.
I'm not saying let's organize a boycott. I'm just saying that they get their money from people using it. Don't use it, and they
think
don't
about
get
the
money.
Think about the companies you use, and think about what you're trying to achieve. I agree with you. Thanks so much for the call, Steve. 855-450-3733.
You don't use their service, and then what they do?
I do.
No. I'm saying like if somebody doesn't use their service, who's like, I'm going to boycott this company. Well, then what the company does is they change their strategy and they market to people who aren't like you, then all the profit disappearance that you thought was going to happen goes away because that's how business works.
Libertarian Banker, you're on Free Talk Live. What's on your mind?
Hey, guys. I want to talk about a local city government that is completely inept right around my area here.
So all of them.
Mayor Kenny Wright is the mayor of Portsmouth here in Virginia, and him and the sheriff have gotten into it lately, sort of a political battle back and forth. And the latest thing was the sheriff sees the mayor's car with an expired inspection.
Oh, that's good stuff.
And so he decides to wait until, the sheriff or the mayor drives off. And the sheriff, throws on his blue lights to try to pull the mayor over. All on camera, by the way. He has an entire camera crew with him. So it's a complete political stunt. And he pulls the mayor does not pull over. He just continues going.
Wow.
Oh, no. Chase, okay? Finally it ends, after a couple miles of driving through neighborhoods at, 30 miles an hour. Pretty comical. And actually the mayor just got off. The prosecutor let him off with just paying the court cost and the inspection sticker.
Because he's part of the ruling class, so he doesn't have the same punishments as normal people.
Yeah, it's interesting because in this circumstance, if this had been a regular individual who'd said, "I feel I have a dispute with this individual, the sheriff, and I shall not comply with these flashy blue lights," they could easily. If the sheriff would have decided to shoot and kill them, everybody would have rallied to their side because.
But there's a hilarious video as well of the sheriff on local TV. Saying that he got a Woody when he saw the inspection sticker on the mayor's car. It's absolutely hilarious. You guys have got to look this up.
Oh, that's funny. So he's delighted to be able to bust somebody over an inspection sticker. This is just people, petty politicians drunk with power.
Exactly. Thanks for the time tonight, guys.
Thanks very much, Libertarian Banker. That's going on everywhere in America, right? Everywhere in America.
Everywhere.
All right. Let's go to the phones. We've got Shire Dude calling in on Skype. Shire Dude, you're on Free Talk Live.
Hey, gentlemen. Thanks for having me on here. I wanted to talk about the guy who called in a segment or two ago, and he said that he might not move to New Hampshire because of the FSP board's decision to ban Ian from PorcFest.
Is that what's the frequency, Kenneth? And I think what he said is he did not feel himself obligated. But yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, sure. So, first of all, the statement of intent is kind of an agreement with yourself. Yeah. So whether or not you're obligated, that's your own decision.
Your obligation is your obligation. I kind of feel like if you can't make it, you should send an email. You took the time to click on something on the internet. You should take the time to write an email to the board of the Free State Project and let them know why you're choosing to not make it if that's what you're going to do.
Right. And I think another important thing is to separate the Free State Project board, which is a very small number of people who aren't accountable to the Free State movement, because they're essentially, I think they elect
hold the
each
line
other.
if you would. Just hold the line. I want to hear more about this. 855-450-FREE. Free Talk Live.
Are you suffering with hearing loss? Are you sick of
music.
people constantly complaining that your TV is too loud? Are you tired of asking people to speak up? Would you like to hear more clearly, but you don't want to wear a hearing aid that makes you look old? Then you need to try Listen Clear, a life-changing breakthrough precisely designed by top audio engineers to fit your ear almost invisibly. And you can adjust Listen Clear to find the perfect way to hear everything, wherever you are and whatever you're doing. And right now you can try Listen Clear absolutely risk-free with free shipping. We'll even give you free batteries for life. So call now, 1-800-719-9349. Listen Clear is lightweight and completely hassle-free, and it's practically invisible. Call for your 100% risk-free home trial with free shipping and free batteries for life. For free information, call now, 1-800-719-9349. That's 1-800-719-9349. 1-800-719-9349.
It's about time something new came along for better selling and buying online. And I found it.
What now, Marge?
It's buysellmakeoffer.com.
Never heard of it.
It's a brand new company. That's why you've never heard of it. It's the newest and best way to sell any products online. I did all the research.
Sell my car?
Yes.
Our home?
Yep.
My golf bag?
Your golf clubs. All of them.
How about your purse collection hoard?
Hey, now.
You said any product.
Right. I did. We get 30 days free.
Really?
Packages starting from only $7.95. And buysellmakeoffer.com will never charge item fees, ever. Never. And this is cool. Listen to this. You can even use Skype or video to show your items.
That's cool.
Yes. All we have to do is go to the website, sign up, and then load our stuff to sell. I love this site.
Buysellmakeoffer.com.
Buysellmakeoffer.com. You got it?
Buysellmakeoffer.com.
Buysellmakeoffer.com. Better selling, better buying.
Free Press Publications is an independent, alternative media and publishing company founded in June 2009 with the mission of ensuring a free press for the freedom movement and is committed to spreading the message of peace, freedom, love, and liberty. FPP also gives new authors an avenue for publishing freedom-oriented material. FPP brings you daily news and commentary on the website, fpp.cc, as well as a daily 5-minute newscast, FPP Radio News, and weekly news, views, and commentary in the FPP Freedom Minute and Peace, Love, Liberty Radio at fppradio.com, and the monthly newspaper, FPP News, at news.fpp.cc. Find FPP online at fpp.cc. That's fpp.cc, as in Creative Commons.
LRN.FM is proud to announce our official listening apps for Android and iOS devices. Now you can easily tune into our streams anywhere, anytime on your smartphone or tablet. Just visit apps.lrn.fm or search for LRN.FM in the Android or Apple app stores. Please download, rate us 5 stars, then share the link on your social media, and let your friends and family know how you're listening to LRN.FM. Download it now, free, at apps.lrn.fm.
This is your Roberts & Roberts Brokerage Daily Precious Metals Update. In early trading Monday, gold is down $10.50 at $1,245 per ounce. Silver is 3 cents lower at $15.87 per ounce. Bitcoin is trading at $408 US. Compared to gold, silver is nearly the cheapest it's been in 7 years. Buy silver now and get more ounces of gold later. Ask us how at 800-874-9760 or visit us online at rrbi.co.
Do you love Twitter? Make sure you favorite the LRN.FM Twitter account so you can receive our tweets at twitter.lrn.fm. That's twitter.lrn.fm.
Free Talk Live. You can call in and talk about whatever you want. It's a live Tuesday edition of Free Talk Live. It's Mark with you.
And Johnson.
The number's 855-450-3733. Ongoing controversy about one of our main hosts, Ian Freeman. It's not on the air tonight, who was kicked out of a banned, I think is the best terminology used, from Free State Project events. And now the Free State Project is an organization to bring 20,000 liberty-loving individuals to the state of New Hampshire. But you don't need to join the Free State Project to move to New Hampshire, nor do you need to move to New Hampshire for liberty-loving reasons. Like, it's just a group, and they can exclude whomever they wish to exclude. But a lot of people are upset. There's a lot of people that are upset. And those people would feel better if they did their online shopping at saveatpurse.com, because they would save 20 to 30% on everything they buy from Amazon.com. You know, Amazon's got great prices.
Are you limiting that to 20 to 30% now?
Well, what I've noticed is in the last few weeks is that we're not getting the 50% savings that people were getting at one point.
What about 40, 35?
I'm going with 20 to 30.
One of those?
Well, the fact is that if you say that you can save 20% at Amazon, it's so high that people still don't believe you.
Right.
And once they get some experience going there and saving 20%, they'll be like, oh, I can save 30%.
Yep.
And it's a pleasant surprise.
Yep.
So I think it's better to undersell than it is to oversell, because I can
you
tell
can save 5% with no effort whatsoever.
That's
for sure.
That's for sure. So just get some Bitcoin, because that's the trick here. You got to have some Bitcoin and get an account at saveatpurse.com. You want to get, you like your username, go get your username right now. Saveatpurse.com. Let's go back to Shire Dude talking about the a caller that called in, Kenneth, who basically predicted, I don't know, he said that he wasn't going to consider himself obligated to move to New Hampshire because of the Free State Project. Shire Dude?
Right. So it's important to distinguish the FSP board from the FSP movement as a whole. The board's not really accountable to the movement.
Okay. I don't know that the FSP,
right.
I don't know that the board has a claim on the movement anymore.
Absolutely not. Yeah.
There's all kinds of liberty-loving people are moving to the state of New Hampshire, and you don't need to have signed up. It's just because they had a 20,000 number. Now it's basically over. Now they just market to those 20,000 people and try to get them to move, and anybody who wants to move otherwise can just go ahead.
I think I know what Shire Dude is saying. I think what you're saying is to the people out there who believe in liberty, right? Shire, if you agree.
Go on.
I got nothing on that.
So I was just going to say, if you want to protest the board's decision to ban Ian, then just don't go to those two events, right? Porkfest or Liberty Forum. But if you're deciding not to move based on that decision, I mean, you're cheating yourself. The movement is the 30-plus activists who go out and cop block a suspicionless checkpoint in Manchester. The movement is the handful of Free Staters who are getting elected and passing legislation and actually making changes and saving lives. The movement is the bunch of us who are going to be smoking cannabis outside the New Hampshire State House on 420, right? This isn't the board's work.
Completely.
You got to get over here. This is the place where all that stuff's happening. It's not happening anywhere else.
I encourage anyone who can make it to make it. I do not over-encourage people to make it, because sometimes people really put themselves out to get to New Hampshire, and they somehow believe that that's the end of the game. That's the beginning of a new game, and you need to be prepared to play the game once you get here. It's not just over once you cross the state line. And you've got to have, you got to be financially ready. You have to, one of the reasons I don't work very hard to try to, some people have talked about, hey, let's help people financially move. We'll help them pay for their move and help them the first couple of months while they're here. Are you kidding me? No. Why would we want a free state welfare program? So all I say is that really great things are going on here in the state of New Hampshire. If you want to go after the Free State Project for their move against Ian, there are things you can do, like not go to their events, or their event, the Free State Project's Porcupine Freedom Festival is awesome. The last time I went, I don't know what it's going to be like this year. Or you could rescind your membership, because frankly, of what value is your membership to the Free State Project if you're going to move? the only value was to get to the number 20,000. And once the number 20,000 is reached, so what? Dude?
Exactly. Yeah, exactly. Unless you just want your secret decoder ring when you get here, the movement, the numbers are really, they don't mean anything now. So it's happening over here, and come over here, and that's all I got. Thanks, guys.
Thanks for the call, Dude. He mentions the secret decoder ring, and there is a bit of that goes on in the Free State Project. I think Ian Freeman still has up on his wall here in the LRN.FM studios his card from the Free State Project, congratulating him on being Mover 420. And, I mean, this is a guy who's been banned from their event. Now, maybe he hasn't taken the time to remove it from the wall. Maybe he likes the number 420 on it. I don't know what the answer to that is, but there it sits. And mine's still up in my office, too. Apparently, I'm not so angry that I thought about getting rid of it. I certainly didn't take my award from them where they gave to us for basically spreading the message is what's on the award. But the award they gave us for helping reach 20,000, I believe, I'm pretty sure that the founder of the Free State Project credited Free Talk Live with about 25% of the signups, and that's 5,000 out of the 20,000. It's a big deal, and I'm not sure. I'm pretty sure that might be a true statement. So, the Free State Project is is something I love. It's like an ex-girlfriend that you sort of let go. I'm not sure who gets to be girls or guys here, but it's that you let go. All the best, and that's that. I don't have a problem. So there you go. The number is 855-450-3733. It's 855-450-FREE. Johnson, I wanted to talk about the 5 things that you never do in a breakup, or the things that you...
Just relationship advice to not take, ever, because it's terrible.
I think it's really, really good, but it seems like we're getting a lot of calls on this Free State Project thing, so let's kind of intersperse them if we could.
Okay, sure. You want me to start with that?
Lay it on me.
We also still have a little bit I could cover on the other thing. I mean,
it's covered.
Yeah, I pretty much think so. I mean, and we're also not the only ones to cover that particular issue as well.
No.
So okay.
But we have lots of people who need relationship advice, so we've got that.
Yep. So this is from Maxim, forever good source. So for relationship advice, the first piece of advice, I'm just going to jump past all their exposition.
Yeah.
You'll meet someone when you stop looking for it. That's the first piece of terrible relationship advice.
Well, okay, so I kind of see where this one comes from, because there are plenty of people who found somebody in an odd way that they weren't expecting. Like the ways to find people are a little difficult, right? I mean, I was finding people by going to bars.
Right.
I did not meet my wife in a bar.
Right.
And I probably would have never, I had no intention of getting married. I had no intention of getting married or having children or anything like that.
Right.
My wife convinced me by being the person that she was, that she would be an asset to my life, in that, I've never met a woman who, with so much integrity, with such managerial skills, organizational skills that she had. I'm just like, I want to be near this person. She's good. She's got things going on in her life that I need going on in mine, and we fit together well. So I can see the point. However, I would also say that if you have no plan, you plan to fail.
Right. I mean, they say, do you really think that the woman of your dreams is going to magically plop down in front of your feet? No, she
Not
probably
at your house.
isn't. You're most likely going to meet her on Tinder, at a bar, at a grocery store. So you should probably make an effort to talk to women who catch your eye.
How do you meet women at grocery stores? Does this happen? I mean, it's just you're just a weirdo, basically. I mean,
anywhere you go, just chat somebody up, talk to them.
I recommend, males, go where females are. Try some things like classes. Those are a good place. Maybe for me, my wife and I met at Landmark Education's classes, and it's great because the number of women to men there was, women were higher than men. Dance classes, my God. Gentlemen, go to dance classes because they're forced to touch you.
I don't know. I don't believe in the locational of the situation. I think what you should do is you should learn how to train yourself to be able to talk to women anywhere.
That's absolutely true.
That's where what you should be able to do is you should learn how to I think that girl's attractive. Let me go talk to her now. You know,
Getting a
and
conversation.
not in a way where she comes up to you and you go like, "Oh, I like hiking. Would you like to go for a walk alone in the woods?" You know, like.
Well, there's always the tried and true. I'm not really great at pickup lines, and I don't really know any, and I may not even be really good at social situations, but I'd like to talk to you. I mean, if the worst case scenario, that one will work better than some lame old pickup line.
Right.
Just basically claiming to be incapable of those sorts of things. Free Talk Live, 855-450-3733.
We were cut off.
With EasyDNS, you found a keeper. EasyDNS does it all. Domain names, web hosting, and managed WordPress hosting. EasyDNS stands up for your internet freedom, and with servers in Canada, they do not cooperate with the NSA. Go to EasyDNS.com. You'll love their services or get a full refund. They guarantee it, and they accept Bitcoin. That's EasyDNS.com.
DVD, books, music, instruments, periodicals, computers, software, electronics, photo, cell phone, office products, home and garden, bed and bath, furniture, kitchen, pet supplies, automotive, hardware, apparel, shoes, jewelry, grocery, healthcare, sports and outdoors, toys, games, used, and more. It's a department store at your fingertips. Shop.freetalklive.com. Get all your shopping done, get a great deal, and a portion of your purchase goes to benefit Free Talk Live when you enter Amazon via shop.freetalklive.com.
Are you tired of your taxes funding endless occupations around the world? Antiwar.com is run by people who understand that wars abroad become wars at home, wars on our freedoms. Antiwar.com is dedicated to bringing you the latest in news, views, interviews, and reviews from the top movers and shakers in the anti-occupation movement. Antiwar.com has it all, from thorough foreign policy analysis to interviews with whistleblowers who used to run the military-industrial complex. Anti-war, pro-free market. That's antiwar.com.
The three most important things you can do for Free Talk Live are: 1, share one episode a week on Facebook or in some other social networking site. 2, buy the things you buy online through shop.freetalklive.com. 3, give $5 a month to the AMP program. You likely buy all kinds of things online. Amazon is the largest online retailer. You can get what you need at the same prices with free Super Saver shipping by going to shop.freetalklive.com. Please do your online shopping at shop.freetalklive.com.
You're listening to the live edition of Free Talk Live. Hour number 3 is next after the news here on the Liberty Radio Network at LRN.FM.
From Keene in the Shire, the Liberty Media capital of the world, this is Daryl W. Perry, host of FPP Radio News for Thursday, March 10th, 2016. Silver is trading at $15.28 per ounce. Gold is valued at $1,247 per ounce. And according to BitcoinAverage.com, the average price of Bitcoin is $417. Antiwar.com reports Pentagon officials have confirmed that U.S. ground troops were involved in a raid against an al-Shabaab-held town in Somalia, arriving by helicopter in a raid which also involved Somali forces and which they say killed more than 10 fighters. The U.S. rarely discusses its troops in Somalia, which are nominally advisors. Officials suggested that the troops were again in an advisory role and that they did not go all the way in the raid. They were involved enough that al-Shabaab confirmed their presence. Al-Shabaab reported that the attack only killed one of their fighters and only attacked a single checkpoint as opposed to an entire town. Somali officials suggested the attack was aimed at an illegal taxation checkpoint. This disputed death toll comes after a massive U.S. drone strike against Somalia, which U.S. officials claim killed over 150. Somali officials claim killed over 200, and which al-Shabaab insisted killed far less, maintaining they have never had that many of their fighters together in a single place. For nearly 40 years, Roberts & Roberts Brokerage has been a trusted source for buying and selling precious metals like gold and silver. They also take Bitcoin for precious metal purchases and have permanently removed the minimum purchase amount for all orders paid in the digital currency. Call Roberts & Roberts today for knowledgeable advice on buying and selling precious metals and a forward-thinking approach to new technologies. 800-874-9760 or visit online at rrbi.co. UPI reports none of the remaining detainees at the Guantanamo Bay Naval Prison in Cuba will be transferred anywhere in the United States as part of the efforts to close the facility because it's against the law, according to the nation's top law enforcement officer on Wednesday. Testifying before the Senate Judiciary Committee on Wednesday, U.S. Attorney General Loretta Lynch explicitly stated that the prospect of moving any of the detainees to facilities in the United States could not be done without first making a change to federal law. Lynch said, while there certainly are the ongoing efforts to transfer individuals from Guantanamo Bay, individuals are not able to be transferred from Guantanamo Bay to a facility on U.S. soil. The prison has been a recurring controversy for the executive branch since 2001, when the 9/11 terrorist attacks spurred its existence. Since the first day of his term, President Barack Obama has promised to shut it down, but has found that to be anything but easy. 7 years later, it's still open. The biggest question, where will about two-thirds of the remaining 91 detainees go? Officials have said 35 will be transferred to other nations. The rest, administration officials previously said, can be moved to secure prisons in the United States. In fact, that intention was part of the plan Obama gave to Congress last month to shut down the facility. That plan, though, has not been too well received. Republicans and even some Democrats oppose it. Multiple GOP presidential candidates have said they would keep the prison open. When her plush and comfy life suddenly and unexpectedly fell apart, Brooke and her dog Cloud set out to defy the odds. If this is a man's world, as they say, living on the streets is no place for a young woman. One day she awoke in the redwood forest and realized she had become a hobo, and would ultimately come to know exactly what it means to survive. How to Be a Hobo by Brooke Willett is available from Amazon.com and all major bookstores. Reuters reports 2 Baltimore school police officers caught on video as one of them repeatedly slapped a student outside a high school have been charged in the incident, according to authorities. Video of the March 1st encounter outside Baltimore's Reach Partnership School went viral on social media, which spurred an investigation. Officer Anthony Spence was seen in the video hitting a young man 3 times and then kicking him. He was charged with second-degree child abuse, second-degree assault, and misconduct in office. The name and age of the student were not revealed because he is a minor. Officer Severna Bias was charged with second-degree assault and misconduct in office. According to charging documents, she urged Spence to smack the student because he was allegedly insolent. Spence, a 12-year veteran of the force, and Bias turned themselves in overnight but are out on bond. Bias, Spence, and Marshall Goodwin, the chief of the school police, have been placed on administrative leave. The officers are scheduled to appear in court in April. The school police are separate from the Baltimore Police Department. This has been FPP Radio News, online at fppradio.com.
After notifying students that there will be no awesome events happening on campus this weekend, Hamilton College Activity Board Coordinator Jessica Wilson from the class of 2015 spoke to Onion reporters about the disappointingly empty days ahead.
On behalf of the entire Campus Activities Board, I would like to truly apologize for failing to live up to the standards expected of us from everyone on campus. And the fact is, we let the school down.
Wilson said that while the board is usually proficient at booking plenty of cool events for all students to participate in, the upcoming weekend will have no interesting lectures, no wrestling match against Amherst, no acoustic coffee house, and no outdoor movie screening of Silver Linings Playbook.
We tried our best to organize a foam party in Dunham Quad for Friday night, but all the foam machines were rented, and we failed. This falls on us. We realize we don't deserve your trust yet, nor do we expect it, but we'll do everything we can to restore your confidence in us, starting with a comedy hypnotist show on Thursday at Minor Theater. Tickets are $5.
This is the Onion News Network.
Free Talk Live.
It is Free Talk Live. We are live, kicking off the third hour of this live edition of Free Talk Live. It's Mark with you.
And Johnson.
The number is 855-450-3733. We've been all over the board tonight as far as topics go. But, Johnson, one of the things you like to do is you like to hearken back the days of Free Talk Live when we were, so much more of sort of a general interest radio program. And I like to touch on topics that aren't quite as newsy or divisive and those kind of things. And one of them is relationship advice. And I'm not sure that I'm perfect at this, but I think that I like to read these articles.
I like to make like at least one piece of my prep like every time, like not political news. Every time I like to do like relationship stuff or stuff about the completely oddball topic or something maybe technology related or whatever. But I like to bring things in that are outside the normal scope.
Besides Ian and I, you are the longest running host on Free Talk Live, and so you take your show prep very seriously.
Sure. So with that, the first piece of bad, horrible relationship advice that we've covered is moving in together. Oh no, sorry, is you'll meet someone when you stop looking for it.
And as though things just happen when you're not trying to have
magic.
Those things happen.
It's just magic.
I'm going to give the piece of advice that I like to give is to young guys is if you want to meet, and obviously this, whatever your preferences are, you can insert the pronoun that is best for you. But my advice, generally my listeners are male, generally people who ask me this advice are male, so I say if you're interested in girls, go where the girls are.
Right.
Don't expect them to be where you are. You got to be where they are. So I recommend classes. Right. Even if you're just talking about going to school, going to some community college and sitting in a class with these, you're going to have an opportunity to talk to these folks. I like dancing classes because you get some exercise, you move around, and these people in dance class are dying for partners. Yep. So once you get good at it, they have organized dances where you then can go and, again, they're dying for partners. You are essentially the center of attention as a male who can dance.
So I'd like to say, for example, like I know there are a lot of guys out there who would probably, they're single, they're going to turn to online dating. And I would say that that's going to be only useful for you if you're actually planning on going out on dates from the online dating. Like you have to talk to the people on those profiles and actually set up and arrange to meet them, I would think fairly quickly that you would want to go out for coffee or tea, not take them out to dinner.
Right.
You're not spending a bunch of your money on stuff, like, oh, let me buy a fancy meal and we'll go to a, show or whatever, don't do that.
Go to a coffee house.
Just go talk to them.
And I'm going to recommend a local coffee house rather than a chain one. The reason being is that it makes you look a little bit more refined. And then, buy the hot steaming beverage.
Right.
If that's if she's up for it. Don't push too hard, but buy it for her. And that way, here, look, I've just saved you 75% off of that meal that you were thinking about buying. So, you get all the mileage.
It should be like you go to pay and she goes, no, I'll pay. Then you go, no, I got this. If she then persists and says, no, I don't do that. I'll pay my own way. Then you're done. Let it go.
Okay.
I'm
never sure how many times to go with it.
I would only do one, me personally. But maybe other people would be like, no, I absolutely have to pay.
I would usually say I'm happy to pay, and if they say something like they want to, then I'm like I'm comfortable with whatever you're comfortable with, and but I'm fine with paying too. So if you don't mind, I will. Right. And at that point,
the other thing you can always say is you can get the next one. That's the other line.
Oh, that's a good one.
Yeah,
I would agree.
Yeah.
Unless you don't in the course of 20 minutes, you don't want her to get the next one.
Right. So. In which case, you still were going to pay anyway, so whatever.
Next one.
Maybe you missed out on an opportunity to have her pay. But at least for her own drink. So the next one is moving in together will solve all your problems. This one seems particularly insane to me. It is pretty bad advice. I'm sure that there are people out there that think that.
People often think that, I think it will solve your problems because it'll show you that, this was a bad idea and that you need to break up. But people do think that bringing a relationship to the next level,
expensive way of solving your
agreed, will solve problems. So people will also have babies for this reason.
Oh, yeah.
And those
are people like, I don't know.
The worst reason.
Yeah, the worst.
To have
a baby.
People. The worst reason to have a baby.
Yeah, if you're a woman and, this is just horrible. My thought is if you're a woman and you want to entrap a man by getting pregnant, just put a gun in your mouth.
That's not what I'm talking about here. Some people actually believe.
But there are women that will do that, and it's horrible. That's the worst. You are the lowest form of human being, in my opinion. Like, you should just die.
Well, if you've as a male, if you put yourself in a circumstance where a woman can do that to you, you have, you've fallen down on your job.
Yeah, sure.
Now, I don't think that. I think it's wrong for somebody to do that, but women bear the biggest problems as far as having children, so they're really harming themselves when they choose to do that. But if I was a wealthy man and single, neither of which am I, I would be very, very careful because they're going to try to get around whatever you've got.
Right.
I must say that some people go ahead and get the vasectomy, and then they just say, we'll adopt. And there's lots of children in the world that need to be adopted.
Right.
Adopted children often come with their own sets of difficulties. Speaking as an adopted child, there's
a whole other set of issues there, which I don't think men should have to be forced to be surgically alter themselves because some women are liars. I just don't think that the world should work that way.
Should women have to take little pills because they can potentially get pregnant? I mean, this is just
if they want to have sex. I mean, either that or the man wears condom. Like it's one or the other. Okay.
Condoms stink.
Yeah, and they do.
And
and the pills are better. So if they want to have the sex and not get pregnant and take the pills, yeah.
Well, I can tell you,
or be willing to do something about it in terms of the third rail of radio, which I don't even want to bring up, but pregnancy it's a choice.
I'm
we live in an era where it's a choice.
Yes. So functionally, it is a choice.
Functionally, it's a choice. I understand for a lot of people that's not a moral decision that they can go ahead.
As a guy with a vasectomy, it's awesome.
Right.
It's really, really nice to never have to think about this anymore.
Right.
It's really, really, really great. Admittedly, I'm not on the dating scene. I only have to deal with the concern about one woman getting pregnant. It wouldn't be very good for her, considering she's like 47 or something like that, to be going and getting pregnant. But she could potentially do that, and that would complicate our lives in a lot of ways. Mm-hmm. I don't have to think about that at all. She doesn't have to take pills at all. None of that stuff. It's just over. We had a child, and I got the operation, and it's done, and that's really, really nice.
Right.
If you're planning on having kids, okay, I can see that you may not want to go to a sperm bank and make a deposit there that you then pay to keep on site for however long until whatever you meet the Mrs. Right, whatever the deal is. I get that, but I can tell you that may be the cheapest option, because if you accidentally knock up the wrong gal.
Although, since we're on a tangent already, I will say that they just announced in Science this week that they have they generated from stem cells sperm cells in mice. So
what's that mean?
They successfully basically clone mice from artificial sperm cells that they generated with a mouse's stem cells. So potentially, if you have a vasectomy and you don't have any sperm on hand, they can use your cells to whatever fat cells or whatever cheek cells to generate stem cells that they then turn into sperm that they then can use to,
It sounds expensive, and probably still more expensive than trying to keep semen on ice for,
Maybe, I don't know. But it also, though, if they're fresh, they might be healthier.
I see.
So, but I don't
know. Maybe I would think that, I don't know.
The next bad piece of advice is about cheating.
I'm certainly not going to give advice to people on that one. Cheating?
Yeah, the next one's about cheating.
Everybody likes that. 855-450-3733 or LRN.FM on Skype. 855-450-FREE. Free Talk Live.
I'm Steve Sidkowski, a former Wall Street insider. Right now, I'm holding a book that could change your life. It will show you investing strategies which could help you earn the kind of money you've always dreamed about. And right now, I'm giving this book away for free. So who needs to read it? If you're in the middle of your career and you worry you'll never have enough money to retire, you need to read this book. If you're already retired and your income isn't enough, you need to read this book. And if you don't want to be selling burgers at the age of 80, well, you need to read this free book. The reality is, you'll need at least $1 million to ever fully retire. If you're behind on that goal, you really need to read Trade Like the Pros. And you can for free by calling 1-800-656-9549. Are you skeptical that it will deliver results? It's a free book, so what do you have to lose? Find out how at 1-800-656-9549. That's 1-800-656-9549. 1-800-656-9549.
Are you tired of commuting to a job that makes someone else rich? Working harder than ever, but getting nowhere? Do you hate spending hundreds of dollars every week on daycare? Having someone else raise your children? With our opportunities, you can start earning money as soon as next week. You get to be the boss, work from home, and live a happier life. At Be the Boss Network, you'll find hundreds of work-from-home opportunities that you can literally start today and be earning money as soon as next week. Go to freedom106.com and start earning money as soon as next week. You get to be the boss. Get out of the rat race. Work from home. Go to freedom106.com right now and change your life today. That's freedom, the number 106.com. Go to freedom106.com and start earning money as soon as next week. You be the boss. Go to freedom106.com.
On Free Talk Live, we're bringing people to the ideas of liberty every day. From wrestling superstars like Glenn Jacobs.
You guys really are having an impact, I believe. Like I said, a lot of where I am now is due to listening to Free Talk Live. You changed my mind on some very important issues years ago.
To random people tuning in on the radio.
I was kind of stuck in the left-right paradigm. I heard your show by chance on a Saturday night. From there, I went on, joined the Free State Project, and become an amplifier. So, I mean, that's really the reason why I amp is because I know that if it wasn't for you guys being on as many stations as you are, I never would have found the ideas of liberty.
Your amp will directly change more lives by getting Free Talk Live in front of people looking for talk radio online and on the air. When you amp Free Talk Live, you get perks like access to the AMP-only Facebook group and AMP podcast. Visit amp.freetalklive.com. If you want to know the latest about Free Talk Live before we go on the air, all you need to decide is how you want it delivered. It's your choice. Visit news.freetalklive.com. You can get emailed announcements and participate in contests via our email updates list. Plus, we have a Twitter account that you can follow and a Facebook page where you can become a fan. So visit news.freetalklive.com to get news about Free Talk Live as soon as it's announced and the way you want it delivered at news.freetalklive.com. That's news.freetalklive.com.
Radio is the most personal of mediums. I exist right now in your head. If you listen to Free Talk Live regularly, you know me. Free Talk Live is on more than 160 radio stations around the U.S. and has been downloaded on every continent around the world. Hundreds of thousands of listeners with ad packages from $600 a month to $6,000 a month. Imagine what we can do for your business, project, website, or idea. Email me, mark@freetalklive.com.
Listen to LRN.FM on any phone, anytime. 213-493-0309. That's 213-493-0309.
It's Free Talk Live. You're welcome to call in and talk about whatever's on your mind. The number is 855-450-FREE. It's 855-450-3733. I'd like to tell you real quick about, when you do your online shopping, and you know you do some online shopping, and you're using U.S. dollars, wherever you might be. As a matter of fact, we have links for Canada, UK, U.S., all at shop.freetalklive.com. So please do your shopping through those links. It helps us out. It's shop.freetalklive.com. It's an extra click, I know, but you can spare that tenth of a calorie. Shop.freetalklive.com. Let's go to Zach calling in from Ithaca. Zach, you're on Free Talk Live.
Hey, how you guys doing?
All's well, sir. What's on your mind?
Yeah. Can I tell you a funny story? So I was bored at work the other day, and after Donald Trump had made his statements about the trade agreements with China, I spoke to the two Tibetan dishwashers, and I said, Donald Trump's going to kick China in the balls. And they went, yeah.
They like that.
And I had this light. They liked it a lot. So I had a light bulb go off my head. So I went to the break room, and I got a piece of paper towel and a marker. And everyone right now Google Tibetans for Trump, because I made a sign. I made a little banner that said, Tibetans for Trump, kick China in the balls for us, Donald. # make America great again. And it went viral. It ended up on the front page of Reddit. John Safran, he's a Australian comedian. He follows me on Twitter, and he tweeted it out, and it's gotten like almost 400 retweets.
Yeah, I see it.
And I think it's great because it goes directly contrary to the narrative that everyone who is a Trump supporter is a racist white person, which is really just an insulting.
It could be Tibetans that hate Chinese.
Well, I mean, I was talking to him though when we were out back having a smoke, and it's funny, but it's really not funny. Like they're like, no, they murder our people. You know, they
I get it. I understand.
Communism. And all the some of the people I've showed it to are like, oh, you took advantage of them. You put the idea in their head, and it's just because they don't speak English very well. It doesn't make them stupid. Like the two guys in those pictures, they speak like 4 languages. You know, and
they're washing dishes.
Yeah, and they work. They bust their rear, you know, just to
America wouldn't be what it is if it wasn't for immigrants that came here and bust their rear. Would it?
Legal immigrants are the coolest ones because they're tax paying. The guy on the right, he's going to be taking his citizenship test pretty soon, and it also is telling to me how easy it is to manipulate the media and to crack a narrative when you're actually. If the narrative is false, it's very easy to be taken apart. I just thought that was interesting and something that took me 5 minutes ended up echoing around the internet.
Yeah, you had a real viral picture there, and it's an amazing thing. There's no doubt about it.
I just want to thank you guys so much. I really like your show. I like how anyone can call in and talk about whatever they want. You will hear anyone out. And the thing about free speech is that popular speech doesn't need protecting. You know, like if somebody wants to say something crazy, I might disagree with them, but I will fight for their right to say it. And I don't believe this particular, it's really funny too. Humor is a powerful, powerful tool. And I don't know. That's basically my whole spiel I wanted to lay on you, but I want to thank you guys for what you do.
Yeah, the only thing I'd say about this Tibetans for Trump thing is that you should have taken 2 or 3 shots because the one guy's kind of fuzzy. Your phone's a little potato.
I did. I'll look for a better one. I took several, but this is not the end of it. Tenjin, the guy on the right, he wants to get a suit, and we're going to keep pressing forward because really the other silver lining of this is it brings awareness to the situation that's going on over there. Like, why would Tibetans support Trump? Well, he's against China. Why don't they like China? Oh, I need to look at the Wikipedia page about the
That's worth bringing up for no other reason than just to be able to bring up the Tibet-China thing that's going on. But I love one of these posts here. The llamas love me. I'm great with the llamas. I have the best llamas.
China has had the greatest wall for too long, and we need to make Tibet great again.
Yeah. So, well, I'm sure Tibet would love a wall with China. Thanks for the call, Zach.
I love you guys.
Bye. We love you too.
I love you guys.
You never know what to do with that. I mean, it's just so common to say on the radio. And love's good.
Love you, love the show. So, we didn't talk about actually what they had to say in the article about they moving in together. They said this is the last piece of horrible relationship advice, which is horrible. Moving in together will solve all your problems. So they say
that's horrible relationship advice.
You've probably heard that moving in with your significant other might be a solution, a big next step for your relationship, and sometimes it does bring you closer. But fortunately for you, we're here to tell you that's a load of bull. Taking an already rocky relationship to the next level will definitely not strengthen your bond because fights about the phone bill or leaving the toilet seat up will only help you break up faster.
I'm kind of the opinion that if somebody's worth dating, they're worth living with. Yeah. I guess I'm willing to move quickly on these things if the other person is.
Yeah, me too. Generally,
but that's going to show me how things are going to work out.
Right.
We're going to figure this out real quick.
Yeah.
And I haven't had that hasn't gone terribly for me. That system. So, I mean, maybe it's
it hadn't for me in the past. Only recently did I have a relationship where it's like, what?
Yeah, well,
like, what?
There you go.
Yeah, so, but that was extremely odd circumstances, I think. But anyway, the next one here, once a cheater, always a cheater. That's the quote that apparently we can thank psychology on this one because contrary to popular belief, people can change. While it's perfectly understandable that being cheated on can leave you hurting and with some trust issues, you should know that cheating is a psychologically complex event, and in some cases, a one-time thing. If there's a lot of love in your relationship and the cheater has genuinely good character but seems to have messed up their priorities in a time of confusion, it's a pretty safe option to forgive, instead of giving into that defense mechanism of once a cheater, always a cheater. Talk it out with your partner and understand what drove them to have an affair and work to salvage your relationship if you feel that it's worth another shot.
I also think that people get really bent out of shape of the significance of sex. You know, like this is skin rubbing on skin. I'm not saying that that I'm not saying cheating's good.
Right. There's also potential for like pregnancy and disease transmission. And
there's all those things. So again, I am not advocating for that. I'm just saying that if once it's over and you've determined there's no sexually transmitted diseases, or they don't call them STDs anymore. Whatever, STIs. I think it's sexually transmitted infections. I'm not sure what they're calling it. Anyway, there's no STDs involved, and there's no the other person isn't pregnant or whatever.
I would be apt.
Then let's put this in perspective.
Right. I would be apt to actually say, though, that once a cheater, always a cheater, to me, in my mind, is advice that I would follow in a relationship. And here's the reason why. Because I don't see cheating, like cheating to me is not that somebody went out and had sex. It's that they're a liar. It's that they're a gigantic lying liar.
But Johnson, everybody's a liar. Have you never told lies?
There's a whole huge range of lies there, and cheating on someone is
a big lie.
Yeah, it's a huge lie. Get out.
It requires a great deal of lies to sort of support it, right? Like you have to sort of build lies around it and that kind of thing. But
and if you're willing to lie about that
those lies are often told in order to protect the other person. Like that information.
I don't know.
Everybody's a liar, Johnson. I guess the excuse that don't be with a liar means don't be with humans. To me, the number is 855.
That's nonsense.
450-3733. There are no honest humans. 855-450-FREE. Free Talk Live.
So you've got to take a state construction license exam or certification. Can't decide on what books or what chapters to study? Discover right now how you can eliminate unnecessary books and wasted study time. At contractorexam.com, our study materials zero in on state-required test topics in an effective, multiple-choice format. So whether you're a plumber, electrician, general contractor, or other construction-related trade, contractorexam.com will help get you prepared. Visit us at www.contractorexam.com today. Hunters, anglers, campers, and survivalists. Get back to nature. Expand your horizons with the highest quality, most versatile, unique slingshots and sling bows on the market at slingbow.com. Sling bow products are compact and models start from just $17.98. They're perfect for your bug out bag or storing in your vehicle. Give yourself and your loved ones the excitement and tradition of sling bow. A new frontier in archery and truly modern twist on this primitive survival tool. Feel the thrill only at slingbow.com.
Every once in a while, you get information that's worth changing your life for. This is one such time. You can save up to and beyond 25% on all purchases at Amazon. You probably heard of Bitcoin and just not thought much about it. You certainly know that you can get competitive pricing at Amazon, but now you can get a 25% discount on nearly everything you need to live. I've just given you a huge raise, and all you have to do is claim it. You go to saveitpurse.com and open an account. Do this right now. Don't wait. Then you fund the account with Bitcoin. I know this sounds unbelievable, but at my house, we saved as much as 45% off of a new item on Amazon. This information is worth you changing the way you do things. Go to saveitpurse.com right now, get signed up, and cash in on the huge raise I'm offering you. 15 to 25% off of everything at Amazon through saveitpurse.com. It's saveatpurse.com.
This Your Family Today tip is brought to you by Ovaltine. Give your kids the nutrition they need to be their best. Visit us at ovaltineusa.com. Telling your child about healthy food choices is important, but showing her what to eat goes a lot further. Have her help create the grocery list, then bring her to the store with you. Picking out healthy foods together helps kids get in the habit of thinking about what they're eating every day. For more tips like these, visit us at parenthood.com/yourfamilytoday.
Here's a chance to do a little activism while you're cruising Facebook, Twitter, or Google+. Between the LOL cats, the recipes, the hot girls, and the inspirational sunrise memes, Free Talk Live's posts pass by your newsfeed. Like them, comment. It gives us more exposure. If you don't see our posts, click like at facebook.freetalklive.com and then hover over it to click Get Notifications. It's an easy way to spread the ideas of liberty a bit further. I know you're busy, but you can spare that 1/10 of a calorie it takes to click on something. Facebook.freetalklive.com.
Money, power, and respect are all yours at creditsuccesssecretsrevealed.com. Be seen as an industry leader. You can do it. The last application you filled out when it was time to hit submit did your nerves spike. You didn't get the approval you seek, but there's a better way. We teach you exactly what to place into the right systems the right way the first time so you get approved. Get up to $100,000 in instant business credit. Many people will get cash on the spot. Use those two tools in your new corporate credit engine so you can walk into the bank and get your project funded today. It's all about today at creditsuccesssecretsrevealed.com. Credit Success Secrets Revealed is explosive and ignites instant results. Dial 1-800-707-8719. That's 1-800-707-8719. 1-800-707-8719. Or just go to creditsuccesssecretsrevealed.com.
If you enjoy LRN.FM, please contribute to your favorite shows via their websites and become an amplifier at amp.lrn.fm. That's amp.lrn.fm.
It's Free Talk Live. Final segment. The number's 855-450-FREE. We're going through a list of 5 terrible pieces of relationship advice, Johnson?
Yes.
Yeah, well, you got to have that microphone turned around there, buddy.
I thought the mic was in front of me. It was
apparently was
spun
not.
the opposite way. I bumped it on the brake.
I want you to check out the AMP program. Recently, Free Talk Live had some terrible things happen. The FBI raided our studios and took a bunch of our equipment, with about $15,000 worth. We're trying to raise money to replace that equipment so we can stay on the air and continue to spread the ideas of liberty. Please go to the AMP program at amp.freetalklive.com. If you have never done it before, we need you to do it now. It's amp.freetalklive.com. You can make a one-time contribution. You can get on a monthly thing. If you get in the monthly program, then there are some perks. There's a great Facebook group and some call-in lines and a variety of things. It's amp.freetalklive.com. So, Johnson, what's the next list?
Well, no, I want to keep talking about this cheating one real quick because, again, I think that if you value a relationship, you don't lie to your partner. You don't, there are lies like, you look good in those pants. That maybe those are kind of acceptable, that kind of thing. But the lie where you're cheating on someone or the information that you're hiding from them is not specifically just to protect them. It's also to protect yourself.
So let me, speaking as a person who learned in my youth that telling lies was an effective way to get to be, to sort of be well liked and get through and not have too much trouble and that kind of thing. I learned a coping mechanism called lying. And I deal regularly with my own mind about telling the truth on things. Right. And I'll find myself, I'm vigilant on preventing myself from telling little lies, because I know that little lies turn, as it gets easier and easier, then I'll tell, it'll tell more and more. So I'm vigilant. I try to be as, honest as I possibly can be. Obviously, it's
weird. I don't have this
volunteer
problem.
Information, and just walk up to people in an autistic fashion and say, you're ugly. I don't share that kind of truth with people, but yes.
I haven't found lying ever to be like, I get how you could use it to cope and you can use it to be sociable, I guess. I've found that, I guess the way I developed this very same sort of coping mechanisms is rather than lying, I found that what truth can I tell? Is there a way in which, and maybe it's just because even when I was really young, I was really, really good with words, really good with language from a very young age. So the way I developed my coping mechanism is just like, what can I say that, isn't a lie, that is complimentary or allows me to, be sociable and interact. And I've also found that lying requires you to keep. I don't have a very good memory. Maybe I would have a better memory if I had to keep lies in my head all the time.
It's practice.
But yeah, I have a horrible memory, probably because I haven't had to train my memory, because I find it so much easier if you just tell the truth most or all of the time. You don't have to keep track of the nonsense stories you've spun in the past. It's just like everything's the truth, so I can just keep
that much is true.
Yeah,
it's a way to to stay as consistent as you possibly can. And if you have to explain something that occurred, then you can do your very best to explain it. But and I have a bad memory these days. It's gotten worse as I've gotten older, and I just can't remember stuff. But I can say that there have been instances in my life when telling the truth and telling a lie. I've had enough instances in 45 years to tell you that telling a lie has at times been the better course.
Right.
So that's all I'm saying.
I would certainly advocate that if you're dealing with government and police.
Let's go to Nathan calling in on Skype. Nathan, you're on Free Talk Live.
Hey, Mark. Hey, Johnson.
What's on your mind?
So I'd be interested to hear Johnson's opinion about lying after the last season of Better Call Saul, or last episode of Better Call Saul comes out. So, the show does deal with a lot of these kind of issues you're talking about.
Sure does.
One of the ways that I came to view it is that dishonesty can be worse than lying. So that kind of casts a lot of moral ambiguity around it. Because, like take the media, for example. The media, a lot of the times they're not lying to you, but they're extremely destructive with some of the narratives they push. So
right. I absolutely agree with that. And I've known people to push dishonest and be as dishonest as they can be without lying, and it's vile. It's like a really
right. And I think that's another thing to point out is that deception exists on many levels.
Mm-hmm.
It can exist on the level of silence. It can exist on the level of just saying some things that are true without saying other things that are true, and compliments.
Like you might be able to cheat on your partner without ever telling them. Like it might not come down to even needing to lie. Like it might just be like a lie of a lie of omission or whatnot.
Sure.
Nathan? No, yeah, of course. And in a relationship, of course, it would be, you go out with someone or you have an affair or whatever, and then you don't say anything. Well, did you do anything wrong? Well, you didn't do anything, but, there's this understanding that you're supposed to say something if something happens. So, but I did call in about pickup lines. So I forget, were you both pro or anti-pickup line?
Pretty much anti-pickup line. I think that it's just trite.
I think that the only pickup line worth saying, and if it works for you, then you found a keeper, is you walk up and you whisper in her ear, you say, "Taxes are theft."
Okay, that's funny.
and then if she's yours, then you got to keep her.
I think it might cut to the quick. I don't call it a pickup line though.
There was a funny article I read about San Francisco. Apparently, this is just what the article said, but the women there are very aggressive, I guess you could say. So if you try to use pickup lines, you might be met with a sneer or something worse.
Okay.
But so obviously there are situations where they don't work. I remember reading an article about one where it did work. Have you read this about Olivia Wilde and Jason Sudeikis?
Everything has worked.
Yes, I have read the story you're talking about.
I have not.
Oh, well, do you want to... Yeah,
go ahead and share it, because I think I was interested. I thought it was a great little thing. Yeah, it's a short story.
So Olivia Wilde and Jason Sudeikis are a couple, and they had this interview or something where basically she said that she met him with a pickup line. She was at the dance floor. Everyone seemed kind of in a good mood, and Sudeikis came up to her and said, whatever you're looking for, you don't need it. And he just walked away. He played it really cool. Now, the article I read goes on to denounce this as ridiculous and creepy.
Of course, it was from Gawker. Ugh.
Actually, this is Slate, but yeah.
Was it on Slate? Okay, same thing.
Stevie, well, I don't know about that, but Stevie Gawker is pretty low.
Yeah, but, I consider Slate to be lower. But really? Anyway.
Okay.
Well, if your pickup line worked on Olivia Wilde, it's not because of the pickup line.
That's that's the obvious counterexample, though, is that this is Jason Sudeikis doing this. And I brought up the same argument with a friend of mine when she was saying she rejected a pickup line. Some guy was standing behind her and texted her something like, "Oh, I really like how you look from this angle," or something.
It's not the pickup line itself. It's a filter. Using a pickup line a certain way, if you can do it with confidence, is it's a filter for kind of figuring out whether or not if the woman goes with the pickup line, it's because she likes you. Like, it's sort of like if she doesn't go with the pickup line, well, then you just filter her out. It doesn't really matter what the pickup line is in general.
That's what I told her because, I would have said, well, if this was Jason Sudeikis telling you, oh, you look good from this angle, you would have been like, oh, that's so cute, or you would have responded positively to it.
I suppose it's possible that the pickup line that sounds so stupid that it really lowers your estimation. Like, oh, I thought he was smart and attractive, but wow, that pickup line was awful.
If you can be funny,
what an uncreative dope.
If you can be funny quickly, then I say go for it. But good luck.
Especially if you're nervous or you got adrenaline. Your brain is. Yeah.
I think you're better off with nice first, and then then work on the funny, as opposed to trying to. You certainly don't want to be funny and use her as the butt of the joke, because that isn't going to go well. And jokes tend to have butts. And if it might be you, then maybe that's going to work out as maybe it's not going to work out. Depends on whether do you want to start a relationship with self-deprecation, because that just basically opens the door for them to deprecate you too. I don't know what. Again, I maybe I'm just not slick enough for pickup lines. Thanks for the call, Nathan. Appreciate it. 855-450-3733. What do you think about pickup lines? They work? 855-450-FREE. Free Talk Live.
Here's a good idea. When you have a legal matter like creating your will or legally setting up a business with a corporation or LLC, you don't necessarily need a law firm. Use LegalZoom.com. At LegalZoom.com, you answer straightforward questions online, and they take care of the rest. They even review your answers for common mistakes and guarantee your satisfaction. Free Talk Live listeners, you'll get 10% off your order by typing in FTL in the referral box at purchase. Don't procrastinate with these important legal documents. LegalZoom.com.
There comes a time when you need custom embroidered or screen printed apparel for your business, organization, or a special event. Corporate Casuals has been helping people create great looking logoed apparel for over 25 years. They can produce a single piece or thousands using name brand apparel like Nike, Patagonia, Adidas, and Hanes. Create your logo in their online embroidery design studio or upload your existing logo and they'll turn it into embroidery. Go to corporatecasuals.com/FTL and include FTL in the order notes and save 5% on your order.
Have you checked your Google search results lately? Search results are usually the first impression that people form of you or your business. So make sure that they create a positive impression with ReputationDefender.com. What the internet says about you can have a big impact on your life and your livelihood, even if it's not true. Fortunately, you can now control how you look online and in online search results with ReputationDefender.com. Call 800-831-0771 now. That's 800-831-0771 for your free reputation analysis. If you have negative material from an ex-employee, upset patient, or former client, newspaper article, legal issue, social media, or other source showing up in your search results, you can combat it with ReputationDefender.com. Our dedicated experts in patented technology can help make your online search results look their best. Call 800-831-0771 to learn more. 800-831-0771. That's 800-831-0771. Or visit ReputationDefender.com.
Understanding your credit score is the first step towards managing and improving it. This is Charlie Sundstrom with your Van Dyke Mortgage Minute. The most influential component of your credit score is your payment history. Almost equally as important is the amount you owe on credit accounts. Also impacting your score, but to a lesser degree, are the length of time you've utilized your credit, the number of new accounts, credit inquiries, and your various types of credit accounts. To help achieve or maintain a healthy credit score, have a system set up to assure your bills are always paid on time. Don't max out your cards. It's better to have a high credit limit with a low balance. Never close old accounts. The age of these can actually help your credit score. But don't be afraid to use your credit. You need several accounts in order to have a credit score. Just keep the corresponding payments within your means. For your mortgage pre-approval and refi needs, start by visiting VanDykeMortgage.com.
Corporate NMLS 3035. Van Dyke Mortgage is an equal housing lender. Charlie Sundstrom, NMLS 134251.
So you've heard all 3 hours of the latest episode of Free Talk Live, and you're still hungry for liberty-oriented audio content? Did you know that we have another 24/7 audio stream at LRN.FM? The Liberty Radio Network airs the latest episodes of some of the best liberty-oriented podcasts on the internet around the clock. In addition to recorded content, you'll also hear live shows like Free Talk Live, originating from our Keene, New Hampshire studio. So listen anytime at LRN.FM. That's LRN.FM.
Are you a political activist who does things that the government might not like? Then this free ebook may save your life. Rats is your guide to protecting yourself against snitches, informers, informants, agents provocateur, narcs, finks, and similar vermin. Rats was written by OG libertarian Claire Wolfe. Rats is a short book, easy to read, and available free in many formats. Download Rats free at rats-nosnitch.com. That's rats-nosnitch.com.
You can put the Liberty Radio Network on the air in your area. Visit broadcast.lrn.fm to learn how. Broadcast.lrn.fm.
Not good.
Free Talk Live, final segment of the live Tuesday night edition with Mark
and Johnson.
855-450-3733. Let's go right to the phones. We'd been talking about these 5 pieces of terrible relationship advice, and pickup lines came up. And I'm just basically anti-pickup line. I don't like anything trite. If something sounds trite to me, I'm going to be like, oh, geez. But then again, if it's told to me by an attractive enough woman, and I'm single, then, perhaps I will forgive whatever triteness there might be. Jem from Wyoming, what's on your mind?
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call. It's Tim, actually.
Tim, okay.
That's okay. No, it's the screener always either gets the J mixed up with the T. I don't know why. Anyway, no, it's I've never used pickup lines because I never thought that they were not that they weren't effective, but that they weren't honest, not honest enough.
Okay.
I mean, if you walk up to a woman and say, "God, you're the most beautiful woman I've ever seen in my entire life," obviously that's the stupidest thing you could probably say. But well, maybe not the stupidest if she's gullible and or desperate.
Well,
but some pickup lines come down to like nice shoes.
At the very least, when you do something like that, you're expressing interest in an honest way. Right. If you can oftentimes, I'm calling this a worst case scenario. The best thing to do is to figure out something to talk about find something in common as quickly as you can and maybe something that's nearby or whatever and make a comment on it and then keep the conversation rolling would be my advice. But if the best thing you can do is essentially say, hey, I'm a little socially awkward anyway, but what I'm trying to say here is that I think you're really attractive and I'd like to talk to you more.
You sure are a swell lady.
Whatever you can do, it's better than saying nothing. And it's
right.
Yeah.
But like you say, standing, having being in a situation where you're standing and looking and there's you're at a car auction or something. Gosh, that's sure a beautiful car. It's just stating the obvious if you want to really go into it. But maybe the woman is there because she's got a lot of money. She's going to buy the car, and you're just saying, "What a beautiful car," and you're just there to observe. Or you're standing next to the Grand Canyon and say, "Wow, that's a really deep hole," and she says, "Gosh, you're a really stupid person." It could come down to something like that. But like I say, just being just the honesty thing.
Tim, I'm losing you. I don't know what happened to your audio.
Oh, no, here I am. I'm back.
Okay. Yeah, I would agree with you that pickup lines are less than completely honest and authentic.
Well, I'm not saying complete honesty is the issue either, but
we call that autism.
You don't want the overly, the overly honest.
To a woman and say, walk up to a woman and say, I've had some really bad relationships, and maybe one with you would be better.
Yeah, that's not going to work.
Something like that.
That is bad news.
What do you?
You sure do smell good.
No. Yeah.
Yeah, right. I bet your shoes don't stink. I bet your shoes don't stink like my last girlfriend's did. Yeah, something like that. Right?
You're very attractive, except for that tooth that's kind of off center. Thanks for the call, Jim.
Well, some pickup
Tim.
artists would say to do that.
Yeah,
like
they do
the
say
nag.
to do that, and I recommend highly against what they call
I'm just talking like the
negging.
overly honest, really like creepy ones. Like, you have really nice lips.
Yeah.
You know, like, hi.
Some pickup artists would recommend negging, and again, I'm against pickups generally. As a guy who was reasonably successful dating, I would say,
like pickup lines that don't work. You don't want to be like, I want to adopt you. Not a good idea.
No. If you want my advice, again, young men, my advice to you is learn to dance, take dance classes, and being able to dance is in and of itself the single best dating tool that you can come up with, because gals like that. So, and you're not going to listen to me on that one. You're not going to listen to me on anything. So there you go.
So there's two more to these things, and I'm going to knock them out here. The last two, and they're kind of related, so I'm just going to pre-sell them in case we don't get to them. But it's don't have sex too soon and play hard to get are the last two pieces of terrible advice. And I think
so. Don't have sex too soon is terrible advice.
Yeah,
okay.
And play hard to get is also terrible advice. So let's. Well, hopefully we'll see how far we get.
Playing hard to get would be a bad for me, because I just I wouldn't even know that
right.
I got to know you're interested here.
Yep.
I think that's basically the people who are good at playing that would be successful with the playing hard to get thing would essentially be fostering rapists. I mean, you're right. I mean, who's playing harder to get than a rape victim? To me,
I don't know. You're going.
I get that you're not supposed to say that, but to me, if somebody's playing hard to get, I assume they have no interest, so therefore I'm going to walk away.
Yeah.
I don't get hard to get.
Yeah.
You're either interested or you're not interested.
Especially because it's a game. You're playing a game. I mean, that it does get weird. And if you get weird, you're going to create weirdness. But then again, you don't. I don't want to go as far as to say you're creating rapists, because that's like, okay, no, not really. But certainly it's not a good thing that you're fostering there, for sure. On the don't have sex too soon one, though, it says, if you feel that an insane mutual attraction on the first date, if you feel that, and then you turn your cheek to the first date sex shamers and get busy, why wait to have sex when you both want it now? Are you in that 3-date rule? Just silly. You don't need an arbitrary rule setting the guidelines for when you should have sex with your new boo.
Bo. No,
it says boo here. Okay. It's also a term.
I think that people are often confused by when they should when the right time to have sex is. I dated a girl who didn't want to kiss me on regular adult kiss after the third date. I decided I don't know what's going on here.
Yeah, that's weird.
I just don't know what's going on here. Yeah. And so either like something weird's happening here, and I just need to get away. Yeah. So I stopped, and she was upset that I stopped dating her, but some kind of communication wasn't happening.
Right.
That like maybe I should have said that. I
wouldn't have put it up that. That's
I don't even know.
Yeah, it's so strange.
But and I dated a girl that for a year that we had sex on the first date. She tried to kind of. She acted demurred for a moment, but just kind of kept going with it, and then one thing led to another.
Right.
So, I think that this is a minefield, especially for the woman. It seems like to me. I mean, this doesn't seem like the kind of thing that the
I mean, it's good to me. Okay, so to my mind, let me chime in with an opinion. I think it's good in the case where you said the first date, the acting demurred. I kind of like that over the like really aggressive,
right.
I'm okay with a woman being kind of aggressive, but a little too much aggression, like continued for a long time. That's a little bit of a weirdness for me, anyway, personally. But that's all a matter of personal opinion, Each their own.
That's what dating's about, right?
Yeah,
is finding the right person, and that means you got to kiss a lot of frogs in order to find the prince or princess, depending on what your preference might be. So, yeah, I mean, I've had instances like what you're referring to, where things seem. so aggressive they're contrived or something.
Yeah.
I mean, that just, I guess it's just not for me. It's not that I dislike women that are, that take control of situations or anything like that. It's just like, geez.
They make another really good point here. They say OkCupid, which is a big dating site that has a lot of information for people who answer questions on there, like huge amounts of profiling going on there, like psychological profiling. OkCupid revealed that while 50% of people opt to wait a few days before getting into bed together, that the remaining 50% like to do the classic dinner, drinks, and sex first date. So with that said, you do whatever you want to do, but
dinner,
know that
drinks,
half
and
of
sex
people
on the first date.
Yeah,
Okay.
just know that like half of all people are probably having sex on the first date. Like that's a big thing.
Half of all the people that
are on this dating site.
OkCupid. Yeah, I just can't imagine that number is true. That number is high.
Absolutely not.
Seems to me. Well,
every relationship that I've had,
I haven't dated in a decade. What the hell am I talking about? So I mean, in a world of Tinder or whatever it is, where
especially nowadays,
you just flip through these people, left, right, flip, or whatever.
Yeah.
Okay. What do I know? But it's, I guess, but it's surprising to me that you're talking about that number of people. Think that that's an expectation.
Yep.
I wouldn't expect it as an expectation.
It certainly does seem a little weird, but whatever. Play hard to get. This is the last one. Please don't, because playing games will only make that already difficult dating game even more difficult.
Indeed.
It's best to be upfront and honest about everything, because it will show her you're serious about being with her, leaving no room for unfortunate misunderstandings that will end a relationship before it even begins. That's it. That's, garbage advice debunked.
Yeah, I think that playing hard to get is ridiculous. Even when it comes as a salesperson, sometimes you have to employ these techniques because people will, try to get you at a lower price. But when it comes to a...
if you don't buy the cow, something about steak.
Free Talk Live. Check us out at freetalklive.com and our Facebook page, which you can find at facebook.freetalklive.com. It's been Mark with you.
And Johnson.
The Free State Project has reached its goal of 20,000 liberty lovers who've pledged to move to New Hampshire and get active to achieve liberty in our lifetime. Perhaps you're trying to figure out what part of New Hampshire should be your destination. If so, consider Keene. You'll find more than 150 reasons to move to Keene at move.freekeene.com. Keene is famous for its historic, publicity-generating activism, as well as being the liberty media capital of the world. It's home to freekeene.com, New Hampshire's destination for liberty activism, news, and opinion. For years, we've been compiling over 150 reasons to move to Keene at move.freekeene.com, where you'll learn about some of what's happening here and what makes Keene a great place to live. If you love liberty, you'll probably enjoy anywhere you end up in the Shire. But do your due diligence first. Please visit move.freekeene.com for the full list of over 150 reasons to move to Keene. That's move.freekeene.com.
This is your Roberts & Roberts Brokerage Daily Precious Metals Update. In early trading Monday, gold is down $10.50 at $1,245 per ounce. Silver is 3 cents lower at $15.87 per ounce. Bitcoin is trading at $408 US. Compared to gold, silver is nearly the cheapest it's been in 7 years. Buy silver now and get more ounces of gold later. Ask us how at 800-874-9760 or visit us online at rrbi.co.
LRN.FM is proud to announce our official listening apps for Android and iOS devices. Now you can easily tune into our streams anywhere, anytime on your smartphone or tablet. Just visit apps.lrn.fm or search for LRN.FM in the Android or Apple app stores. Please download, rate us 5 stars, then share the link on your social media and let your friends and family know how you're listening to LRN.FM. Download it now, free at apps.lrn.fm.
Rebel Love Show is next, live after the news, here on the Liberty Radio Network at LRN.FM.
From Keene in the Shire, the Liberty Media capital of the world, this is Daryl W. Perry, host of FPP Radio News for Thursday, March 10th, 2016. Silver is trading at $15.28 per ounce. Gold is valued at $1,247 per ounce. And according to BitcoinAverage.com, the average price of Bitcoin is $417. Antiwar.com reports Pentagon officials have confirmed that U.S. ground troops were involved in a raid against an al-Shabaab-held town in Somalia, arriving by helicopter in a raid which also involved Somali forces and which they say killed more than 10 fighters. The U.S. rarely discusses its troops in Somalia, which are nominally advisors. Officials suggested that the troops were again in an advisory role and that they did not go all the way in the raid. They were involved enough that al-Shabaab confirmed their presence. Al-Shabaab reported that the attack only killed one of their fighters and only attacked a single checkpoint as opposed to an entire town. Somali officials suggested the attack was aimed at an illegal taxation checkpoint. This disputed death toll comes after a massive U.S. drone strike against Somalia, which U.S. officials claim killed over 150. Somali officials claim killed over 200, and which al-Shabaab insisted killed far less, maintaining they have never had that many of their fighters together in a single place. For nearly 40 years, Roberts & Roberts Brokerage has been a trusted source for buying and selling precious metals like gold and silver. They also take Bitcoin for precious metal purchases and have permanently removed the minimum purchase amount for all orders paid in the digital currency. Call Roberts & Roberts today for knowledgeable advice on buying and selling precious metals and a forward-thinking approach to new technologies. 800-874-9760 or visit online at rrbi.co. UPI reports none of the remaining detainees at the Guantanamo Bay Naval Prison in Cuba will be transferred anywhere in the United States as part of the efforts to close the facility because it's against the law, according to the nation's top law enforcement officer on Wednesday. Testifying before the Senate Judiciary Committee on Wednesday, U.S. Attorney General Loretta Lynch explicitly stated that the prospect of moving any of the detainees to facilities in the United States could not be done without first making a change to federal law. Lynch said, while there certainly are the ongoing efforts to transfer individuals from Guantanamo Bay, individuals are not able to be transferred from Guantanamo Bay to a facility on U.S. soil. The prison has been a recurring controversy for the executive branch since 2001, when the 9/11 terrorist attacks spurred its existence. Since the first day of his term, President Barack Obama has promised to shut it down, but has found that to be anything but easy. 7 years later, it's still open. The biggest question, where will about two-thirds of the remaining 91 detainees go? Officials have said 35 will be transferred to other nations. The rest, administration officials previously said, can be moved to secure prisons in the United States. In fact, that intention was part of the plan Obama gave to Congress last month to shut down the facility. That plan, though, has not been too well received. Republicans and even some Democrats oppose it. Multiple GOP presidential candidates have said they would keep the prison open. When her plush and comfy life suddenly and unexpectedly fell apart, Brooke and her dog Cloud set out to defy the odds. If this is a man's world, as they say, living on the streets is no place for a young woman. One day she awoke in the redwood forest and realized she had become a hobo, and would ultimately come to know exactly what it means to survive. How to Be a Hobo by Brooke Willett is available from Amazon.com and all major bookstores. Reuters reports 2 Baltimore school police officers caught on video as one of them repeatedly slapped a student outside a high school have been charged in the incident, according to authorities. Video of the March 1st encounter outside Baltimore's Reach Partnership School went viral on social media, which spurred an investigation. Officer Anthony Spence was seen in the video hitting a young man 3 times and then kicking him. He was charged with second-degree child abuse, second-degree assault, and misconduct in office. The name and age of the student were not revealed because he is a minor. Officer Saverna Bias was charged with second-degree assault and misconduct in office. According to charging documents, she urged Spence to smack the student because he was allegedly insolent. Spence, a 12-year veteran of the force, and Bias turned themselves in overnight but are out on bond. Bias, Spence, and Marshall Goodwin, the chief of the school police, have been placed on administrative leave. The officers are scheduled to appear in court in April. The school police are separate from the Baltimore Police Department. This has been FPP Radio News, online at fppradio.com.
A man thanks God he's not sexually attracted to children, and Popeye's home is burglarized. Week in and week out, you come back like a housebroken Pomeranian, loyal to the bitter end. Good boy. This is the Onion Week in Review. Georgia's Cobb County Evangelical Hospital held its 5th annual Walk to Cure Gayness today, reportedly drawing thousands of participants to raise funds that would cure sufferers of their homosexuality and make gayness a thing of the past. Hospital administrators told reporters that funding from the walk would go into providing new state-of-the-art gayness treatment equipment, along with remodeling the hospital's physical therapy center, which has spent nearly 14 years reteaching gay men how to walk properly.
Oh, God, I was a goner. But as you can see, I'm now happily married to a woman, and as of next month, I will have been in full remission for 2 whole years. I'm just so very, very happy. Everything's really good in my life.
This is the Onion News Network.
And welcome to the Rebel Love Show. We are a once-a-week broadcast from Manchester, New Hampshire. We are pro-pot, pro-gun, and pro-coffee. You can find all of our contents at rebelloveshow.com. I am Rob Mathias.
And I am the Rebel Mistress.
And a lot's happened the last weekend. We
usually try to start it off lighter and say, how was your weekend? What were you up to?
This weekend was a roller coaster of emotion. This past month has been a roller coaster of emotion for a lot of us. Ever since Liberty Forum, it's been a crazy roller coaster of emotion since Liberty Forum.
That's true.
And the Free State Project.
I tried to block out Liberty Forum. So yeah, we like to start on a lighter note and ask how our weekends was. But
and we also got a bunch of HempFest stuff coming up. We got to talk about this first. So this update. So I'm sorry, baby doll. Go right ahead. I'm jumping ahead.
So anyway, we like to start off lighter and ask how our weekend was and go over that. But this weekend, starting pretty much Saturday, some bad stuff happened. So on Anarchy After Dark, which is Saturday nights at 10 p.m., we announced that we'd be changing our wedding location and we'd not be attending the Porcupine Freedom Festival. Due to the recent decisions to ban Ian Freeman by FSP Inc. for his views and opinions, not racism, bigotry, or violence, as their bylaws state, is the only incidents they can, actually ban people. So we decided, they didn't have what we were looking for. We didn't see the love there, so we're not going to have our wedding there, and we're just not going to attend. Whether you attend or not, we're not disencouraging you not to, but that's what kind of happened this weekend, and we made that decision. We did update
Which was not an easy decision at all. It was a really, really hard decision. Our
wedding's 3 months away, but anyway, so we'll be playing our new invitation, and we hope you all can make it out to New Hampshire HempFest and Freedom Rally.
Which happens to be at Rogers Campground.
But
we're not missing that at all.
No. And you can find this show, Anarchy After Dark, on the rebelloveshow.com. We want to give you a quick update on LRN because since the banning of Ian Freeman, it just didn't stop there.
Yeah, the bombshells just kept coming.
It just kept coming. He was kind of targeted by the local hate group who was spewing things that the Free State Project participants were saying about Ian, just kind of kicking a man while he's down. So
basically on Sunday morning, we wake up to the news that the Federal Bureau of Investigation raided the LRN studios in Keene, and we broadcast through them from Manchester. And at 6 a.m., members of the FBI, New Hampshire State Police, and Keene PD executed a federal search warrant on the LRN studio. The search warrant team was greeted without incident upon presentation of the warrant, and the studio was secured by investigative officers. According to the search warrant, the FBI ran an undercover Tor Onion child pornography website called Playpen from government servers in Virginia. So, in essence, the FBI was running a child. They took over a child porn site on Tor, but they kept it running for weeks or months or something along those lines. And they're now saying that someone at that studio at some point logged into that website. We honestly, all the coincidences of this is amazingly the odds of all this happening all at the same time is bizarre.
In 1 week time, it's baffling. So. In this raid, there was about 15,000. I don't know the correct
but
amount.
Roughly, Ian's
Couple
estimating about
thousand.
$15,000 worth of equipment was
Stolen
by the FBI.
So if you want to donate to their cause, go visit their GoFundMe campaign.
Oh, and also, by the way,
which they don't have actual links. What's up, GoFundMe?
Big props,
what are you doing?
big props to Ian getting LRN back up and running and Free Talk Live up and running. I mean, he had almost all of his PC equipment completely stolen by the feds. And this is we're on day 2 after this now. Like, we're only 2 days after, and he got LRN complete up and running like an hour or so ago, which was fantastic.
Kudos
I don't
to
know
that
how
guy.
he got
He
that
is
up.
a-
He got
he's
an
a
entire
true
network
professional.
back up and running with bare bones, but he got it up and running. Kudos
Like,
to
how
him.
he could even, because if the FBI was after me, like, I don't know if I could just sit idly and just set up my radio station and have a good time, but that just shows they say in every report they're looking forward to the investigation because it'll, hopefully it'll prove, there's nothing wrong here. And I like to see public apologies, starting with the president of the Free State Project, but that's a whole
That's a whole
other can of worms.
I doubt it will, but
or he can
hopefully.
resign. That would also be
the whole board should probably dissolve at this point.
Yeah,
but-
that would be a winning factor.
Yeah.
But anyway, so help Ian out. Visit his GoFundMe. They
Actually,
have a web link,
Virgil
but
set that up out in Ohio. Love
Oh,
man,
really?
the guy behind Cell 411. He set up that the GoFundMe campaign for it. So kudos to him, and it actually all going. Or go to Free Talks Live's AMP program and AMP with them.
Oh, yeah.
Because all that money goes back toward building up the LRN studio, get it back to this glorious condition. So feel free to donate to them.
And definitely stay tuned after this break because we're going to play our new and improved wedding invitation video. And just a little bit more about our wedding. It's going to be hosted at HempFest. This is my first HempFest was my first music festival that I had ever went to. So that's super exciting. And we have the creators here in this room.
And we have Rick Naya and Thomas Brown. How's it going,
Hi,
guys?
how are you guys doing? Did you have an interesting weekend as well?
We had a great weekend, thank you, and we're really happy to be here.
Yeah. So tell us a little bit about yourself, both Rick and Tom. So I guess Rick, what is HempFest? How did it come to be? All that jazz.
Well, for the majority of my life, I've always been a vendor, and I've always had my own handmade jewelry, and I've vended across the country, and I've been to hundreds of festivals. And I always wanted to do a HempFest in New Hampshire because New Hampshire, out of all the New England states, has the toughest laws for marijuana and marijuana possession. And I said to myself, if I could change the laws in New Hampshire, maybe the rest of the nation would fall. And I decided 3 years ago to take my life savings and do a HempFest in New Hampshire for legalization.
Oh, wow. That's a rash decision. You're like, I'm going to take every penny I have and start a music festival. Some people will call you crazy.
Yes, I was. I was called crazy by quite a few.
Well, I can tell you, I went to last year's HempFest was like incredible.
So
Like,
last year was
so
the
lovely.
second or the first one?
Yeah, was that
Second.
That was the second one.
What
Yes,
was the
that was
first
the
one?
second. The first one was at Page Farm in Croydon, New Hampshire.
2014.
Yes, and it was great. It was a great festival.
Okay,
Yep.
was it as big as the one at the other place?
It was pretty close to that size.
Where was that place?
Pretty close.
What's the name of that one? With
It was at
Croydon.
No, the one
last year
where
was
the
at
river-
Riverbrook RV.
Riverbrook.
Yep.
Romney.
Yep.
I really
New
did
Hampshire.
like that venue because the river, obviously, it was just so beautiful, and there was like this
Yeah.
beach. And like I said, it was my first music festival, and I think it's rare that you find a music festival and a freedom rally mixed together.
Yes.
How did
Right.
that? Can you tell me about that combination?
Well, like I said, I've been a vendor for between 20 to 25 years, and I've seen a lot of different concerts, and it's about freedom of expression, and being able to do what you want to do and not have people giving you a hard time.
Yeah, I mean,
freedom to smoke marijuana if you want to,
It should be a freedom. Well, at the end of the day, you own your body. You own your body. You get to decide what you get to put in it. I love the fact that, like, not only is this a music festival, it's also promoting freedom. It's promoting getting legalization. It's promoting, like, changing, the status quo that we're not criminals.
I like
We're
that it's not one or the other, though. Like, I like that I can sit and I can protest prohibition. I can hear powerful speakers. I can get high while listening to them and then jam out after.
There's so much good information out there, and there's so many people that don't know what marijuana heals that can be cured. Back in the early 1970s when Richard Nixon did the studies, it was found that marijuana was a cure for cancer, and it was filed away in a filing cabinet.
Yeah, we need to do one thing right now, real quick. Stop.
What?
It's not marijuana. It's cannabis.
Correct.
And we need to call it by its proper name, because the word marijuana to me is racist, and it's a bad word. I don't like the way that's used, and it should never be used. It should be used as a medicinal plant that it is, cannabis. So go on.
No, exactly. Back in the early 1970s, it was found that cannabis was a cure for cancer, and nothing was ever done with it. The federal government put it away in a filing cabinet. And it's sad to say, who do you know that might have had, died of cancer, or their suffering could have been, a lot of people across the country. They really have.
I just want to go back to that marijuana thing. Oh, well, we're going to have to do it when we come back from the break. Check out
cannabis.
Yeah, we're coming back for a break.
That's me.
Yeah. And if you're listening on LRN.FM, go to RevelLoveShow.com/live, and we're going to be having little surprises during the commercial breaks on LRN, so stay tuned.
This is your Roberts & Roberts Brokerage Daily Precious Metals Update. In early trading Monday, gold is down $10.50 at $1,245 per ounce. Silver is 3 cents lower at $15.87 per ounce. Bitcoin is trading at $408. Compared to gold, silver is nearly the cheapest it's been in 7 years. Buy silver now and get more ounces of gold later. Ask us how at 800-874-9760 or visit us online at rrbi.co.
Hi, I'm Derek J. I don't want a politician to represent me. To me, government is the idea that one group of people can coerce everyone to comply with an edict or face increasing punishments up to and including death. Despite perhaps the most noble of intentions, the best government services are a far cry from what could be provided for by voluntary interactions. Besides, the people who call themselves the government wage wars and put peaceful people in jail for crimes involving no victims. If Starbucks used some of its money to drop bombs, I wouldn't shop there. So why would I support the American empire? The empire does not require my consent.
Derek J's Victimless Crime Spree. Watch it for free and order the Director's Cut DVD at victimlesscrimespree.com. That's victimlesscrimespree.com.
Imagine someone in your community getting in their car, turning on the radio, and hearing the Liberty Radio Network. You can make that vision a reality with your own micro radio station. Visit broadcast.lrn.fm to learn how you can put our programs on the air in your area. You can have LRN.FM running around the clock, and you can even add in your own local shows. Building a radio station is simple, but programming isn't. That's where LRN.FM comes in. Learn more at broadcast.lrn.fm. That's broadcast.lrn.fm.
I'm Ian Freeman, host of Free Talk Live. We've been covering Uber for years on the radio with their ongoing legal cases across the globe defending your right to give people rides without asking government permission. I wanted to support Uber more directly, so I signed up to be a driver. It's fun to meet new people and help Uber push forward innovation. As of this recording, Uber is active in 67 countries, so there's a good chance they're available in your area. If you'd like to drive for Uber and make some money helping people get where they want to go, sign up at drive.freetalklive.com, and you'll get a $100 bonus after you complete a certain number of trips. With Uber, you can drive anytime you want. You set your schedule. To get started, you need a good driving record, 4-door vehicle, insurance, registration, and to pass a background check. It costs nothing to sign up, so visit drive.freetalklive.com. That's drive.freetalklive.com. And if you just want to try Uber as a rider, visit ride.freetalklive.com. Your first ride's free.
The 3 most important things you can do for LRN.FM are: 1. Let your friends know you're listening to LRN.FM on your social networking profile. 2. Buy the things you buy online through shop.lrn.fm. 3. Give $5 a month to the AMP program at amp.lrn.fm. It's my firm belief that the AMP program is the best use of your charitable dollar among liberty-oriented groups. Support all your favorite organizations, but make sure you give $5 a month to the AMP program at amp.lrn.fm.
If you want to move to the free state and you're looking for some real estate.
Oof, I think we've all had enough of that jingle, don't you? If you're going to invest in property in New Hampshire, it just makes sense to support a Liberty-friendly realtor. Call Mark Warden of Team Porcupine Real Estate for investment property or rentals in the Free State. Or visit his website. Come on, you know it.
PorcupineRealEstate.com.
You can connect with the Liberty Radio Network via our Facebook page at facebook.lrn.fm. That's facebook.lrn.fm.
He said he's going to try and fix it. All right, guys, we are back. Sorry about that. We have some audio issues going on with the LRN feed, but we're still going to go live because we are...
I feel like you messed up the sound when you changed the gain, and it sounds like really, really, really bad.
Well, we got on your end or my end? Well, we got to go live. We're going where we're going.
I think that's why Ian called you, because it sounds
No,
like
it
that.
has to do with the output going out to LRN. Has nothing to do with the output.
Okay, because it was fine, and then you changed something.
I raised it up to get the volume going higher. Anyways, we are back. Sorry about the technical difficulties, everyone. This is live radio, so it does happen from time to time. So my apologies about that. So let's get into HempFest. Let's see here. HempFest. HempFest is going to be at Rogers Campground. Rogers Campground is an amazing place. We went there I've been to the last two Pork Fests at Rogers Campground, and it is one of the most magical places in New Hampshire to go to. Is so beautiful. It's in the middle of the White Mountains. It's absolutely beautiful. I can't believe that HempFest is going to be there, because last year HempFest was one of the best locations that I've ever one of the best festivals I've been to, and then bringing Nat to Rogers is like is just combining the best two things that happened last year and putting it all into one thing. So I'm hugely excited about HempFest.
Yeah, I totally agree. And so we heard a little bit from Tom Brown. Now I want to hear a little bit from Rick Naya. Who are you? What are you all about, man?
Yeah.
It's just that complex.
Hey, talk a little bit into the mic. There you go.
Okay.
You can pull it toward you too.
That's fine. Well, I'm a cannabis activist, and I like to work in lobby in Concord, and I try to bring a voice to the ordinary person in New Hampshire. For those of us that don't have the time or maybe the experience and the diplomacy to work with the state reps and have that the background to do that. So I kind of brought a little bit of my background from my family into the cannabis scene somehow.
And how did you meet Tom? So you guys start this
Tom had an advertisement on a page one day. Somebody said, "Hey, there's a HempFest in New Hampshire," and I said, "You got to be kidding me." And I went online, and there was "Hey, we need a VIP tent," and I said, "Oh shit, I know the owner of Taylor Rental. I can get it cheap." So I call him up and says, "Yeah, I'll get a tent for you, a big one." "Oh, can you get two?" I said, "Sure, we get them." So he goes, "Hey, I'll give you some VIP tickets. Why don't you come out?" And I said, "Sure, great. I'd love to do that."
2014 this was.
2014. Now, like you, I'd never been to a festival in my life. I kind of on the opposite side of the railroad track, so to speak. But I was always involved with cannabis as a kid from 13 years old. I used to calm me down and just kind of mellow me out and so forth. But when I met Tom, it was about the VIP tent, and I went out to the festival, and I've been around a lot of big venues and a lot of real big sporting events and things. And I went out to the event and I saw it, and I was like, wow, this is kind of crazy. And I saw Tom running around like a crazy person trying to coordinate this event. And I came over to him, and he goes, "Man, I'm busy." And he goes, "I'll talk with you later." And then, I enjoyed the event. I went through a life-changing experience, so to speak. And I think about a month or two later, I was speaking at a speaking event downtown, and Tom came down, I think, with Erica. And he saw me do a guest speak in front of one of the committees. And right after the committee, he came over and said, "Mr. Nye, can I talk to you?" And I says, "Hey, can you help me out with HempFest? Can you help me with directing this?" And I said, "Oh, you got to be kidding, man. My mom's an ambassador. My sister's director of technical support for the state of New Hampshire. This is going to give me a black eye. I don't know about that." But it took several months, 6 months of a lot of, deep thinking and soul searching. And, I've always known that there was going to be something big in my life. I didn't know what it was going to be. I mean, I should have gotten involved in politics, but I didn't. And
it's never too late.
Well, this was the one arena that I could help the common guy, the normal person, the afflicted that couldn't speak, someone with epilepsy, those that have Crohn's disease, those that have cancer, those that have all forms of fibromyalgia and problems with their endochromatic systems. And I just knew, because I study a lot about cannabis. I'm a voracious reader, and I'm quite, in fact, I do symposiums and educate people about cannabis and its uses, and I provide them with the data and the research, and that's what's helped us get along all these 8 years, and along with Matt Simon, Erica Goltler. The list is quite large. Joe LaChance, Ted Wright, John Burt, Glenn Ulrich, Leon Brightout, Adam Schroeder, Rennie Cushing. The list just goes on and on. There's so many people that you can give credit to for this. And the diplomacy that they used and the tactics they used really got us quite far. But there was something missing. Keeping the community together, this bond, this love, this a hand to reach out between the aisles, so to speak. And I think that's where I came into play. I just realized that one day Tom called me again and said, please, man, I need your help. We're 3 months away from HempFest. And things just so happened to come, and I decided, okay, Tom, I'm going to give you a commitment. It's nonprofit, it's grassroots. We don't make any money. It's all out of pocket. And when Tom says that he gave his life savings, it's more than just that. We hear a lot of things from CannaMass and CannaNormal and other groups around the country that speak not in derogatory terms about who we are, and it bothers me a lot because we really are grassroots. If they only knew what it was like to try to put on an event that we do here in New Hampshire to educate not only the State House, to educate the community, to bring them together to in an environment that's not just about cannabis. There's so much more than just that. It's the family, it's the voters, it's a voting bloc in New Hampshire that's a lot more than what the common people see. It's 62% of our state. And who's really representing those 62% is probably 10 or 15 people in the state. And I just so happen to be one of those crusaders to help grab that banner. So our event, New Hampshire HempFest, really is a culmination of everybody's lives together. Yours here at Rebel Love Show, all of our sponsors that we have, the staff that we have is just beyond incredible.
I was say, definitely going to mention that.
The staff from HempFest last year,
a round of applause.
when we got in there, they're like, "Here, let us help you unpack your car. Here's you want beer? Here's a beer. Chill out. We're going to help you out. It's super friendly. It's super friendliest staff I've ever seen anywhere."
When you were saying about Tom, how you guys first met, I feel like it's kind of deeper than that because I feel like good vibes connect. And that's what I felt at HempFest all around. From the moment I met the staff, I was like, how did you find such open-hearted, loving people? And that's because that's what you guys attract. And that's what HempFest is. That's what it's about. So, and you really see that in the staff. And that says a lot when the staff is like, no, let me help you. You're like, no, it's fine. No, I'll hold your book bag. I'll help you set up your tent. They just want to be helpful. And it's almost like a friend, not just a stranger, oh, let me help this stranger hold the door open. It's no, let's be friends. And I love that.
Let me share this, that, originally, Tom spent 30 years in the festival scene. A lot of us don't even understand what it means, the hippie scene and the culture of it.
Yeah, we're still new to it as it is.
Yeah.
Many people don't understand really what it is because the Cheech and Chong thing, hey man, whoa. Well, what's happened throughout the last 40, 50 years is that people have gotten educated.
Yep.
And a lot more people that own businesses now, because we all know that cannabis is the largest growing industry in the world. And it's produced over $22 billion already.
I see new statistics every day.
It's amazing. It's amazing what's happening. But what I have to share about our staff is quite something. And you keyed in on that. Our event, it isn't like most events that you go to. There's a lot of concerts, a lot of festivals, and there's a lot of great ones.
Free Press Publications is an independent, alternative media and publishing company founded in June 2009 with the mission of ensuring a free press for the freedom movement and is committed to spreading the message of peace, freedom, love, and liberty. FPP also gives new authors an avenue for publishing freedom-oriented material. FPP brings you daily news and commentary on the website, fpp.cc, as well as a daily 5-minute newscast, FPP Radio News, and weekly news, views, and commentary in the FPP Freedom Minute and Peace, Love, Liberty Radio at fppradio.com, and the monthly newspaper, FPP News, at news.fpp.cc. Find FPP online at fpp.cc. That's fpp.cc, as in Creative Commons.
On Free Talk Live, we're bringing people to the ideas of liberty every day. From wrestling superstars like Glenn Jacobs.
You guys really are having an impact, I believe. Like I said, a lot of where I am now is due to listening to Free Talk Live. You changed my mind on some very important issues years ago.
To random people tuning in on the radio.
I was kind of stuck in the left-right paradigm. I heard your show by chance on a Saturday night. From there, I went on, joined the Free State Project, and become an amplifier. So, I mean, that's really the reason why I amp is because I know that if it wasn't for you guys being on as many stations as you are, I never would have found the ideas of liberty.
Your amp will directly change more lives by getting Free Talk Live in front of people looking for talk radio online and on the air. When you amp Free Talk Live, you get perks like access to the AMP-only Facebook group and AMP podcast. Visit amp.freetalklive.com.
Are you tired of governments murdering people around the world? Stop using their money. There is an alternative. Bitcoin is a stateless, free market, non-political currency. Bitcoin cannot be inflated or controlled by any government. By using their money, you are helping the state. Stop doing it. You have an incredible alternative available now. Learn it, use it, spread it. Get started with Bitcoin at bitcoin.com. That's bitcoin.com.
LRN.FM is proud to announce our official listening apps for Android and iOS devices. Now you can easily tune into our streams anywhere, anytime on your smartphone or tablet. Just visit apps.lrn.fm or search for LRN.FM in the Android or Apple app stores. Please download, rate us 5 stars, then share the link on your social media and let your friends and family know how you're listening to LRN.FM. Download it now, free at apps.lrn.fm.
Every once in a while, you get information that's worth changing your life for. This is one such time. You can save up to and beyond 25% on all purchases at Amazon. You probably heard of Bitcoin and just not thought much about it. You certainly know that you can get competitive pricing at Amazon, but now you can get a 25% discount on nearly everything you need to live. I've just given you a huge raise, and all you have to do is claim it. You go to saveitpurse.com and open an account. Do this right now. Don't wait. Then you fund the account with Bitcoin. I know this sounds unbelievable, but at my house, we saved as much as 45% off of a new item on Amazon. This information is worth you changing the way you do things. Go to saveitpurse.com right now, get signed up, and cash in on the huge raise I'm offering you. 15 to 25% off of everything at Amazon through saveitpurse.com. It's saveatpurse.com.
While our satellite channel is free to listen to, it's not free for us. You can help us cover our satellite costs with the chip-in on the right side of the page at lrn.fm.
And welcome back to the Rebel Love Show. Welcome back to the Rebel Love Show. I don't know if you heard me, maybe. But that was just Dopapod that you were listening to.
During the commercial break on the YouTube feed, not on LRN.
If you are on LRN, just search Dopapod. They're awesome. I hope they bring that light show with them. They sound like a good groove band. I can really get to it.
They seemed absolutely amazing. I can't wait to see them at
how you guys picked music.
Just so you know, they have their own light production. When you see these guys, it takes them over an hour to set up. So their show is a tremendous light show. They're going to really put amazing show.
Do you guys aim for a specific genre with music, or is just,
Look, you got to know this, everybody. Tom Brown he's quite a humble guy. He doesn't talk a lot. He's kind of quiet about things. But he's been around this a long, long time. A good friend of his, Doug Bledsoe, he's our vendor coordinator, has been with Tom for a long time. And Doug is one of the Further Buster originals. He's a true hippie. All right, we got to give Doug Bledsoe some credit tonight. We love Doug. He really does a lot for us. And he and Tom have spent 30 years together traveling venues, so they really know what it takes to get festival groupies and the genres of bands together. And this is what's happened after 30 years of putting them together. I'm lucky because I grew up, traveling around with 38 Special and bands around the country and around the world. I got the party. But what Tom got to do is really rub elbows with bands and these managers. So what he's got is a really good way of, I guess, coercing these bands to come play for us way up in New Hampshire for the cause.
Well, this lineup that is for New Hampshire Hempfest, and we're going to be right before we go into each commercial break, we're going to be talking about each band as we go. We got to tease you guys. We can't just blow the load all in one segment. We got to edge you a little bit there.
So I wanted to ask, not only is there awesome music as we've discussed, I think one of the most awesome things about this festival, besides you guys and the staff, is that it's not just a music festival, it's a freedom rally, and you have awesome guest speakers.
Amazing.
I want to say Glenn Aldrich.
Yeah,
he spoke last year, and I watched his speech, and I really liked it. And I also watched Rich Paul speak, who I've watched speak several times.
Matt Simon was awesome too.
Yeah, and he does the 420 rally. What do you expect? What kind of speakers are you expecting this year?
Oh God, you guys need to know something. When we started the event, the guest speakers were relatively limited at the time. And I think that's kind of where I came in the picture with the State House and having some of the representatives come. And that's what kind of separates us from probably every event in the country, is that we have House representatives speaking on their behalf and for the citizens.
Didn't you even bring state reps up with to Rogers when you even got up there?
Absolutely. One of my friends now, I have to say that these gentlemen have become friends, not just colleagues in the battle for legalization, but I'm going to give a lot of credit to a lot of people where it's due, but the ones before us that started and have really put their neck on the lines, like Joe LaChance, Rep. Ted Wright, Rep. John Burt, Rep. Glenn Aldrich.
John Burt's great. I just met that guy actually a couple of days ago. He's awesome.
John Burt is an amazing guy. He really does a lot of good for New Hampshire. I got to tell you, this guy and his hot dog day downtown, the guy's, he's quite something. He's really quite pushing. And Leon Rideout from Lancaster, he's the rep up there. And Adam Schroeder, he's another one that even just recently, the House Bill 1630 that we're trying to push for 2 ounces in a home grow. There's a lot of these guys that have been in the forefront, in the trenches for guys like us. And that's kind of where I traversed the festival and the house. And then we have people like Rennie Cushing, who helped Linda Horan, who just recently passed away and was awarded her medical card. God bless her. I was able to get mine based on those the hearings that she won for all citizens in New Hampshire. And then we have, Doug Bledsoe, we mentioned, and Erica Goltler. She's another one. Let me share. Erica Goltler, I met her after an incident of my own that caused me to go online to search for a place that I could park my head and help the cause, and it was New Hampshire Normal. And that's where Erica was. And her and I teamed up for about 4 years now.
What does Normal stand for?
That's the National Organization for the Reform of Marijuana Laws. And she was one of the directors there, and she asked me, could I be one of the directors? And I said, well, yeah, sure. After time, she saw that I was really serious and very involved and educated enough to, again, surpass the regular citizen and diplomacy. So it's kind of hard when you take a festival partier and you try to bring them into the State House. It's very difficult. It's really hard to understand, but that's what I do. And then we have a good friend of Tom Brown, Stan Kuligowski, who's a true trooper of the cause. He's been at this for probably 50 years at the cause.
For legalization.
And he's been brought up under all forms of charges, state charges, federal charges, and he had been released. Tom knows the story about him. We'll get to Stan in a minute, but we also want to bring up Cindy Rigario from New Jersey, who's a tremendous advocate and lobbyist in New Jersey and helped the medical cause and legalization fights that she's had down there. We also have Harry Brown, and if you don't know who Harry Brown is, he's Harry Brown on the Hill. He's one of the most famous marijuana or cannabis activists and legalization fighter crusaders.
He served like a couple of decades in prison, didn't he, for marijuana? Or am I thinking of someone else?
Is that who they named the festival after?
Yeah, Harry Brown throws 3 festivals a year, and he's the reason. Him and Donnie Christian are both the reason that in Portland, Maine, 1 ounce of marijuana is legal in your house. Because they have cannabis, excuse me. So they have fought for that for the last 30 years. And Harry Brown did spend about either 8 or 9 months in jail for things related to his festival.
Oh, really?
Wow. Yeah, he's spent he's a real trooper.
He's a pioneer. He's quite frankly one of the pioneers of the revolution to not only bring medical, because he's really quite frankly, again, he's the grandfather of the Northeast cannabis revolution, and he speaks for us.
So we're coming near the next commercial break, but I want you guys to announce what is another band coming up at NHM Fest.
Now, hold on. Don't give the name up. This name is going to be rocking the ship. We have a lot of people around the country that love this band, and in New England, they're almost like the Fish. So get ready. These guys are going to rock the house.
That'd be Twiddle.
And what's so great about Twiddle? What's awesome about them?
I've heard Twiddle before.
Yeah, they looked amazing at last year's Hemp Fest.
Okay, so they were at last year's festival. Okay.
Yeah, they played Friday night, right? They were the Friday night headlining act last year at Hemp Fest.
Yes.
Yeah, they were incredible. The light show they put on was
so lots of light shows, huh? I can't wait for that.
They're amazing.
Yep.
Just amazing band.
Yeah.
And what type of music is it?
That's indie rock. They have their own form of indie rock is what it is, right?
Oh, okay, nice. I'm seeing that all the genres, at least, I don't know if they're all mixing, but they all have great light shows, so that's all that really matters.
So if you guys are listening on LRN.FM, we're also on IPM Nation as well. If you are listening to either one of those, if you go to rebelloveshow.com/live, we're going to be playing some Twiddle during the commercial break, so go on there and check them out. Look, I'll be playing a video so you can see exactly what the light show we're talking about. Also, if you're listening live, feel free to Skype in if you got any questions for Rick or Tom or any one of us.
And I'm also paying attention to the chat. Just semi,
yeah.
I do want to ask, because you did mention, but we're going to break in a few minutes, so if we don't get through it all. But I did want to ask about, you mentioned a friend of yours getting arrested for cannabis. See? I'm not saying it anymore. And so I didn't even finish because everyone's asking me now, why is the word marijuana not appropriate? And I read an article a little while back about how basically the government wanted to label cannabis marijuana so people wouldn't look at it as a plant because it's a cannabinoid. As a plant, they'd look at it.
It's a medicine.
Yeah, they'd associate it more with something Mexican and the blacks, the jazz musicians, and they just wanted a negative connotation to go with it. So that's why they labeled it marijuana. And that's why it's this long, crazy name, because they wanted you to think, associate it with something like that. It's like kind of the instance of, I don't eat anything I can't spell. They kind of just want to keep it that way. They want to make it complex and hard. So I'm taking the stance myself. I'm going to from now on just say cannabis, because cannabis is its proper name. So I feel like we all should kind of take that stride. If you count yourself, just count, the more you know.
Yeah, I mean,
it's like Mr. Rogers now.
Yeah, I always use the word pot or marijuana. I never even contemplate using it as just cannabis.
We all did. What do we see? Cheech and Chong. Hey, man, smoke a joint, dude. We're going to get big. Just smoke some weed. And the context that came with all of that was actually hindering the growth. The intellectuals.
Money, power, and respect are all yours at creditsuccesssecretsrevealed.com. Be seen as an industry leader. You can do it. The last application you filled out when it was time to hit submit, did your nerves spike? You didn't get the approval you seek, but there's a better way. We teach you exactly what to place into the right systems the right way the first time so you get approved. Get up to $100,000 in instant business credit. Many people will get cash on the spot. Use those 2 tools in your new corporate credit engine so you can walk into the bank and get your project funded today. It's all about today at creditsuccesssecretsrevealed.com. Credit Success Secrets Revealed is explosive and ignites instant results. Dial 1-800-707-8719. That's 1-800-707-8719. 1-800-707-8719. Or just go to creditsuccesssecretsrevealed.com.
In Survivor Max 2, School Bites, Max must scavenge through a wasteland swarming with the undead. Desperate to find the medicine he needs, he discovers a community of survivors at his former school. Has he finally found the safe haven he's been looking for, or will he discover that school bites? Look for Survivor Max on Facebook, read reviews on Amazon, and read Chapter 1 at SurvivorMax.com.
If you can't listen to the Liberty Radio Network's internet streams, free satellite channel, or radio affiliates, no worries. You can listen to LRN.FM from any phone, anywhere. Add this number to your phone. 213-493-0309. It's a long-distance call, so make sure you're familiar with your phone's calling plan. The Liberty Radio Network listen lines are locked into our stream 24 hours a day. Call 213-493-0309. That's 213-493-0309.
Understanding your credit score is the first step towards managing and improving it. This is Charlie Sundstrom with your Van Dyke Mortgage Minute. The most influential component of your credit score is your payment history. Almost equally as important is the amount you owe on credit accounts. Also impacting your score, but to a lesser degree, are the length of time you've utilized your credit, the number of new accounts, credit inquiries, and your various types of credit accounts. To help achieve or maintain a healthy credit score, have a system set up to assure your bills are always paid on time. Don't max out your cards. It's better to have a high credit limit with a low balance. Never close old accounts. The age of these can actually help your credit score. But don't be afraid to use your credit. You need several accounts in order to have a credit score. Just keep the corresponding payments within your means. For your mortgage pre-approval and refi needs, start by visiting VanDykeMortgage.com.
Corporate NMLS 3035. Van Dyke Mortgage is an equal housing lender. Charlie Sundstrom, NMLS 134251.
DVD, books, music, instruments, periodicals, computers, software, electronics, photo, cell phones, office products, home and garden, bed and bath, furniture, kitchen, pet supplies, automotive, hardware, apparel, shoes, jewelry, grocery, healthcare, sports and outdoors, toys, games, used, and more. It's a department store at your fingertips. Shop.lrn.fm. Get all your shopping done, get a great deal, and a portion of your purchase goes to benefit the Liberty Radio Network when you shop at Amazon via shop.lrn.fm.
I love My Magic Mud. I drink a lot of coffee. I had stains on my teeth. Then I found My Magic Mud, and I was told it would remove stains. So I paid attention when I brushed the first time. My Magic Mud is black tooth powder, and the difference it made in my teeth in one application was noticeable. With 4, my teeth were as white as you normal folks out there. Please go to mymagicmud.com and buy a jar. There's 150 applications for $25. You can use Bitcoin. mymagicmud.com.
Help get LRN.FM into more ears. Visit promote.lrn.fm for a free bumper sticker, flyers, banners, graphics, and more. Promote.lrn.fm.
And welcome back to the Rebel Love Show. This is your Rebel Mistress here. I'm here with New Hampshire Hemp Fest and Freedom Rally organizers, Rick Naya and Tom Brown. I know you had a few more guest speakers you wanted to get to.
Absolutely. We need to talk about Rob Robertson.
Yes.
Another good friend of Tom's who throws on a major event in New York.
Rob Robinson has put on the New York Harvest Fest for the last 17 years. This year will be 18. And he's really done an amazing job in New York for legalization.
Yeah, he's always called down to do guest speaking in Jersey, down in New York City, and just all over the country. Actually, he gets around, Rob.
And he'll be one of our speakers this year.
Yep, another nationally acclaimed guest speaker we have. We also have a woman by the name of Julie Gadeppi. She is quite a special lady. She's going to be handling our bake-off this year. Not only that, she's a guest speaker. She's been involved in the circuit, so to speak, for many years.
What kind of bake-off are we talking about here?
We're talking about the bake-off.
The bake-off,
yeah. You bake and you bake off. No, what it is that she holds a bake-off. Like people bring cakes and cookies and all forms of edibles. Some are charged and others aren't. And they award different awards for the classes that they have. And Julie handles that, and she's been doing this for quite a long time. In fact, she's got a great following of judges and bakers that follow her around because it's it's a big thing for her, baking, as we know. You win awards and you get famous, and if it's good, by golly, you get reclamation for it. So
that's awesome.
Yeah, it is awesome. And then we got another guy here, Jordan Sandman. He's another good cat. Yeah, he's a great guest speaker. He's got a great message that he shares with people, and he's a masseuse. Jordan Sandman. You can find him on Facebook. He's a good kid. He's a great guy. He's a father, and he's got a great message. We got another guy here, the freedom fighter, the liberty fighter, Carl Caswell. He's a friend of Tom's.
I love that radio voice, by the way. You got just do the rest of the show. Just do the rest of the show in that voice, man. Just do the whole episode just in that voice.
That's crazy. But anyway, Carl Caswell, he is actually a tremendous voice for liberty. He speaks on behalf of liberty and freedom all over the country. It's quite something. But he was the first purchaser of our ultimate Mac Daddy.
And what is the Mac Daddy?
The Mac Daddy is 4 days, 4 nights, 4 VIP. You get to be a judge at our history-making Freedom Cup, first in New Hampshire's history.
Nice.
We're going to have a Freedom Cup this year. Yep. And Carl was the first purchaser of that. He also gets to get a hand-blown glass piece given to him, a goodie bag, T-shirt, poster, signed. What else?
He gets a meal every day?
He gets a free meal, a nice meal. Drink. This year is not just hamburgers and hot dogs, too, either. We're really going to we're going to step up and have penne and chicken this year. We're stepping up. But again, you guys have to understand, grassroots, when we mean grassroots, it's not grass, stoned roots. Mm-hmm. It's about peeling money right out of your pockets, flipping cars, mowing lawns, doing car washes, trying to scrap up any bit of money and barter for tickets and barter for, like we do with you guys.
Yeah.
We share the love. That's what we do. And it seems to be growing. We're on a wave. I keep saying that we're on this wave.
Can I just say it's awesome that you have buyers of your Supreme VIP package before you've even given the lineup.
Oh, several.
Yeah. Just the amount of people saying they're going on the Facebook event is like incredible. You haven't announced anything. You haven't done a thing. You're doing it now. Yeah.
It's amazing. It's like now we just decided. Hey, Tom says, hey, let's put our banner out there. So hey, folks, go look at Rick Nye and Tom Brown's pages. Their pages on Facebook, and there's the lineup, and there's our bands. So get a look at that, and in a few minutes we'll be also shooting out our custom-made and designed by Nate McClellan artwork, Illuminati art. You guys aren't going to believe this poster, but this poster is a one-of-a-kind that we've had made for us from a dear friend of mine, and I'm really impressed with it. It brings a sense of love, and it really brings a sense of festival that you won't see on posters.
Yeah.
And this is the very first poster he's ever even attempted to draw or design. So I can't wait till we get the dose out and do a real good run out at Rogers so he can feel the vibes, and then next year design from his real drawing of the event.
I guess that answers the questions if you're going to go next year at Rogers, unless you outgrow Rogers, which is the biggest campground in NH.
It really is. It's the largest campground in New Hampshire. There's 350 RV spots. There's over 150 campsites, and we are actually going to transform Rogers Campground that weekend into the best festival event in New England.
So a lot of our listeners, a lot of them are porcupines. They've been to Pork Fest. They've been to Rogers. All right.
Sure.
So they know it, but there's going to be a lot of people out there listening to. What's your plans for when you say transform it? Like what's your vision for Rogers Campground for
I guess
Hempfest?
we're getting into activities. I'm straying off from guest speakers, but yeah, tell us about your activities. Tell us how you're going to transform and what that's going to look like.
What we're going to do with the transformation is that in New England, they don't really have outdoor UV. You have lights blowing around and so forth, but this year, we have 10 of, well, not only they're nationally, some of them are world-acclaimed DJs. We have some of the best DJs in all of the country that are going to be playing for this year. And we've asked our master DJ, our director of DJ Wicked, Jeremy Sparks, to bring these DJs together and have them bring their lights and their equipment and all set up together in unison under one huge UV explosion. We're going to do something that's never been done in a forest or in the woods in New Hampshire or New England for that matter. And we're really looking forward to unleashing that with these DJs with some really cool music that they're going to be playing with it. They're not going to be playing the boom stuff. They're going to bring in some truly orbital, this outer space, this really creepy whale sounds and just this really, I guess, body vibing stuff with the lights. They're really going to gear up. And I got to tell you, Jeremy's he's a special guy. He brought us together. Let me tell you who our DJs are.
Yeah, I'm excited more about the DJs almost as much as like the actual like huge lineup.
Oh, our DJs are phenomenal. But let me just share with you the DJs that we do have. DJ Wicked, of course, Jeremy Sports. We have Midas. Midas is the Golden Judge. He's been around the world. This guy is a famous. He's out of Manchester, but he was one of the original true hip-hop DJs back in the early 80s. This guy's been all over the world. And then we're going to give a lot of credit to Milk Toast. He's another flip-flop jammer that's really a badass DJ. You got to go listen to him online. Dosed. I think he's out of Maine. He's quite famous.
Big.
He's
very big.
Dosed has got a very large following. It's spelled DHOST. Go check him out. He's got a huge following on Facebook and around the region. We've also got Mystic, another flip-flop banger. This guy can really thrash, too. And K-Ped. Here's another kid, this K-Ped. This kid can flip disc. He can really do some jams.
He's good.
Right? You got another one. This kid, Chris Stanky. He's out of Philadelphia. You've got to listen to this Stanky. This kid is... He's really going to go world class. He's already on the verge of that. Now he's a world class DJ. We got another one, Shane Slaughter. This kid's another one. Shane Slaughter's been all over the circuit throughout New England, New Jersey, New York, all over the area. This kid Slaughter's another basher, and Mr. Burns. And if you don't know who Mr. Burns is, you need to come to Hempfest to find out. And if not, just go online, go listen to these guys on YouTube, and you're going to realize that, oh my God, they really do have some of the best DJs in the country.
So, Tom, first off, the DJs. Oh my God, I'm excited about the UV4s more than anything else. But we got like about a minute or so left until we hit the next break. I want you to tease the LRN and IPM listeners right now. What is the next big band coming to?
Hold on a minute. This is one of the girls' favorites.
Oh yeah.
Oh, it's my favorite. It's my favorite.
I love that. I love that beastly man.
The New England's teddy bear, and who is it going to be? The big pushy teddy bear? Who is it?
Zach Deputy.
Zach Deputy.
Zach Deputy playing a two-by.
He was my favorite part of last year. And you know how you go to these festivals and then some of like the bands, like they're like, I don't want to talk to these people. I don't want to be around these people. Zach Deputy's like, no, like I'll pick you up and put you on my shoulder. Like, let's take a photo together.
He's amazing.
He's so sweet. And I loved him.
And you notice how all the girls that love the hula hooping, they have to be on stage with Zach. They love to hoop with Zach. He's just such a loving guy.
And his music is incredible.
Yeah, and he's a one-man jam band.
The Saturday, he was the headline Saturday at Hempfest last year, and it was. I had never heard of Zach Deputy when I went to Hempfest last year, and we were just we were blown away, away.
You know what I always say about Zach? Imagine the money his mother spent for that son of a bitch to play all those hours and days and months and years in that basement to get that good.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
That was an investment.
He spent his money at the singing lessons the right way. That guy is quite an amazing actor.
He's a one-man jam band. Like he's just a guy. He's one guy. And he's playing everything.
And I don't know if he makes up things on the spot, but I remember like one night he was just singing this song. I was like, what is this song, man? You have to be making this up. And it was just great. It was just amazing.
Yeah, he does improvisational singing. He's just phenomenal.
Yeah, and it's just the whole presentation is like during that
he
that
takes
night,
requests from the crowd.
Like,
he's like, tell me what you want me to sing.
It felt like hundreds of people were just dancing around with him. It wasn't just like a couple people. I felt like the entire crowd was just dancing with him. Hundreds and hundreds of people everywhere just dancing.
One of my favorite moments, I was like wearing this like little gypsy outfit, and we're like jumping up in the crowd, and Zach Deputy singing, and he's singing away, and this little boy, he's like, you want to dance with me? And we're just like jumping up, and like he's playing. It was beautiful.
Yeah, it was amazing.
I've got a great photograph of the three of you with Zach Deputy on our GIF. Have you seen that?
Oh yeah, with his fist on her head.
Yeah, you've got to see the New Hampshire gift that we put out.
We're gonna play some Zach.
Yeah, we're gonna play some Zach Deputy during the commercial break on LRN. So go to rebelloveshow.com/live and you can get a little listen to Zach Deputy. We'll be back after Zach.
Love you, New Hampshire Hempfest family. Woo!
The Free State Project has reached its goal of 20,000 liberty lovers who've pledged to move to New Hampshire and get active to achieve liberty in our lifetime. Perhaps you're trying to figure out what part of New Hampshire should be your destination. If so, consider Keene. You'll find more than 150 reasons to move to Keene at move.freekeene.com. Keene is famous for its historic, publicity-generating activism, as well as being the liberty media capital of the world. It's home to freekeene.com, New Hampshire's destination for liberty activism, news, and opinion. For years, we've been compiling over 150 reasons to move to Keene at move.freekeene.com, where you'll learn about some of what's happening here and what makes Keene a great place to live. If you love liberty, you'll probably enjoy anywhere you end up in the Shire. But do your due diligence first. Please visit move.freekeene.com for the full list of over 150 reasons to move to Keene. That's move.freekeene.com.
This is your Roberts & Roberts Brokerage Daily Precious Metals Update. In early trading Monday, gold is down $10.50 at $1,245 per ounce. Silver is 3 cents lower at $15.87 per ounce. Bitcoin is trading at $408 US. Compared to gold, silver is nearly the cheapest it's been in 7 years. Buy silver now and get more ounces of gold later. Ask us how at 800-874-9760 or visit us online at rrbi.co.
Did you know you can listen to LRN.FM via our free-to-air satellite channels? We have channels over nearly all of North America and much of Africa. All you need is an affordable receiver and a dish as small as 30 inches. There are no monthly fees. Learn more at sat.lrn.fm. Plus, if you are a broadcaster or want to be one, this is a good delivery method for our content. See our coverage maps and get details at sat.lrn.fm. That's sat.lrn.fm. sat.lrn.fm.
More Rebel Love Show is next, live after the news, here on the Liberty Radio Network at LRN.FM.
From Keene in the Shire, the Liberty Media capital of the world, this is Daryl W. Perry, host of FPP Radio News for Thursday, March 10th, 2016. Silver is trading at $15.28 per ounce. Gold is valued at $1,247 per ounce. And according to BitcoinAverage.com, the average price of Bitcoin is $417. Antiwar.com reports Pentagon officials have confirmed that U.S. ground troops were involved in a raid against an al-Shabaab-held town in Somalia, arriving by helicopter in a raid which also involved Somali forces and which they say killed more than 10 fighters. The U.S. rarely discusses its troops in Somalia, which are nominally advisors. Officials suggested that the troops were again in an advisory role and that they did not go all the way in the raid. They were involved enough that al-Shabaab confirmed their presence. Al-Shabaab reported that the attack only killed one of their fighters and only attacked a single checkpoint as opposed to an entire town. Somali officials suggested the attack was aimed at an illegal taxation checkpoint. This disputed death toll comes after a massive U.S. drone strike against Somalia, which U.S. officials claim killed over 150, Somali officials claim killed over 200, and which al-Shabaab insisted killed far less, maintaining they have never had that many of their fighters together in a single place. For nearly 40 years, Roberts & Roberts Brokerage has been a trusted source for buying and selling precious metals like gold and silver. They also take Bitcoin for precious metal purchases and have permanently removed the minimum purchase amount for all orders paid in the digital currency. Call Roberts & Roberts today for knowledgeable advice on buying and selling precious metals and a forward-thinking approach to new technologies. 800-874-9760 or visit online at rrbi.co. UPI reports none of the remaining detainees at the Guantanamo Bay Naval Prison in Cuba will be transferred anywhere in the United States as part of the efforts to close the facility because it's against the law, according to the nation's top law enforcement officer on Wednesday. Testifying before the Senate Judiciary Committee on Wednesday, U.S. Attorney General Loretta Lynch explicitly stated that the prospect of moving any of the detainees to facilities in the United States could not be done without first making a change to federal law. Lynch said, while there certainly are the ongoing efforts to transfer individuals from Guantanamo Bay, individuals are not able to be transferred from Guantanamo Bay to a facility on U.S. soil. The prison has been a recurring controversy for the executive branch since 2001, when the 9/11 terrorist attacks spurred its existence. Since the first day of his term, President Barack Obama has promised to shut it down, but has found that to be anything but easy. 7 years later, it's still open. The biggest question, where will about two-thirds of the remaining 91 detainees go? Officials have said 35 will be transferred to other nations. The rest, administration officials previously said, can be moved to secure prisons in the United States. In fact, that intention was part of the plan Obama gave to Congress last month to shut down the facility. That plan, though, has not been too well received. Republicans and even some Democrats oppose it. Multiple GOP presidential candidates have said they would keep the prison open. When her plush and comfy life suddenly and unexpectedly fell apart, Brooke and her dog Cloud set out to defy the odds. If this is a man's world, as they say, living on the streets is no place for a young woman. One day she awoke in the redwood forest and realized she had become a hobo, and would ultimately come to know exactly what it means to survive. How to Be a Hobo by Brooke Willett is available from Amazon.com and all major bookstores. Reuters reports 2 Baltimore school police officers caught on video as one of them repeatedly slapped a student outside a high school have been charged in the incident, according to authorities. Video of the March 1st encounter outside Baltimore's Reach Partnership School went viral on social media, which spurred an investigation. Officer Anthony Spence was seen in the video hitting a young man 3 times and then kicking him. He was charged with second-degree child abuse, second-degree assault, and misconduct in office. The name and age of the student were not revealed because he is a minor. Officer Saverna Bias was charged with second-degree assault and misconduct in office. According to charging documents, she urged Spence to smack the student because he was allegedly insolent. Spence, a 12-year veteran of the force, and Bias turned themselves in overnight but are out on bond. Bias, Spence, and Marshall Goodwin, the chief of the school police, have been placed on administrative leave. The officers are scheduled to appear in court in April. The school police are separate from the Baltimore Police Department. This has been FPP Radio News, online at fppradio.com.
In a dramatic scene last night, a coalition of the nation's damaged women staged a drunken, tear-soaked march on the Capitol just after 2 a.m. Jane Carmichael has more.
Thank you, Brooke. The damaged women began their protest yesterday afternoon, marching on the National Mall at about 4 p.m., and then marching away furious, saying they were done with Congress once and for all. But then they came back again late last night, insisting that someone in Washington listen to them for once. The late-night protests started with tearful apologies, but quickly moved to anger as marchers demanded that Congress pass a bill making it illegal to say you love someone and then up and leave as soon as there's one little problem.
Why are you ignoring us? Stop ignoring us! Why don't you hear me when I talk to you? Wipe the smirk off of your face. No, come back! Come back because we think that we want you to care about us.
I don't need to pay a therapist to tell me I'm unhappy. I know I'm unhappy!
This is the Onion News Network.
Ask me to do it, too.
Welcome back to the Rebel Love Show here on LRN.FM. And I gotta say, it's still it's a pleasure that we're back on the air on LRN.FM. So fuck you, federal government, for taking down the LRN studio earlier this weekend. I'm sorry. Yeah, I know, we're next. So anyways, we were right before the last break. Rick was going on about all the different activities going on at New Hampshire Hempfest. I gotta be honest, I am more than stoked about the UV Forest.
This year?
Yeah, is the UV Forest going to be a silent disco or not?
That depends. We very well may.
Yes, that's possible. It's still undecided. We're going to have a lot of great food vendors there, too. Between 5 to 8 different food vendors with a variety of food.
Yeah, everyone's saying that Zach Deputy makes them hungry, so they want to know what kind of food.
Vegetarian, vegan. We're going to have a farmer's market. The Lancaster Community Food Bank is going to be one of our sponsors this year. We're actually doing a food drive. That means that anybody, and I'm going to say it loud and clear, everybody that comes to New Hampshire Hempfest this year must bring 1 can of food. If they don't, they'll be asked to go to the local store and grab one. So everybody, please remember that this year, this is a big year for us to do this. We're going to help the community of Lancaster. We'd like you to bring a can of food, every person that comes. If you don't, trust me, our gate will ask you to leave and come back with food. So remember, this is to help the Lancaster Community Food Bank and the farmers market that they have. There's going to be there. We're going to have a Lancaster's Village that we're sponsoring free of charge for a number of local farmers to bring their produce and wares to the event. So,
that is awesome.
Yeah, that's our way of extending a little bit of love back to the community because people, again, they don't get it. Well, Tom and I really are some compassionate guys. We do a lot of giving. I mean, we're so fucking broke we can't even see straight.
What other? Is there any other?
Well, I think that's awesome that you guys are having a food drive during the festival. That really speaks about your character and what this festival kind of represents. And since you just went on that end, I'm definitely going to bring a cupboard full of food because I got a lot of cans. So anyway, yeah,
we'll bring some food.
We're expecting, we're expecting, and again, just predicated on numbers and calculations that we've done, but we're expecting to have 3,000 plus people show up to the event this year, and I want to share this that our event again, it's New Hampshire's event. It's not a festival in a field where people are just partying.
It's a people's event.
Yeah,
that's what I wanted to ask you next. If you had one goal for HempFest, because I know you said, years ago you were like, I'm going to give up my savings, I'm going to start this, and I don't know, I'm sure it's evolved like greater than you ever expected back then because things just happen so fast. But if you had one goal for HempFest, what is it? What is your goal with having New Hampshire HempFest and Freedom Rally?
Yeah, that's a really good question.
I can answer that for us. Tom and I think, here's what's funny. Tom and I are like a teeter-totter. Tom has a sense of balance that I don't carry. And we become very, very good friends that way. I feel like I'm the fulcrum, the center of the teeter where it totters. Because Tom goes up and down, up and down. He knows the venue this side, he knows the venue that side, he knows this and that. But the one place that he has to have is that one thing in the middle that keeps the teeter going back and forth. And that's me. So what we've done is I've learned to acquiesce and learn Tom's up and downs throughout the industry and culminated into what we believe is the fastest growing, best designed festival venue in the country. There isn't anything like it, to be honest with you. And we know it because we study these things. And being 30 years in the business, watching the data and the research that we do, our staff, the volunteers, I want to say the big V, give them a big victory. I want to applaud them. You guys have no idea what it's like to work grassroots and have people come out after, to come to a festival that's 4 days long and ask them to work for you for 8, 10, 12 hours. And it's not work, it's volunteer. They volunteer with their heart. But what they do is they give freely. And that's what you were saying earlier. What you saw was this love of people want to pitch a tent, help up, clean up, just give a helping hand. Hey, whatever it might be, you need a beer, you need a breakfast sandwich, hey, smoke my joint, party with me. And they want to make you feel welcome. And it's just an amazing...
a lot of love.
It's a tremendous amount of love. And that's what we're about. You asked earlier, too, what is New Hampshire HempFest really about? Well, if you guys go look at our new poster, get a good look at the colors on that poster. The rainbow is on there. It represents all of us. From an infirm child to an invalid woman that might have cancer, to a grandmother and a grandparent or a father, a brother, a sister, a co-worker.
Your average day, everyday, ordinary person.
Everybody, every single one of us. This event isn't Tom's or mine, really. We're lucky to be on the wave and harnessed it. We just got lucky, me being on one side of the tracks and the political side and pushing for the laws, and Tom finding that the only way that we could do it was through love and music, because we all know. I get touched by this all the time. But it's the love that we have inside us that Tom and I share. It's the vision that we have. It has nothing to do about money. And the question earlier was, what do we plan on doing with HempFest? Well, our ultimate goal is to make this a charitable foundation. And this year, I myself and a few other colleagues of mine have developed the New Hampshire Cannabis Foundation, and Tom and I together this year will also create New Hampshire HempFest and Freedom Rally as a charitable foundation.
So what's the goal of New Hampshire Cannabis Foundation? What's the purpose of it?
Remember, again, I'm on another side of the railroad tracks, and I deal with a lot of people who have a lot of interests in a lot of different facets of New Hampshire's government, its economy, where it's going. And I want to share this word as well, and you'll be seeing it a lot in the next few months, in the next years coming. And this is one of my monikers, and I brought it up a number of times with my colleagues. It's a newer New Hampshire. And soon you'll see Newer New H and newernewh.com. And we'll be speaking a lot more about that, because what we're going to try and do is help change the way that New Hampshire is not only viewed by the country, the world, but by its own citizens. The balance has to change, and we need a newer New Hampshire. We have to look at things differently. The cronyism that we've had throughout all these years, and the way that we're moving forward isn't the way that the state and the voters, the common the guy like Tom talks about, the New Hampshire person, the real reason why New Hampshire lives free and dies free. It's got nothing to do with business. It's got nothing to do with insurance and the cronies downtown. It's got to do with the guy that goes to bang the nails to do the oil job, the nurse that goes to work, the baker that goes to do donuts, the lady that goes to McDonald's, the ones that works at the shoe store. Our state really isn't, when you look at it in a whole, it really doesn't have a lot to do with the state. It has to do with its citizens. And we have some of the best people in the world. How do I know? I've lived all over it. And if you look at the Book of Firsts, there's a book called the Book of Firsts. When you review that book, you'll find out there are more people from New Hampshire in that book than anybody in the world. So when you talk about American ingenuity, when you talk about America trying to step up and make changes, and when you talk about things really trying to do like we're doing, you can't do it on your own. You have to do it with something, and it's like the bite out of the apple. It's in the eye of the beholder. And it's love. We do it with love. New Hampshire's about love, and what we're doing is sharing love in New Hampshire.
Just from being at Hempfest last year, I feel the love. That's why we're moving our wedding to Hempfest. Like, it's the love is there, wow. And we're coming up near a break. And
can I just say before we go on our break, I think it all starts with prohibition. You know,
we got to end prohibition.
We got to end it.
But
and that's
I agree.
This is the start. Things like New Hampshire Hempfest.
Before we hit that break, I really want you to announce the next band on the lineup.
Hold on here. We had a heck of a time getting this on the poster, but I want to tell you something. This band right here has been climbing the walls around the country and around the region. They're getting a lot of accolades, and I tell you, it took a lot of tooth and nails to get them on this. But I'll tell you, if you guys like playing around and playing on the tables, this is one band to listen to, and I hope you enjoy this one.
Pigeons Playing Ping Pong.
Yeah.
That's a very interesting name. I hope they live up to it.
Well, when you listen to their music, I think you'll find out that's why they're one of the top 4 of our headliners. These guys have one hell of an indie vibe, and a lot of people in New England are really surging this band, so they're going to bring accolades to New Hampshire, I can guarantee.
All right, so if you're listening on LRN, go to rebelloveshow.com/live so you can listen to Pigeons Playing Ping Pong.
Ross Ulbricht was convicted in early 2015 of running the infamous Silk Road Underground Market. The Silk Road was a gift to humanity and helped reduce the harms brought on by drug prohibition. For this good deed, Ross has been sentenced to life in prison with no possibility of parole. Now, an appeal is Ross's only chance, and he needs your support. Please visit freeross.org, where you can contribute via various methods, including Bitcoin. Visit freeross.org. That's freeross.org. Arcade City is a ride-sharing app built by drivers for drivers. It's more decentralized than Uber and Lyft. With Arcade City, you can keep all of what you earn. Sign up now to drive for Arcade City at arcade.freetalklive.com. Arcade City was created by New Hampshire liberty activist Christopher David. When he publicized the idea in January 2016, he hoped to recruit 100 drivers by the end of the month. Instead, he blew past his goal with over 1,300 drivers signing up in just 2 weeks. Arcade City is connecting drivers directly with riders and is disrupting the already disrupted transportation industry. If you want to get involved, you can join as a rider or a driver. To ride with Arcade City, visit arcaderide.freetalklive.com. To drive with Arcade City, visit arcade.freetalklive.com. That's arcade.freetalklive.com to drive, or arcaderide.freetalklive.com to ride with Arcade City.
Here's a chance to do a little activism while you're cruising Facebook, Twitter, or Google+. Between the LOL cats, the recipes, the hot girls, and the inspirational sunrise memes, Free Talk Live's posts pass by your newsfeed. Like them, comment. It gives us more exposure. If you don't see our posts, click like at facebook.freetalklive.com and then hover over it to click Get Notifications. It's an easy way to spread the ideas of liberty a bit further. I know you're busy, but you can spare that tenth of a calorie it takes to click on something. facebook.freetalklive.com.
A new study finds most high school graduates are woefully unprepared for high school, and a bag of flour has a slave auction on its front. This is the Onion Week in Review. This week, Secretary of Labor Thomas Perez unveiled plans to boost the nation's struggling job market by giving every unemployed American a self-serve yogurt shop, saying that the frozen yogurt business model is robust, profitable, and that they've pretty much exhausted other options. Perez explained that owners will be responsible for stocking their own topping bars with items such as Oreo crumbles, minced kiwi, cashews, and gummy bears. Estimates indicate the country will need to increase daily consumption of frozen yogurt by approximately 2.3 gallons per person in order for the new stores to remain solvent. And in this week's local news, something is apparently going on between a mom and her friend. In other news, Taco Bell warns its employees against ever exposing their skin to its food. A sad man tears 2 bananas off of a larger bunch, and a new report finds everything you've ever wanted has been right in front of you all along.
This is the Onion News Network.
Now that you've found the Liberty Radio Network at LRN.FM, you may want to help expose others to our great programs. To assist you in doing so, you'll find resources at promote.lrn.fm, including details on how to get a free bumper sticker, quarter-page flyers you can print out and distribute, banners for your website, as well as files that will allow you to make your own custom banners and graphics. Visit promote.lrn.fm and help bring new listeners to the Liberty Radio Network. That's promote.lrn.fm.
So you've signed the Shire Society Declaration and are planning your move to New Hampshire to be around more liberty-oriented people. Next, sign up for the Shire Society Forum at forum.shiresociety.com. There are a bunch of people there who are already in the Shire, and they want to meet you. If you're already in the Shire physically, you should also come by the forums. Remember, not everyone uses Facebook. New people are signing up for the Shire Society Forum every month, so drop in and say hello at forum.shiresociety.com.
This is the Liberty Radio Network, broadcasting the latest liberty-oriented audio content 24 hours a day at LRN.FM.
And welcome back to the New Hampshire Hemp Fest and Freedom Rally. This is your Rebel Mistress here with Rob Mathias and the organizers of Hemp Fest and Freedom Rally. I don't know if you guys got through all your DJs, but I know you wanted to get into a bit more of the activities people can expect at Hemp Fest. You want to tell us a little bit more about that?
Yeah, right on. We had one more guest speaker we cannot forget.
Oh, yeah.
Friend of yours, friend of ours, friend of the state, friend of liberty.
Rich Paul.
Rich Paul is an absolutely amazing person.
I don't think he's a friend of the state.
I just want to...
He's a friend of the people of the state. People that don't understand Rich, if they really truly got to know the man, you'd know that he was really trying to fight for your freedoms, not just some of the wacky thing you think he might be. No, Rich Paul...
He has sacrificed a lot for.
He's been to prison for God's sakes.
I have visited him in prison. I visited him in prison during that stint when he got when he was arrested. When he was arrested for selling marijuana. There was actually a federal terrorism task force.
They set him up.
And he refused to snitch on the CAC. They wanted him to snitch on all the other activists in the Keene Activist Center. He refused to do so.
I'll go to jail.
Went to jail.
Yeah. So he went to jail, and on top of that, he took it to trial. He didn't take a plea deal. He could have got a plea deal.
He took it to trial,
and he was trying to do jury nullification. Unfortunately, he faced 83 years in prison. 83 years. He only ended up serving 11 months. Right. But I remember I actually visited him in prison at one point.
Crimes.
For a victimless crime
crime.
Set up.
Yeah.
To railroad them to narc and snitch.
Yeah. To try to take down the guy that they just took down.
And he set up so many. He was setting up 420 rallies all the time.
Let's do this. Let's give some. Ian Freeman needs some credit from us at New Hampshire Hemp Fest and Freedom Rally. I've been listening to the LRN, and I've been listening to everything since the inception. I've been here 23 years in New Hampshire. And I've listened to Ian speak for years. One thing he's never done is kibosh New Hampshire Hemfest or any of the movement. He's always supported it. In fact, when the problems occurred, he contacted us, and on live radio with Rob. And
this was just on Friday. This was just on Friday night.
In fact, before the FBI even showed up.
It feels like it was a month ago, but it was literally only like 4 days ago.
It was hours ago.
I know.
Yeah.
Amazing that we're even on LRN. And you can think, Ian, and I'll tell you, everybody out there that's listening, he's the Howard Stern of the Liberty Radio Network.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
That's what he was. And he's like the shock jock of Liberty. And what he made you do is think on the left and on the right, sometimes extreme, but he made you think.
So what was the I want you to kind of go into it. During that episode, you guys hooked up during the commercial break, and Ian came back with a great announcement about a partnership with Hemfest. You want to go into that a little bit?
Absolutely. I think it was a wonderful opportunity because it's a missed opportunity by LRN. I believe that LRN, not just the network, but the Liberty movement, the Shire, the society, the libertarians, the movement came about by the Howard Stern of it all, Ian. I mean, he helped push this and create that, the movement. He helped ignite it to get it going. But what he did do is he asked, hey, listen, this is what's happened. Do you mind if we can rest our head with your pillow and use the Hempfest instead of Porkfest? To bring our word out and use the love that you guys have, because evidently we see that there is a problem with the love of understanding the way we do things in New Hampshire. Libertarians are new here. New Hampshire's an old state with a lot of old values, and one of them is you don't throw people to the curb then piss on them in public. You pull them aside, you reprimand them, then you do your business. But to go about it in the social media that fashion is a little bit shocking.
Yeah, there is.
For shocking.
There is. I mean, for the
even for them.
Yeah,
we all know this already. I think that they realize they've made a grave mistake, but they need to move on in their own way.
No, they haven't.
Oh, yeah.
They may not happen. But again, you guys share your views. New Hampshire Hempfest, we're the fulcrum. We have to accept all of us and love us all. So I have to love the Porkfest, which I do. I love the Liberty movement, which we
don't get us wrong.
We don't get anybody wrong. But what we do is we accept Ian. Ian, for good, bad, wrong, right, or indifferent, he's loved by New Hampshire Hempfest. We're not going to turn our backs on him. We'll support him. And if he wants to use us to support his movement and his cause, we will certainly allow that. We're not going to get in the middle of it. When we will get in the middle of it, though, is kind of like at the levels that they were shocked by. But again, we're at that crossroad. We'll get there when we get there. You don't do it in public. Let's wait. Look what it's done already. We don't want to get into all those details because I can assure you that's not what this segment's about. What it's about is the love that we're, New Hampshire Hempfest, Tom and I, our organization, our staff, volunteers, yourselves are exuding to Ian. And I wanted to bring that up because he deserves it, for God's sakes. It's a pity that this has happened, but he deserves a place to keep his head and hold it high. Because I've heard, again, I'll say it, and we'll both say it. We've heard good, we've heard bad, we've heard the middle. And for the most part, it's always been down.
Well, not just that, but like having Free Talk Live and LRN join up with Hempfest it's sharing the love more, and it gets the message out even farther. So having other shows there, it broadcasts out to other people who couldn't make Hempfest.
Well, I wasn't aware that he had. Oh, it was LRN. It was the Rebel Love Show, Anarchy at Night. What are the other 2 or 3 or 4? It's like 5.
Flaming
stations.
Freedom.
Yeah, Flaming Freedom off the air live. Like it's that they didn't understand that banning a network and full of more than just one person, because LRN is all of us.
See, and now
there are tens of thousands of listeners.
Oh, absolutely. And the beauty of having LRN there, all right, so like coming from us from a Porkfest perspective, LRN is there broadcasting every night. There's multiple shows, but by doing so, they're talking about their experiences at Porkfest. Now, bringing that over to Hempfest, this is paying it forward going into next year, but we're going to be able to document content, like other shows. They're going to document what life is like throughout the festival.
Yeah. He said he wanted to do live show up in our Freedom Cup room. I can't wait for him to do that from 7 o'clock to 1 in the morning. He's going to be
he'll do a good job, and he'll be entertaining. And I think
I've met Ian many times down at the State House for the cause and other things that he's down there for.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
He helps change laws.
He goes down there all the time. He definitely helps.
Joke. This guy's not just let's talk to him.
Well, he's even run for governor before. Like he's gone all out.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, I felt like we were going to go to HempFest anyway, and we just felt the love from HempFest, and we wanted to be more involved this year, and it just felt right. Like, everything in my being was saying, this feels right. Like,
at Rogers Campground, where you guys fell in love with that place.
Yeah, that's where I proposed to my road mistress here. I proposed to her at
it's a special
Rogers Campground,
and I can't even just wait for all the love and all the
magical.
Magical, and all the love, all the experiences that we're going to experience at HempFest. Like, I can't wait for that. And there's multiple people who have told me the same thing.
People don't know this, but where Rogers Campground is located is at the foothills of the Presidential Range. It's the northernmost part of the White Mountain National Forest. The view from there is amazing.
The mountains will vibrate, people. You come on out.
Come to HempFest, guys. More when we come back after the break.
Since time began, tyrants have taken aim at personal liberties. Now there's a movie that aims back.
The government has no more right to tell us what to put in our bodies than they have to take our guns or tell us what books we can read.
6 drug police were eaten by bears while raiding a marijuana farm.
On your knees, you dirty hippie! Jesus. On your knees! What's the problem, officer?
Today, many cops who enforce pot laws do so only because it provides them with cushy jobs, good benefits, and a chance to push people around.
I was an undercover narcotics officer. The drug war is nothing but a farce.
The Second Amendment says you got to keep you and your gat intact.
Guns and Weed, The Road to Freedom. A film by Michael W. Dean and Nima Vadati.
DVD available now at gunsandweed.com or on Amazon. That's gunsandweed.com. Makes the perfect gift. Remember, that's gunsandweed.com.
A congressman recently revealed that legislation totaling 2,900 pages and involving more than $1 trillion was available to members of Congress for less than 48 hours to study and consider. That's over 60 pages of legislation per hour. Do you think anyone read the entire bill? I'm Jim Babka with DownsizeDC.org. Consider a proposal buried in a 3,200-page, $388 billion bill, which would have empowered committee chairmen or their agents to examine Americans' tax returns. When this horrible provision came to light, no one claimed to know how it got into the bill. One congressman questioned said, "I didn't write it, I didn't approve it, I wasn't even consulted." If your attorney represented you this way, he might be disbarred. But this is how Congress represents you every day. That's why DownsizeDC.org has created the Read the Bills Act. You can force Congress to read their bills before they pass them at DownsizeDC.org.
SWCPoker.eu is Bitcoin Poker 2.0, where players can buy chips, play, and cash out anonymously with Bitcoin. No banking, just Bitcoin. Texas Hold'em, Omaha Hold'em, Draw, and many new games, including Chinese poker. SWC Poker gladly accepts players worldwide, and over 2 million hands of Bitcoin Poker have been dealt at SWCPoker.eu. Bitcoin Poker from the brand you trust. SWCPoker.eu.
LRN.FM is proud to announce our official listening apps for Android and iOS devices. Now you can easily tune into our streams anywhere, anytime on your smartphone or tablet. Just visit apps.lrn.fm or search for LRN.FM in the Android or Apple app stores. Please download, rate us 5 stars, then share the link on your social media and let your friends and family know how you're listening to LRN.FM. Download it now, free at apps.lrn.fm.
Why did you move to the Shire?
I moved here to the Shire because there's other people around who take liberty just as seriously as I do.
I moved to the Shire because I saw videos of people challenging authority and thought that I could get support myself. It called to me, like, do this right now.
I wanted to be around people like me who got it. And once I got here, I knew there was nowhere else that I wanted to be.
I've always wanted to change the world. So I moved to the Shire to join people who were actually working towards doing the same thing.
The people here are awesome, loving, and positive. It was for the adventure and for the feeling of something important is happening here. And I just wanted to come to sort of be part of that.
Visit ShireSociety.com to read and sign the Shire Society Declaration and learn the reasons why, if you love liberty, you should immigrate to the Shire. Plus, add yourself to the Shire map at ShireSociety.com. That's ShireSociety.com.
You can sign up to receive the latest about the Liberty Radio Network via our email updates at updates.lrn.fm. That's updates.lrn.fm.
Welcome back to the Rebel Love Show here. And we've been talking about HempFest all day, all night long. And it's been an absolutely spectacular episode tonight. And what are we going back to now? We're going to...
So they were going to name some more of the activities going on because there's just so many
much. There's so much.
But before you go into it, I do want you to mention before you forget, if not that you were, but the glass blowers, because there were some awesome glass blowers last year. They were amazing and they were so friendly.
You really got a good Sherlock last year, maybe.
Oh yeah, and
Josh Holt.
He made me too because one of them broke. No, doesn't matter how. I told him, and I was like, "Oh yeah, it broke," and I was really sad about it because I loved it. He's like, "Nah, don't you worry about it. I'm going to make you a new one." Like,
he's amazing. He's a great guy. Let me tell you, he's on our crew. He's part of our family now, not just staff. He's our official glass blower now. And the reason why is last year after the event, we need to start from the beginning with the glass blowers. Josh had called us to be a blower. We had already had a couple, and Josh kept calling, please, 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 please. And one day he sent me this note, please, you don't know how important this really is to me. And I was like, Tom, man, this guy's begging. We need to let him in. So we did. We gave him the last slot. And he came in, and he commenced to doing his business and doing his work. And on the last day when we were wrapping up, this must have been 6 o'clock on Sunday, he came over to us in front of Doug and Tom. There's a